was the kind of smile so enchanting that even the strongest-willed man might fall under her spell. But not Tempest, who had lived twice as long as her. He merely crumpled his expression, as if witnessing something utterly unpleasant. Enough. There's no point in talking further. I'll keep this brief. Withdraw from the exam immediately and leave without a sound. Otherwise, what? You'll kill me. Hee hee. But can you handle it, old man? Rumble. As Vespera and Tempest fully revealed their presence, Reverse Mountain itself seemed to tremble as if in fear. The air between them was taut, and it felt as though powerful magic could be unleashed at any moment. But just as the tension reached its peak, Vespera, who had been building up her fighting spirit, suddenly tilted her head, sensing something amiss. Strange. The scent of blood that was so clear just now has disappeared. Old man, did you set up a barrier or something? Of course. If I fought a monster like you here, this entire area would be wiped off the map. Wiped off the map, huh? As she pondered for a moment, the image of a certain white-haired girl flashed through Vespera's mind. A girl with no magic, no extraordinary physical strength, just an ordinary-looking child. The thought that this girl could get caught up in their fight made Vespera suddenly lose interest. Her eagerness deflated like a punctured balloon, and she slowly lowered her raised arm. The murderous intent, which had been sharp enough to devour Tempest on the spot, also gradually faded. Surprisingly, the one taken aback by this reaction was none other than Tempest. He had expected Vespera to be the type to eliminate any annoyance immediately. Seeing her withdraw her killing intent so willingly was highly unusual. But regardless of his confusion, Vespera simply continued speaking, her tone now dull and uninterested. Forget it. I don't feel like fighting. Let's save our bad blood for another time. Does that mean you'll voluntarily withdraw? Nope. That's a different story. I don't really plan to pass, but if I decide to leave, it'll be on my own terms. If you try to force me out, I might just kill every single examinee here and run away. You know I'm not lying, right? Her words carried not a shred of falsehood. Of course, Vespera couldn't defeat Tempest. There was a clear gap of at least 1 or 1.5 levels of skill between them. But just because she couldn't win didn't mean she couldn't cause damage. If Vespera suddenly decided to massacre the examinees and flee, the loss of so many candidates would tarnish the image of the Fixer Association. Unless they could be absolutely certain of stopping her, the risk wasn't worth it. Understanding this well, Tempest scowled deeply and asked Vespera a question. What exactly do you want? I don't really feel like telling you that, but don't worry too much. I plan to withdraw voluntarily during the next task. The next task, don't tell me, in the Sky Garden. That's a secret. Feel free to imagine, old man. Kyahaha. Vespera burst into laughter, genuinely amused, and turned to leave. When she first sensed his presence and was drawn here, she had been rather tense. But realizing he didn't actually know anything made her delight impossible to hide. She was genuinely looking forward to what would happen in the Sky Garden during the 4th task. Her face twisted into the perfect image of a classic villain. Tempest, staring at her receding figure, fell deep into thought. Should he take the risk and force a confrontation now, or should he trust her words and leave her be? If she had been killing candidates, he wouldn't have hesitated to eliminate her immediately. But the fact that no one had died so far, even though she'd certainly roughed them up, nagged at him. Damn it, ideally, she would just vanish without causing trouble. Tisk, those careless fools at the association. How could they not notice a monster sneaking into the test grounds? In the end, his decision was to keep a close watch on her and observe the situation. Since she had already infiltrated deeply, any hasty action could lead to unnecessary bloodshed. Tempest let out a deep sigh, the kind that seemed to rise from deep within his chest. He slumped onto a nearby tree stump, muttering quietly to himself. I guess I'll have to put more effort into the 4th task and bolster security. Damn it, if she had been just a bit weaker, I'd have erased her without hesitation. Only a select few fixers had realized Vespera's true identity, and thanks to the barrier that included a soundproofing spell, their conversation had not been recorded. This precaution was meant to prevent unnecessary chaos. All Tempest could hope for now was that no one would discover the truth until the situation was completely resolved. But was there really no better solution? As he continued to mull over his options, a certain white-haired girl flashed through his mind. Come to think of it, that girl had a rather unique aura. And being so close to Vespera, I suppose I'll need to talk to her. If a certain white-haired girl had heard this, she might have jumped out of her skin. But with no one around to listen, Tempest's words merely faded into the cold night air. 5 p.m. on the second day of the Fixer exam. The loud alarm on my wrist announced the end of the third task, the color war. At the very last moment, exactly 121 candidates met the passing criteria. Considering that the exam began with precisely 525 participants. The passing rate was 23%, not even half of the theoretical maximum passing rate. Well, to be fair, many candidates had quit, unable to endure the harsh environment of Reverse Mountain. When a candidate forfeited, their mark became unusable, causing a shortage of marks. This led to internal conflicts, which caused groups to break apart. In the end, the law of survival of the fittest became the most important principle. Those who lacked the strength to protect themselves were inevitably eliminated. One way or another, becoming a fixer was no easy feat. It's no wonder they are regarded worldwide as icons of trust and security. If those who were eliminated see me pass just by breathing, they'll be furious. Of course, I had already secured a blue team mark long ago, so passing was a given. Thanks to Vespera, I didn't have to worry about wild animals approaching. It was almost as if I had passed the third task by merely blinking my eyes. Whatever the process was, I had still managed to clear the wall of wailing, the infamous third task. I could already imagine Raven's surprised face when he heard the news. But despite the future I envisioned, I couldn't feel genuinely happy at that moment. A sense of discomfort was weighing heavily on my chest. Phew, finally over. I thought I'd die of boredom. Hee hee, if I didn't have my cute little darling next to me, I might have quit halfway through. Shall we go, then? Vespera, who had casually packed up the things scattered in our hideout, turned to me. Her expression subtly demanded agreement, so I smiled lightly and nodded. Even with the mask on, she could undoubtedly see right through it. If I so much as frowned, who knows what the consequences might be. I felt like I was balancing precariously on a tightrope. This is bad. Her quitting would have been ideal for me. The root of my unease was none other than Vespera's continued presence as a candidate. Yesterday, when she met Tempest alone, I genuinely thought she would quit the exam. Yet here she was, still a participant and right by my side. I understood the situation wasn't ideal for her to withdraw, but still. This situation, where she remained, was deeply troubling. Especially since the conversation I overheard between her and Tempest only added to my confusion. Judging by their conversation, Vespera has a definite purpose in the fourth task. Then even though I hate to admit it, I have a pretty good guess. If the Fixer exam proceeds without any changes, there are only 3 steps left: an interview, the fourth task, and the final task. The interview is a simple process to ensure there are no serious issues with the candidates. So, essentially, there were only 2 significant tasks remaining. The fourth task involves capturing at least one fairy, a species categorized as a special management entity among otherworldly creatures. The fourth task mainly tested luck. Fairies were picky creatures that only showed themselves to those with matching wavelengths. Securing a fairy without any help required not only luck but also a certain qualification. In any case, it was a fitting challenge for the Fixer exam. A fixer needed not only skill but also luck as part of their qualifications. Moreover, fairies wielded a unique form of magic, different from traditional systems. To protect and manage this species, the association had created a special artificial institution, the Sky Garden. The Sky Garden was even more restricted than Reverse Mountain, meaning the association must have gone to great lengths to host the Fixer exam there. But the real problem was this. There was a particular item hidden in the Sky Garden that not even the association knew about. It was a seed of the World Tree, an ominous artifact. Once planted, this monstrous tree would root deep into the planet, absorbing all its energy. A pure-hearted fairy had secretly hidden it, a truly dangerous object. A nuclear bomb blowing up a city would be hundreds of times safer. You ask why I didn't think of such a dangerous thing earlier. Well, I couldn't have known. This wasn't supposed to show up until at least a year later. It only appeared after the otherworldly liberation army had been completely crushed. It wasn't something a person like me could handle by meddling with it carelessly. But if Vespera already knew about it and infiltrated the exam in disguise to get it, then her hidden participation made a lot of sense. The World Tree's seed was certainly worth it, especially since the association likely had no clue it was even there. If her goal really is the World Tree's seed, I must stop her. Even if it means destroying the seed myself. I had no idea how she could have found out about it, but if it was true, I had to prevent Vespera from obtaining the World Tree's seed at all costs. If the seed fell into the wrong hands, the world's destruction would be nearly guaranteed. Forget the invaders, the entire Earth could be at risk. I had to either secure the seed first and destroy it or render it useless if Vespera got her hands on it. As I walked with Vespera to the designated gathering place for successful candidates, I silently steeled myself and reignited my resolve. Yes, so, your name is Yuria, huh? Exclamation mark. And then, a few hours later, I found myself sitting just an arm's reach away from the Dragon Mayor, Tempest, in a private meeting. How did I end up in this situation? There are places on Earth where humans cannot live. These are often called wastelands, including deserts and polar regions. However, there are also areas that became wastelands due to toxic substances or radioactive contamination. At the center of the war between humans and otherworldly beings, there were such restricted zones. One of these places was known as the Mana Wasteland. It was a region where mana contamination occurred because of excessively powerful clashes between magic. Humans without mana would lose consciousness within minutes. Even most otherworldly beings would quickly become unwell in this extreme environment. However, amidst this desolation stood a fortress that seemed carved out of a mountain. Calderic. Named after a tyrant from another world, this castle served as the headquarters of the otherworldly liberation army. It was also a highly sophisticated war fortress built with advanced design. Its sheer size allowed it to house tens of thousands of otherworldly beings. The towering spires that pierced the sky symbolized the pride of the Liberation Army. Raise your heads. At the very top of Calderic, in a grand hall reserved only for the chosen, a deep and solemn male voice echoed from the highest throne. The man sitting on the throne had his face wrapped in bandages, with stark white hair. His facial features were obscured, but his physique was enormous, well over 2 meters tall. Even sitting down, he exuded a natural aura of a ruler, compelling those around him to kneel. His identity was none other than the supreme commander of the otherworldly liberation army. A being at the pinnacle of otherworldly creatures, commanding hundreds of thousands of powerful soldiers. Yes, as soon as he finished speaking, those below the throne raised their heads and responded. They were the Seven Sins, the top executives who led each division of the Liberation Army. Each of them had the strength to turn an entire city into ashes in the blink of an eye. Yet, before their commander, they couldn't even meet his gaze. A perfect hierarchy seemed to exist among them. I won't waste words, even if it means death by a dragon. Secure the World Tree. With it, our grand plan will take another step forward. As you command. Kahaha. Leave it to us. The Supreme Commander did not speak much. He simply commanded them to bring what was needed. His loyal subordinates, the Seven Sins, accepted without question or hesitation. Their eyes shone with the fervor of zealots ready to offer their lives to a dragon. The war had already begun, without anyone realizing it. The Crowley Problem Solver's office. A building usually filled with a lively and warm atmosphere, but today, it was oddly quiet. The TV was turned off because it was too distracting, and a man lay lazily on the sofa, muttering to himself. Tisk. Still no contact. Does that mean they passed the third task? No way, that little kid. His voice held a hint of skepticism. Sure, she had sharp instincts and could handle any situation well. But given how she sometimes displayed an almost comical level of cluelessness, he couldn't help but worry despite his best efforts. For nearly 5-minute intervals, the man kept fidgeting with his device. Eventually, as if his patience had worn thin, he made a call. Hey, it's me, Jin Crowley. Long time no see. So you're a Fixer exam staff member, right? Can I ask you a favor? From an outsider's perspective, his actions perfectly matched the image of a doting guardian. Alright, with this, all members of the white team are here. Now, everyone, get on this airship. This will take you to the next test site. It's a first-class luxury airship. When we reached the assembly point transmitted through the watch, Tempest, the examiner, welcomed us with open arms. Behind him was an enormous airship. That must be the aerial aircraft carrier owned by the Fixer Association. Since the next test site, the Sky Garden, was hundreds of kilometers away in the sky. It made sense to use a large airship to transport a lot of people and supplies. Surprisingly, this massive airship could travel at speeds comparable to a train. It gave me a vague sense of just how advanced the technology of this era was. Whoa, there's even a fountain inside. Is this really an airship? It looks as luxurious as a cruise ship. It feels like walking into a building. The association is really something else. Tempest's description of a luxury first-class airship wasn't an exaggeration. The interior of the airship was so impressive that it made me involuntarily click my tongue in awe. The high ceilings gave a sense of openness, and the floor and walls were decorated with expensive materials. It was as if a section of a high-end department store had been seamlessly grafted onto the airship. Even I, who had seen this in the original story, was amazed. Imagine how surprised those who hadn't expected this would be. The examinees couldn't close their mouths, too busy looking around in fascination. Tempest, perhaps expecting such a reaction, smiled like a mischievous old man and spoke soothingly to the exhausted candidates. Kuhuhu, looks like you're all quite surprised. Well, you've all been through a lot. Think of this as a short break. By the way, everything on this airship is free. As long as you don't fight with other examinees, you can use it as much as you want. Whoa, is that for real? Unbelievable hospitality. The examinees responded with excitement at the unexpected declaration that all facilities on the airship were free. None of them could have imagined experiencing such luxury during the Fixer exam. They could worry about the next test later. For now, it was best to enjoy what was being offered. While the white team examinees were still in a bit of a daze, the red team and blue team members also boarded the airship. TCH, that guy's still alive, huh? Where did that jerk go? I need to get revenge for stabbing me in the back. That traitor, he still managed to pass. As the new groups entered, the atmosphere became tense as examinees began to glare at each other. Considering all the betrayal and conflict during the last task, it was natural for things to be uncomfortable. It felt like an explosive situation was just waiting to ignite. But the examiners seemed completely unbothered, calmly approaching Tempest as if this was all part of the job. Senior Tempest, the red team has arrived. The blue team has arrived as well. Ah, yes, good work. You can clock out now. I'll handle the report to the association. Hey, kids. Quiet down. Are you really planning to fight here? Well, fighting is good, it shows you're healthy. But remember, whoever breaks something pays for the repairs, got it? By the way, the experts who repair this airship are so highly paid that the repair costs are astronomical. Tempest spoke as if sharing a boring story, but his message had a strong impact. The examinees, who had been ready to bare their teeth at each other, hesitated and backed down. No matter how angry they were, none of them wanted to quit the exam and end up paying for damages. And only a fool would start a fight with a powerhouse like Tempest right there. As the heated atmosphere gradually cooled, Tempest looked around at everyone and added a final comment. All right, if there's anything important, it'll be sent to your watches. Until then, get some rest. And remember, if you try to take off your watch by force, you'll face a very serious penalty. Got it? Then, dismissed. As soon as he finished speaking, Tempest turned around and left. The examiners followed him, bowing slightly before disappearing from view. Left behind in the airship's grand lobby, the examinees exchanged wary glances. Then, one by one, they began to disperse, some to rest, some to eat, and others to seek entertainment. As the crowd thinned out in the lobby, a familiar voice called out brightly as someone broke through the crowd to approach me. Ah, Yuria! Exclamation mark. The voice belonged to none other than Alice. The current task didn't seem particularly difficult for her. Her face showed no signs of fatigue, only the joy of seeing me. But her light, energetic steps suddenly halted midway, probably because of the unfamiliar woman clinging to me right beside her. Who are you? Of course, the woman's name was Vespera. She seemed strangely fond of me from the start, so unless I deliberately pushed her away, there was no choice but to stick together. The two women exchanged glances as they faced each other. And then Vespera lightly licked her lips, as if she had just remembered something. Oh, you're that kid who was next to my little one during the first task. You're magic. She looked Alice up and down intently. And as if she had found something interesting, she licked her lips again. She wasn't even trying to hide her identity anymore. She looked every bit the villain. Alice, who was now fully wary of Vespera's suspicious aura, cautiously asked. What is your relationship with Yuria? What relationship? Well, I like her, so I'm just tagging along. Then again, the nosy one over there, are you perhaps this little one's guardian? Why yes, something like that. We've known each other since before the exam. Aha, but you don't seem very maybe I should hold my tongue. Crackle. For a brief moment, sparks flew between Alice and Vespera's gazes. Strange. They were meeting for the first time, but it seemed they already didn't like each other. Naturally, this was a problem. Vespera was a dangerous bomb that even Tempest, the dragon mayor, handled with caution. No matter how skilled Alice was, compared to Vespera, she was just a firefly before the sun. I didn't expect them to become friends, but it would be nice if they could at least stay civil. If Alice ended up upsetting Vespera and got hurt, yeah, that was absolutely unacceptable. So, if it was going to turn out that way, Yuria, oh my! Exclamation mark. I looked back and forth between Alice and Vespera, then grabbed Vespera's hand and walked forward. With my other hand, I took Alice's hand and forced the two of them to hold hands. Naturally, both of them looked baffled by the sudden hand holding. But I ignored their reactions, hugging their hands between mine as if to hold them close. Of course, this was all part of my calculated plan. I trusted that if Vespera's real goal was the World Tree Seed, she wouldn't cause any trouble before reaching the Sky Garden. And Alice, who had such a soft heart, wasn't someone who could easily hate others. This was the only way to cut through the awkward tension. What a cute idea. Isn't this just adorable? Of course, Yuria is the cutest in the world. You've got quite an eye, I see. My plan seemed to be working well, draining the tension from both women. They let out light, incredulous chuckles, shrugging their shoulders. By the way, so your name is Yuria. I didn't know that before. It suits you quite well. So, if you've been with Yuria, did you help her during the third task? How on earth? Well, sort of. Actually, I got help too. I almost ended up sleeping outside on such a cold night. My peacemaking strategy appeared to be a success. Alice and Vespera started talking about me, exchanging this and that. Of course, since one of them was a rather serious criminal, I wasn't hoping they'd become close friends. But once this exam was over, they wouldn't cross paths again. There was no need to worry too much about it. Well, whatever. What's your name? Me, I'm Alice. Got it. I'm Bess. Want to hang out for a bit? I've got a lot of questions about this little one. Sure. Is that okay, Yuria? Exclamation mark. To be honest, being alone with Vespera was incredibly stressful. If Alice stayed with me, it would be a huge relief. Since I knew her goal, I was sure she wouldn't act out for now. As long as it was just hanging out, nothing serious should happen. However, just as things seemed to be settling down, a very troublesome message appeared on my watch. To examine Yuria. Please come to room 101 in Zone A in 30 minutes. Failure to arrive on time may result in significant disadvantages to your exam results. A pre-interview before the fourth task. Seriously, I looked at Alice and Vespera, briefly contemplating. Was it really okay to leave these two alone? I felt an unsettling sense that something strange might happen if I left. The Leviathan, a top-tier luxury airship owned by the Fixer Association. Originally designed for military use, this 250-meter-long airship boasted monstrous performance. With a payload capacity of 200 tons, room for over 1,000 passengers, a cruising speed of 250 km/h, and a flight endurance of up to 15 days. Thanks to the advanced and innovative technologies developed during the war with the Otherworlders, the Leviathan was considered one of humanity's greatest masterpieces, having surpassed the limitations of airships by a wide margin. Even after being deployed in countless military operations, the Leviathan remained unscathed, proving its resilience. It was nothing short of a seasoned veteran in the form of an airship. Of course, the interior had since been refurbished, transforming it into a flying passenger ship. But if war were to break out again, all the lavish additions could be stripped away, allowing it to soar into battle once more. Perhaps, one day soon, it might regain its former powerful and glorious state. Make the Leviathan great again. Bring peace to a chaotic world. The view outside is nice, isn't it? It's not every day you get to relax and look down at the world from this height. An old man's voice reached my ears as I stared blankly, escaping reality. He was right. How many chances in life would I get to ride something like this? I nodded in agreement and turned my gaze towards the source of the voice. Standing there was an old man with a rather stern appearance. Though he appeared to have a slim, unassuming build, there was an undeniable sense of tightly coiled strength beneath the surface. I got the feeling he could probably fold a scrawny kid like me in half with just one hand. Well, he was only disguised as a human. His true form was that of a massive, winged lizard. The fact that he could quite literally crumple me up in his palm was both terrifying and humbling. Yeah, it must have been boring to wait. Your scores are pretty impressive. Nothing particularly notable in the third task, but 40th out of 1,600 in the first task and 1st out of 525 in the second task. It seems your mental fortitude is quite strong. Oh, that's right, I heard you couldn't speak. My apologies for expecting an answer. There was no need to ask who he was. The old man was none other than Tempest himself. The great dragon mayor of Nighthaven. A living deterrent to war. A global celebrity whose presence was as difficult to come by as a world-renowned superstar. Why was such an incredible person standing within arm's reach? There was no need to overthink it. He was the judge for this task. Or, to be precise, the interviewer. In the original story, it was someone else. Is this because of Vespera? If so, this situation couldn't be more nerve-wracking. If it had been anyone else, fine. But to have the mayor of Nighthaven himself as the interviewer. If I acted suspiciously and he decided to look into me, my cover could be blown instantly. With that thought, I clenched my resolve and nodded calmly. There was nothing for him to find, so it was best to appear as composed as possible. Whatever he thought of my response, Tempest simply stroked his white beard, his sharp eyes quietly assessing me. The mask on your face, is it an artifact? Does it have any special functions? Unnecessary question. If it had any special features, the proctors would have noticed already. No registered identity, Then is the name, Uria, just an alias? I shook my head at his serious question. I assumed what he meant was, did you enter the exam while hiding your identity? I hadn't really hidden anything, but I had no choice but to deny it. The name Greg had given me when I first arrived in this world. My name was Uria, there was no other. Fortunately, it seemed he understood the intent behind my answer. With a slight furrow of his brow, he muttered as if piecing things together. So, you don't have a clear identity. Well, that's fine. A fixer doesn't need a registered status to qualify. Though, it is a bit unusual for a human to have no identity. He wasn't wrong, but I swallowed a bit of saliva, doing my best to maintain a calm demeanor. For Otherworlders, having no official status wasn't all that strange. People from other worlds couldn't exactly file birth certificates. The proper systems had only been established for about a decade or so. That's probably why the Fixer Association didn't make a big deal about an applicant's status. But a human with no registered identity, that was suspicious, even to me. Thankfully, he didn't seem too focused on it, smoothly moving on to the next topic. All right, then let's officially begin. I'm going to ask you a few questions. If the answer is yes, nod your head. If it's no, shake it. Just make sure you don't lie. It's not too difficult, right? He spoke with a tone that seemed almost too kind, as if he were going out of his way to accommodate me. Being told I only needed to nod or shake my head during the interview was quite the relief. I had prepared myself for significant disadvantages, so this unexpected courtesy caught me off guard. Then again, it probably wasn't a special treatment just for me. After all, not every otherworlder shared the same language or communication methods as humans. There were countless species, each with its own unique way of interacting with the world. Expecting them all to speak human languages would be absurd. The Fixer Association likely wasn't interested in whether or not someone could speak but rather in determining if they had clear cognitive abilities. There were even a few mute fixers working in the field, so this wasn't a unique situation. While it might be a slight disadvantage if I ended up being on the edge of passing, it wouldn't be grounds for immediate disqualification. The association was more open-minded than I'd expected. For someone in my situation, unable to speak, this was a small mercy. Hey, I like your spirit. All right then, let's move on to the first question. I must have left a good impression with my overly enthusiastic nodding. Tempest's expression softened, and he spoke in a much kinder tone than before. However, despite the warmer atmosphere, his questions were anything but easy. If you had to choose between the mission and your comrades, which would you prioritize? If a plan with minimal sacrifice could prevent a major catastrophe, would you proceed with it? If a harmless individual posed a potential future threat, would you eliminate them preemptively? These were not questions with right or wrong answers but rather questions designed to reveal my values and beliefs. It felt like he was trying to peel back layers and get a good look at my true thoughts. And I supposed it made sense. The association couldn't afford to pass someone dangerous as a fixer, knowing they would bear the responsibility for the risk. But the difficult questions didn't stop at just a few. They went on, over 10, 20, even more. By the time the interview had passed the 30-minute mark, my mind was utterly exhausted. So, when Tempest finally reached his last question, I practically slumped into the cushioned chair. I hadn't used my brain this much since becoming Uria. It felt like the few brain cells I had were squeezed dry by the intense back and forth. Hey, sorry, Uria. I know it's quite the time of day for this. He chuckled as if he genuinely felt bad for putting me through this mental wringer. Still, you didn't seem to lie at any point, so I don't think you need to worry too much about the results. Yes, that means you passed. Though, to be honest, failing the interview is rare, maybe one person a year, if that. He let out a hearty laugh. Thankfully, I'd passed, since the purpose of the interview was mainly to filter out those completely unfit for society. Failing here would have been quite the feat. As long as I'd answered with common sense, I should have been fine. Now, the only thing left was the much-anticipated fourth task. As relief washed over me, I let my mind drift into thought. Vespera's presence, the World Tree's seed, and the potential threat of a third-party attack. Passing the interview was a small victory, but the road ahead still seemed overwhelmingly daunting. If only I could cling to this man's coattails and beg for help. But given the circumstances, I'd probably end up looking more suspicious than anything. It's probably best to secure the seed first and destroy it before anyone else can get to it. I was lost in thought, my legs swinging absent-mindedly from the chair. Perhaps I'd let my guard down too much in front of the world's strongest person. Because what Tempest said next hit me like a bolt from the blue. Uria, may I ask you something? Do you happen to know about the Nexus project? Thud. The unexpected question made my shoulder jolt uncontrollably. And in that instant, Tempest's eyes narrowed as if he had expected my reaction. Why now? Why ask me that? My breath caught in my throat. I gaped like a fish, my mind spiraling into chaos. How did he know? Struggling to regain my composure, I met Tempest's gaze. He tapped his temple with his finger, as if revealing a simple truth. A skilled mage can see what is hidden. Coincidentally, I can see the souls of living beings. And I've encountered quite a few souls as unique as yours. Hey, I couldn't be certain until you answered me with your body language just now, though. Uria, or should I say, Esper. Now, where exactly did you come from? Oh no. I was in big trouble. If I could speak, I would have screamed. It felt as if I was standing at the edge of a dangerous cliff. Cold sweat dampened my back, my tongue was bone dry, and my heart pounded so loudly it was almost deafening. Was this how a criminal caught red-handed by the police felt? The fear that my life might soon come to an end seemed to choke off my breath. The only small comfort was that I had an excuse to keep my mouth tightly shut when questioned. I was glad I couldn't speak. Surely my voice would be too pathetic to bear. That's not a very comforting thought. Of course, such a natural exercise of my right to remain silent didn't help at all in solving the situation. It only stopped things from getting any worse. The moment Tempest pinpointed me as a psychic, the situation had already hit rock bottom. Damn it. When he asked about the Nexus project, I should have reacted as if I had no idea what he was talking about. But since I had responded so clearly as if I knew everything, there was no way out now. Still, it couldn't be helped that I had let my guard down. The fact that Tempest could identify psychics was something that had never appeared in the original story. After such a suffocating interview, it was only natural that I'd let my guard down. What should I do? What on earth am I supposed to do? I hadn't really thought about what to do if I got caught this easily. I had never imagined a scenario where I'd be identified as a psychic without even using telekinesis. So, what happens next? Would the association take me away as a test subject? Or would they just eliminate me as a threat? Either way, it was the worst-case scenario. If things went wrong, even Raven or Greg, who had looked out for me, could get dragged into this. I don't want that because of me. I don't want others to get hurt. Amid the endless stream of thoughts, a familiar face suddenly flashed through my mind. Raven, Greg, Alice, David, Sabrina, the incredibly precious people I had met in this world. And along with them, the nightmare of my precious people being harmed because of my mistake. A cold sensation that seemed to freeze my emotions stabbed my heart sharply. There's no changing the fact that I've been caught. So, I have to find a way to get through this somehow. In a way, it was incredibly fortunate. Up until now, while caught in confusion, I couldn't think rationally no matter how hard I tried. But by reaching the limit of my emotions, my mind seemed to snap back to calmness. There was a reason behind the saying, even if you're caught in a tiger's den, you can survive if you keep your wits about you. Of course, where I was now wasn't a tiger's den, it was a dragon's den. But wait, if they can recognize psychics, then how did the invaders manage to sneak into Nighthaven? Shouldn't they be catching those intruders? Why am I the only one they've identified? The more I thought about it, the more unfair it seemed. If they could distinguish psychics, shouldn't they be focusing on the invaders hiding in Nighthaven? Why were they bothering someone as insignificant and unremarkable as me? Did they have some sort of grudge? When that thought filled my mind, a hot emotion close to anger flared up. Along with it, the pride that I had never done anything wrong in my life reignited my waning resolve. If anything, I had helped the world. I had never caused harm to anyone. In fact, they should be grateful to me. With that mindset, I found myself glaring at Tempest with a fierce look in my eyes. He, who had been watching me, stroked his beard with an expression I couldn't quite read. I see. It seems the question was a bit off for someone who can't answer. Let me rephrase it. Yuri, are you a psychic created by the Nexus project? While I had been regaining my composure, Tempest seemed to have been refining his question. Perhaps he was adjusting it to be a simple yes or no so he could still extract the information he wanted. I listened carefully, frowning deeply as I deliberated. I had a gut feeling that my answer here would determine my fate. Well, I do know about the Nexus project. There's no way I wouldn't. After all, it's a massive event that is central to this Fixer universe. The Nexus project was a large-scale experiment conducted in secret during the war with other races. Its purpose was to transplant the power used by dimensional invaders, the invaders, into humans. Just think about how much influence beings like dragons and progenitors wield now. Tempest himself had power and influence so immense he was considered a one-man army. The progenitor was so dangerous that even someone like Tempest, whose actions were hard to predict, couldn't easily provoke them. And yet, the invaders were beings who had destroyed the otherworld, the home of those dragons and progenitors. There was no way greedy humans would leave such power alone. Of course, the result of the Nexus project was a clear failure. The plan for humanity to gain the invaders' power only ended up giving the invaders more loyal minions. It could be considered one of humanity's greatest mistakes. The arrogant plan to wield the invaders, power backfired completely. Humans with special genes, the psychics, ended up becoming slaves to the invaders. Those who were captivated by the power from beyond dimensions went mad, steering the world toward ruin. They even attempted to summon an incomplete invader to Earth. Fortunately, this was discovered early enough to stop it at the initial stage. But since they hadn't destroyed the roots of the problem, the same thing could always happen again. In fact, in the future, a recovered invader would succeed in calling forth more invaders. So, how should I answer this? If I think carefully about Tempest's question, it could be interpreted like this. The Nexus Project ultimately produced psychics who worship the invaders. So, wasn't he implying that since I was a psychic, I too might be tainted by the invaders? In other words, there would be no excuse for me if I were to be cast aside here. Alright, now that I understood his intention, I needed to think calmly. Contrary to what he thought, I had no connection with the invaders. In fact, I'd be glad if the invaders disappeared from the world altogether. So, the answer I needed to give here was no. The Nexus Project itself had happened years ago, and I had only awakened a few months back. No matter how I looked at it, it would be difficult for me to be considered a psychic created by the Nexus Project. However, if I simply answered no, there would be no other way to explain myself. How on earth was I supposed to convey that I was a reincarnator with memories of my past life? Yeah, so the best I could do here was, that reaction. You don't mean to say you don't know, do you? Exclamation mark. I held my gaze on Tempest relentlessly until he started to feel puzzled. As the silence dragged on, Tempest eventually grasped what I intended. My answer was neither yes nor no, it was I don't know. I had no way of knowing what my past was like before I opened my eyes. It wasn't even a lie. Tempest was a mage so skilled he could discern lies just by looking at someone. He quickly realized that I had no intention of deceiving him. However, there was still a questionable part. If I didn't know my own past, how did I know about the Nexus Project, which was buried in the world's shadows? This is my chance. I discreetly held the tesseract hidden inside my clothes against my chest. Then I slowly stood up and lifted my shirt slightly, just enough to reveal my stomach. Tempest's eyes widened as he saw the scars covering my abdomen. The reason for his surprise was none other than the countless scars that covered my exposed skin. Those scars could they be? Without any reaction, I quickly pulled my shirt back down, as if asking if this was enough. But could he really discern something just from my actions? His face twisted with discomfort. Well, in his mind, he was probably envisioning me being horribly abused by the invaders. And maybe he thought I had managed to escape from their organization by seizing a rare opportunity. To me, he must have been imagining a situation that was quite advantageous. Of course, this was all a deception. However, the scars themselves weren't fake, they were real. I had only used the tesseract to temporarily swap my current self with a version of me from a timeline where my body was covered in scars. In a way, it was just an extension of when I had erased my previous wounds. If I could remove scars, I could also create them. Making scars, especially, wasn't difficult. Though it did consume some energy, which hurt a bit. I won't say anything directly. If I give an exact answer, he'll realize it's all a lie. Despite being a dragon, Tempest had a remarkably gentle nature, even by human standards. If he weren't such a person, he wouldn't have become the mayor of the city or helped suppress the world war. Normally, most people wouldn't bother with such a thankless job. If it were me, the stress would have split my head in half. All I did was guide his misunderstanding and induce his misconception. A mute psychic covered in scars, couldn't that shake his heart, even a little? And it seemed my rather wicked plan had worked. Tempest let out a troubled sigh and spoke much more gently than before. Sigh, signs of abuse. I thought from the start you were a bit different from a typical psychic tisk. Then I'll get straight to the point, Yuria. Are you on humanity's side? Exclamation mark. I see. Despite knowing about the Nexus Project and possessing psychic powers, you use that power with caution. I still can't fully trust you, but at least I'm sure you hold no hostility. This was success. I barely managed to suppress the urge to jump up and down with joy, instead sitting back down as if nothing had happened. Revealing my emotions too early might change Tempest's mind. I had to remain as calm as possible until I found a way out of here. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After a long while, staring out the window as he pondered, Tempest finally turned to me. Then, let's do this. Yuria, do you have any thoughts about receiving protection from the association? His final proposal was something that would require careful consideration. There is nothing in this world that is eternal. The passionate love that promised to never change eventually cools, as though it was never there. Even the mighty empire that once ruled the world, no matter how powerful, crumbles after a few centuries and fades into history. Yet, ironically, this is inevitable. Living creatures are inherently flawed beings, with death as their only eventuality. What they create cannot possibly last forever. Tempest, who is often hailed as the pinnacle of life forms, knew this all too well. In fact, he could feel it deeply, having lived for such an incredibly long time. It feels like problems are piling up more and more every day. It seems like I can only stay awake for a bit longer. With wrinkles covering his face, Tempest stared quietly out the window, his expression filled with contemplation. But what he was looking at wasn't the view outside, it was his own past. The reflection of Tempest in the glass showed an ancient dragon, having lived for thousands of years. He had once been called the Dragon King in another world. He held a status that could only be described as one of the most powerful dragons to ever exist. However, no matter how powerful Tempest was, he was still a living being. His lifespan had its limits. And for him, those limits were nearing. He estimated he had perhaps only a few decades left. It might seem like a lot to someone else, but to an ancient species, it was but a fleeting moment. Knowing this all too well, he furrowed his brow, clicked his tongue, and muttered with a touch of bitterness. Maybe it's time for this old man to step aside. Please don't say such things. The Fixer Association would be terrifying to imagine without you. I don't want to change the person I look up to, came the voice of Yerisa, his secretary, cutting through his murmurs. Tempest's words were not meant to be answered, but from beside him, a voice that was incredibly familiar to him responded. He naturally turned his head, and there stood Yerisa, his loyal secretary. She was a tall woman with a cool demeanor and a distinct time cut, looking every bit the beauty she was. When did she enter? Was she trying to sneak in like a ghost? Tempest, shaking his head in disbelief, glanced at her in her formal attire with an expression that was as if to say, "Really, you again? Yerisa, when did you come in? I've told you so many times to make some noise when you enter." "I did knock. Twice, in fact. Don't blame me for your poor hearing," she replied confidently, standing tall as if she had done nothing wrong. But Tempest, being able to detect lies with ease, immediately knew she was lying. Saying she knocked was a blatant lie. She had snuck in, quiet as a mouse, likely intending to surprise him. She's trying to surprise me, huh? She's got the appearance of a cold, calculating beauty, but she's got a mischievous streak. Perhaps it was because he raised her after she lost her parents when she was young, but whenever it was just the two of them, Yerisa had a habit of letting her guard down. He should have put a tighter rein on her when she was younger. After all, raising someone was never easy. As Tempest shook his head, sighing at his secretary's behavior, Yerisa, perhaps tired of pretending, shifted the conversation. "So, you suddenly asked to turn off the recorder and leave for a while. What's the reason for your wistful thoughts, gazing at the distant mountains? Is it because the interview results didn't satisfy you?" she asked with a teasing smile. "No, that's not it. Actually, I'm very pleased with the outcome. I've managed to resolve some things that had been bothering me. I couldn't ask for better," he answered with a light laugh. "Then why?" He let out a small, almost sinister chuckle. It seemed that Yerisa still wasn't quite understanding the mood, so Tempest, with a somewhat weary but kind tone, spoke again. "Well, it's the thoughts of an old man. I'm worried about how things will go once I'm gone. Will everything continue to run smoothly after I'm gone?" Yerisa hesitated, unsure how to respond, so Tempest continued. "You know it too, don't you? I'm not the same as I used to be. Though I'm still active, I won't be for much longer." His concerns weren't without merit. Think about it. Tempest could defeat any being on Earth, and his existence alone prevented wars from breaking out. He was a perfect deterrent. But humans had become too dependent on him. If he were to suddenly disappear, the balance of the world would shift dramatically. That's why Tempest was pouring so much energy into the Fixer Association. He was preparing for the future. Without him, it would be like a sandcastle collapsing without anyone to maintain it. In that sense, Yuria is quite lucky. A psychic who opposes invaders, though I can't fully trust her yet, she'll surely be at the center of the upcoming changes. As Tempest thought this, he recalled the image of the girl who had just left the interview room. Yuria, the pure white girl with a fox mask. Her every movement revealed a soul that couldn't hide its emotions, no matter how hard she tried. She was doing her best to keep it hidden, but before the sharp eyes of a dragon who had seen countless humans, she was no more than a cat trying to mimic a lion. He could also distinguish between truth and lies from the aura of her soul, and he could see right through her conversation. When she suddenly bared her belly, I was a little surprised, but those scars tell me everything. Those weren't made in a short time. They are marks of abuse accumulated over a long period. If she tries to present that as evidence, I can't just ignore it. Of course, Tempest was a shrewd, seasoned individual. He knew that Yuria was carefully avoiding any parts she felt uneasy about while answering the easier questions. Still, he was certain that Yuria had become a psychic through a dangerous experiment. The scars on her body clearly proved it. She must have endured great suffering. Usually, people couldn't handle it and their minds would break, leading them to become dangerous seeds of destruction under the invaders' influence. But Yuria's soul remained pure, guiding others with her charm. Tempest could tell that she was different from other psychics. Was it beneficial or detrimental? It was clear he had to keep her close. In that case, I need to look at this with a more open mind, not with narrow views. That being said, I didn't expect to be refused. Hey, I'm really curious to see what will happen next. Don't you agree? Huh, suddenly, what if you're getting senile, would you mind adding my name to Hollow Diamond containing Filled Diamond NO versus ELIGHT Hollow Diamond containing Filled Diamond. Continue reading, your will. Yerisa teased. Ha ha ha, you're terrible, but if I die tomorrow, all my wealth will be donated to society, so don't get greedy. Yerisa. Tempest laughed heartily. TCH. I was hoping for a chance to turn my life around, but it seems it won't happen. Still, they would certainly cross paths again soon. Tempest, with this vague sense of certainty, closed his eyes and thought of the future. In a world that was as unstable as a flickering candle, he imagined the pure white girl turning back, glancing over her shoulder. I didn't let out a sigh of relief until I was far away from the interview room. The tension that had filled me was finally beginning to subside. Phew, being caught as a psychic really messes with your heart. I never want to go through that again. At least, I was lucky it was the kind-hearted dragon lord I had to face. If the person who found out I was a psychic hated or wanted to use me for something, I'd have had to use my powers to escape immediately, making sure to leave a big impression and risk losing my peaceful life. Just imagining it makes me shiver. At least my kind mayor promised to keep my secret. This situation, while unfortunate, could be considered the best-case scenario. But, I never imagined I'd be offered protection from the association. It's not a bad offer at all, now that I think about it. The protection offered by the association was, in terms of safety, the best offer I could have received. There were powerful fixers in the association, besides Tempest. Having one of them assigned to guard me would be a great asset. Of course, I would have to cooperate when it came to my psychic abilities, but it was still an appealing proposition to always have strong protection by my side. If I had been offered this protection when I first arrived in Night Haven, I would have accepted it without hesitation. At least I'd be safe from immediate harm. Well, I refused it, though. But receiving protection from the association also meant being under constant surveillance. I'd have to abandon my name, Yuria, and part with my loved ones forever. And I wouldn't be able to recharge the Tesseract or echo through the cracks in my hiding place. It would make changing the situation incredibly difficult. That's why I turned down Tempest's offer. At least, I wanted to protect my loved ones by myself. Well, I exchanged contact info with him. For now, that'll be enough. I might need it for the fourth task, though. As I thought to myself, I walked on. How long had I been walking? Suddenly, I spotted familiar pink hair at the edge of my vision. It was Alice. As soon as I realized, I quickly raised my head. Then, Without realizing it, I blinked in surprise at the sight before me. What are you doing? I told you, I don't like you. Alice yelled, her face contorted in disgust. So what? I like pretty, lively girls, came the voice of Vespera. Question mark. What I saw before me was Vespera, who had moved way too close to Alice. Alice's face twisted in disgust, while Vespera seemed to be enjoying herself, licking her lips. How did this happen? I was completely taken aback. Alice, you smell like peaches. It doesn't seem like perfume. Is it your natural scent? Ew. What are you doing so close to my face? If you keep this up, I won't just stay still. What I saw before me was Vespera persistently clinging to Alice. Just a moment ago, it seemed like they were about to fight, but now what had happened in the last 30 minutes after the interview? Why had things changed so drastically? I stared at Alice's disgusted expression, then suddenly nodded as a thought came to me. Thinking about it, it wasn't so strange that Vespera found Alice appealing. Alice may seem mature at first glance, but she's still a high school student, not even an adult yet. And she's a beautiful girl, pretty enough to not lose to any international idol. Perhaps it was the vampire trait of maintaining youth through blood. Vespera appeared to be in her late 20s, but in reality, she was about 1,000 years old. 1,000 years and late teens. No matter how you looked at it, the difference between them was overwhelming, making Alice seem like a child. And Alice's personality was as upright and diligent as her beautiful appearance, which likely made her an amusing toy to someone like Vespera, who lived on spontaneity and impulse. Don't get too angry, you'll get wrinkles on that pretty face. You need to take care of yourself from a young age. I'm not that young. How old are you anyway? Hey, probably older than you, Alice. There it was. No matter how you looked at it, this was clearly playful teasing. Was this a good or bad thing? Still, in this situation, it seemed unlikely that Vespera would try to harm Alice. After observing for a day, it seemed she was the type to cherish the things she liked. With the gap in their abilities, it seemed unlikely Vespera would easily harm Alice. Considering that, I felt a little more at ease. Yuria, the interview's over. Suddenly, Alice stood up from her seat, excitedly running toward me. Perhaps she found a reason to escape from Vespera. Her expression was filled with joy, much more than usual. I must have felt sorry for Alice in this situation. She probably had to endure Vespera's teasing because there was nowhere else to escape to. Thinking about the usual things Alice did to me, perhaps this was just her own version of a mirror treatment. Yuria, did you pass? Exclamation mark. I'm so glad. Honestly, I was really worried. I was afraid you'd fail just because you couldn't speak. When Alice asked if I passed, I nodded confidently. Of course, there was no way I would fail an interview that was practically designed for me to pass. However, Alice didn't know that. Maybe that's why she let out a deep sigh of relief. She was worried that I might fail after all the effort I'd put into getting here. I had never even considered the possibility of failing. But still, her concern warmed my heart. To express my gratitude, I lightly pulled Alice into a hug. It was my way of saying thank you for worrying about me. Looking good. Two pretty and cute girls together. Mind if I join in? Ew, no way. As I was having this heartfelt reunion with Alice, I hadn't noticed Vespera sneaking up on us with a smile, as if she wanted to join in. Naturally, Alice, in her disgust, held me tightly while hissing at Vespera. But I didn't mind, so I stretched my arm wide, gesturing for her to come in. Exclamation mark. Why, Yuria, hey, should I join in then? Alice, eyes wide with shock, looked at me as I opened the door wide for Vespera. But it wasn't like Vespera had any ill intentions. If she just wanted to get closer, I saw no reason to reject her. Vespera, unable to resist, rushed in and hugged us so tightly that I nearly lost my balance. Fortunately, Alice managed to hold her ground, and we didn't fall. Though it felt a bit cramped with all three of us embracing, I didn't mind too much. Maybe I should avoid messing with these kids. What did you say? Oh, nothing. Anyway, should I start preparing for the interview now? No, I heard that. I looked at Vespera, who was pulling away from me and Alice, with a cold shiver running through me. Was there really a need to make it so obvious? Well, it seemed like she was really fond of Alice and me. Was it the face? Greg did mention her close to psychotic obsession with her charm, but I didn't expect her to enchant the worst criminals with her power. The effect was far beyond imagination. Even though I had some suspicions, it didn't seem like it was something to worry about. I already knew her plans, after all. It felt more like I just turned a 99% certainty into a 100% certainty. The difference was negligible, but how does she have so much composure in a situation where she should be sneaking around and causing trouble? How impulsive can this person be? Still, this is a favorable situation for me. I'll use it, I muttered to myself, waving goodbye to Vespera as she walked away. Unlike Alice, who would never forgive anyone for bad deeds, I wasn't someone who could simply reject a situation that could benefit me. If it was advantageous, I'd let things go and make the most of it, even if it wasn't ideal. I was going to take full advantage of Vespera's favor, however I could. Maybe this is a bit villainous, but that's just how I think. Hey, I'll be back soon. Wait for me while eating something delicious! Exclamation mark. With that, Vespera waved her arm and disappeared inside the airship. I figured that when I returned, Tempest, the examiner, would most likely be the one overseeing the next task. Well, I decided not to eavesdrop this time. Honestly, I hadn't even had a proper meal since getting on the airship. Right now, getting some rest to recover my energy seemed like the most important thing, rather than gathering information. If I didn't go into the fourth task in perfect condition, I'd be really worried about whether I could handle the situation. As I was walking away from Alice, ready to grab a meal, I suddenly remembered something. Where is David? What's he doing right now? Oh, you mean David. His interview is later. He used too much energy during the color war and said he'd rest. He's probably in his cabin, sleeping. I see. David had been running around non-stop during the third task, burning through all his stamina. So he must have decided to rest and prepare for the next task instead of joining the conversation. No matter how skilled someone is, if their condition is bad, it's hard to perform at their best. It was probably a wise decision. After all, the interview was secondary. That meant there was no need to worry about David. I nodded as if I understood, then took Alice's hand and headed toward the dining area. I hadn't had a decent meal since the third task, so I was ready to eat to my heart's content. I was going to fill up my growling stomach to the point where I wouldn't even complain about it anymore. Hey, you're in for a treat today. Let's eat until we're full! Exclamation mark. Then let's eat our fill and rest. Oh, do you want to bathe later? I'll scrub your back for you. Bathing? I wasn't so sure about that. I pretended to look off into the distance as if I didn't know what she meant. Of course, Alice wasn't someone I could avoid with a simple diversion like that. But the real issue was that it wasn't just the two of us this time. We devoured plate after plate, and before long, Vespera returned from her interview, and suddenly, I found myself in a bath with Vespera, Alice, and Elizabeth. Exclamation mark. Yuria, where are you going? Why are you running away? Don't you hate baths? Normally, it wouldn't matter, but now, it was really not a good idea. Feeling NOVELIGHT, the urgency, I quickly darted out of the group, running into an empty cabin. There wasn't much of a place to escape on the airship, so I was quickly caught. But perhaps my strong resistance communicated something. The bath situation somehow got settled without much further drama. I hadn't even restored the tesseract scars I created earlier, so I was thankful I didn't make anyone think anything strange. After finishing the interview and resting on the airship, we finally arrived at a strange island. The exam candidates looked out the window, puzzled, and then gasped in shock at what they saw. Where are we? We were just in the sky, how are we on an island? No, it's the sky. The island is floating in the sky. The floating island, Sky Garden. It was a massive island positioned several kilometers above sea level, on par with the clouds. Is this where the real challenge begins? We had finally arrived at the Sky Garden, where the fourth task would take place. I already felt a headache coming on, wondering what kind of challenges awaited us. In the other world, which is now gone due to the invaders, there was a legend. The origin of magic was said to actually come from the fairies. Of course, magic existed from the very beginning of history, so there was no way to verify whether this was true or not. However, After various studies, it was proven that this wasn't an entirely unfounded claim. In the distant ancient times, when dragons, famous for their long lifespan, and elves didn't exist, the ancient magic used by the species living in that era was similar to the magic of the fairies. The origin of magic came from mimicking the magic of the fairies, which used magical power to cause phenomena. Some magic scholars, who revealed this, strongly argued that the fairies should be protected. As they interpreted the still unknown magic of the fairies, they believed that there was much room for further development in modern magic. In fact, later, by dismantling and analyzing the magic of the fairies, the first technology that combined science and magic will emerge. So, I guess my judgment was quite accurate. It seemed like knowledge from the destroyed other world had crossed over to Earth. It was truly an impressive feat to make decisions on what choices would lead to greater benefits in the future. The only problem was the fairies' sensitive and picky nature. Even the slightest change in their environment would make them run away, which made managing them difficult. Thus, an environment solely for the fairies had to be created, one that would prevent any invaders from reaching it. That was the purpose behind the creation of the Sky Garden. Am I dreaming right now? What am I even looking at? Really, ever since coming for the Fixer exam, it's been a series of surprises. This is not a garden, this is an island. Those who witnessed the Sky Garden couldn't help but be shocked. They thought to themselves, how is this even a garden? What they saw through the airship window was a massive island floating in the sky. The scale was so large that dozens of soccer fields could fit into it, comparable to an entire city. Even more surprising was that this island was located several kilometers above the clouds. The white water falling like a waterfall outside the island seemed like a piece of art in itself. Just how much cost and effort did it take to create and maintain something like this? The students couldn't help but stare at the surreal sight, which made reality feel far away. Ha ha ha, you look quite surprised. Yes, this is the Sky Garden created by the Fixer Association. We've kept it hidden from the media, so this is the first time you're seeing it. Even if you fail the exam, at least you can say you've had a good experience. Why does Lord Dragon look so happy all of a sudden? Well, who knows? Tempest shouted in a lively voice to the students, who looked like their souls had left their bodies. He looked much brighter than when we saw him at the interview, so I wondered if he had gotten a lot of sleep. As he scanned the students, his gaze naturally stopped on me. Then, he smiled a broad smile that clearly showed his teeth. Why is he doing this? Please don't act like you know me. I couldn't help but glance away awkwardly, feeling uncomfortable. All right, everyone, let's all get off the airship. The Sky Garden is pretty sturdy, so there's no need to worry about it sinking, okay? After the airship safely landed on the Sky Garden, we followed Tempest's instructions and stepped onto the ground of the Sky Garden one by one. Finally, as we stepped onto the enormous floating island, we each expressed our amazement at how stable and surprising it felt. Wow, it feels like we're actually standing on the ground. There's no sense of shaking at all. Yeah, really, I thought it would feel like standing on a boat, but it's very stable here. This must be the result of some incredibly advanced technology. At least my level of knowledge can't even begin to grasp it. Elizabeth, Alice, and David said this, their eyes wide as they observed the surroundings. Even when standing on ships floating on water, there's a natural sense of instability. But here, the floating island felt firmly grounded, without any visible connection. Just how amazing must the technology behind the Sky Garden be? The environment is quite pleasant too. I can feel the gentle breeze from afar. At this rate, I don't think I'll need my coat. The Sky Garden was not just a solid base. The temperature, humidity, wind strength, and the amount of sunlight were all finely regulated. This was truly the kind of environment that could keep picky fairies content. With this kind of weather, I would almost want to live here forever. But if I stayed here too long, the fairies would probably feel uncomfortable. I'd be kicked out pretty quickly. Did they design it so that magic and science don't interfere with each other? Quite impressive, isn't it? Yuria, do you think the same? Oh, wait, you can't feel it since you have no magic power, right? What the heck? Did she just dismiss me because I can't use magic? I stared at Vespera, who looked like she was having fun, incredulously. Then, I shook my head and quickly turned my gaze away. It wasn't entirely wrong that I couldn't feel anything because I had no magic power. There was no NOVELIGHT need to get mad over something so trivial. Let her say whatever she wants. Hey, aspiring fixers. Don't wander too far. I need to explain the fourth task now, and it'll be difficult to explain if you're too far away. You're full of energy, aren't you? It's like I can smell the fresh youth from you, the kind of passion that can only be expressed outside, huh? As the students marveled at the awe-inspiring sky garden, suddenly, along with Tempest's shout, a strange woman's voice was heard. The students naturally stopped their distractions and looked around, and they saw a strange woman standing next to the familiar old man. Wow, she's huge. She was a very tall woman. What's big? Obviously her height. Stop with the weird imagination. But her size was beyond the average. She must have been over 2 meters tall. She reminded me of a ghost. The students flinched at her overwhelming presence. Her pale skin, so pale it looked almost translucent, and the eerie atmosphere in the backlight made them flinch twice. She had a slight hunch to her back, making her feel more like a ghost than a living person. Well, since she's a different race, I guess calling her a ghost isn't entirely wrong. She was a fixer too. If I remember correctly, she was at least a triple number fixer. She forced a smile, her mouth twitching as she spoke to the students. Hello, my name is Sayoko. I'm happy to meet you today. Oh, yes. Greetings. By the way, this person is the examiner for the fourth task. Don't be too nervous, okay? Though she looks like this, she's a senior fixer, you know. Rank 144. I think the number is dangerous, so I personally like it a lot. I look forward to working with you. After Sayoko's introduction, a cold atmosphere lingered. I guess it was because she looked so scary, like a ghost. The students seemed unsure of how to react. So, I clapped my hands, taking the initiative. I knew she seemed intimidating on the outside, but I also knew that she was actually a warm person inside. Thanks to me, Alice and David soon followed suit and clapped as well. And so, Sayoko's introduction ended in a not-so-bad atmosphere. Well then, I'll go now. See you later, tall one. Oh, yes senior, I'll contact you later. Tempest waved his hand lightly and left. Since he was the examiner for the third task, it seemed like the right decision to leave now. At least, I was glad he wasn't leaving altogether but heading toward the airship. With the potential for an accident, I felt much more relieved knowing Tempest was staying on site. Now then, let's begin the explanation for the fourth task. After Tempest left and Sayoko was left alone, she looked around the students with movements that didn't match her large body. Then, suddenly, her gaze fell on me. With a grin that seemed to say, "You're my next prey," her smile was quite terrifying. I didn't understand why she kept looking at me. Maybe she was just thanking me for clapping. It was so scary that I felt like it would haunt my dreams. The fourth task of the fixer exam is to make a friend. Making a friend, Fortunately, my knowledge from the original work was still intact. If things go as they should, I'll manage to handle it somehow. I silently clenched my fist and steeled my resolve. The long-awaited fourth task of the fixer exam, making friends. The task itself was, in a way, quite simple. The Sky Garden was a place inhabited by fairies with various personalities and characteristics. In other words, the goal was to become friends with one of the fairies living here and return with that friendship to pass. However, there was a problem. Fairies were extremely sensitive and picky. They were highly sensitive to hostility and murderous intent, making the process anything but smooth. In fact, in the original story, there was a candidate who, underestimating the fairy and trying to forcefully take one, got thoroughly beaten up and was sent flying out of the island, completely naked. Of course, there were staff members present, so no one would actually die, but it was definitely not an easy task. The Fixer Association knew about these difficulties, so they would either minimize their presence or provide items that the fairies liked. Still, the task of becoming friends with the fairies without causing any harm was definitely no easy feat. Fairies won't show themselves if there are 2 or more together. Looks like we'll have to scatter. The time limit is 12 hours. That means it will be a thorough solo mission. It seems like collaboration won't be possible, just like in the second task. Alice and David said this as they looked over the information provided on their watches. This task was more similar to the second task, a solo mission, rather than the first and third tasks, where they were able to work together. The wary fairies wouldn't approach a group, even if there were tempting items around. It seemed like they were a little disappointed that their team would have to split up after finally coming together. Still, at least it's a relief that attacking fairies, as well as attacking other candidates, is prohibited. That means we won't be able to reduce the number of competitors like last time. Oh, great, then I can't even hang out with the kid! Exclamation mark. For me, this was a relief. If someone was watching, it would be difficult to mess around with the Sky Garden freely. I wasn't really worried since I already knew the rules beforehand, but still. After briefly reviewing the rules, we cheered each other on and decided on our individual paths before moving in different directions. Except for Vespera, who was hiding her strength, we all had a pretty good understanding of each other's abilities. There was no real sign of concern, especially since this wasn't a fighting task. Well then, let's begin. Being alone for the first time in a while, I slowly lifted my head and looked up at the sky. Maybe I didn't know about the huge event that would soon unfold. But with the gentle breeze unique to the Sky Garden, the high morning sky was exceptionally clear. Perhaps the dew that fell early in the morning hadn't completely dried yet. The droplets hanging from the tips of the leaves sparkled in the rising sunlight. The sparkling color resembled bright emerald green. It was a beautiful sight, almost like a picture painted on a canvas. Of course, this Sky Garden was quite different from Reverse Mountain, where the third task had taken place yesterday. The trees and grass scattered around here didn't grow wildly but instead gave off a feeling of being neatly organized. If Reverse Mountain felt like a place untouched by human hands, the Sky Garden seemed more like a carefully crafted work of art. It wasn't for nothing that it was called a garden. Just walking around it felt refreshing, like going for a stroll. Is this how you keep the fairies here? It's impressive. You can really feel the designer's effort and philosophy. Unlike Reverse Mountain, the environment here wasn't particularly dangerous. First of all, fairies were a peaceful species that wouldn't attack humans unless provoked. The ecosystem here was likely built around less aggressive animals to accommodate them. Probably, the most dangerous animal here would be a weasel. At the weasel level, I could chase it off without using telekinesis. There definitely wouldn't be any monster weasels that could tear people in half. Anyway, it was a relief that it wasn't dangerous. As I thought this, I glanced down at my wrist. On the inside of my wrist, where the watch was attached, there was a white paper band. This paper band looked like something you'd get at an amusement park. This was something the staff had given me. It was a device to attract the fairies. It was designed to make the wearer's presence faint and create a wave of curiosity that would draw the fairies near. But what made me uncertain was whether the fairies would actually approach me. I knew it worked, but sometimes fairies would avoid it if it seemed uninteresting. If the fairies didn't feel curious and just fluttered around before disappearing. To get the World Tree Seed, I need to find a fairy that's hiding it. Once I meet one, I'll know what they like, and I'll try to lure them. But what if I can't? Hollow diamond containing filled diamond. NO versus ELIGHT. Hollow diamond containing filled diamond. Continue reading. Even meet one. Thinking about it, meeting a specific fairy in this vast place seemed like it might be quite difficult. As I thought this, I slowly looked around, and a cold sweat began to form on my back. This might end up being a real headache. At that moment, something faintly shimmering in the air caught my eye. I stopped in my tracks, narrowing my eyes as I focused on the particles floating in the air. Instinctively, I recognized that this was a trace of a fairy. The color scattering in the air was yellow. The fairy I was looking for was purple, so this was probably a fairy that wasn't the one I needed. Should I just ignore it and pass by, so I don't waste energy? No, maybe I could still gather some useful information. After a brief hesitation, I straightened up and carefully examined the trace. Then, I took the chocolate cookie I had hidden in my pocket and placed it on my palm. Cookies! Exclamation mark. Whoosh! With a breeze that ruffled my hair, a loud child's voice echoed. Then, I felt something soft and warm cling to my arm. Naturally, I staggered a little from the sudden impact. But since I had expected this situation, I carefully supported the small thing on my arm to keep it from falling. However, no matter what I did, the unidentified thing clinging to my arm just munched away at the thin cookie on my palm. Delicious, delicious. This is even better than the honey cookies mingling made off. By the time the cookie crumbled into pieces, the creature that had been clinging to my arm was staring up at me with wide eyes. And the expression on its face was one of utter embarrassment. It seemed like it hadn't expected to be so drawn to the cookies. I let out a small chuckle inside my mask as I looked down at the little creature clinging to my arm. This is a fairy. Surprisingly, it's cute. I was worried it would feel like the uncanny valley, but it's actually adorable. The fairy, up close, was surprisingly cute. Considering the ratio of its head and body, it was about 2.5 heads tall. With its fluttering clothes, it felt more like a moving doll than a living creature. Add to that the large eyes like bells, cute little lips, and exaggerated movements. And it looked like something a person who loves cute things would go crazy for. Alice, be careful. This, human, I've fallen into a human trap. Luring Cheryl with cookies. You intend to harm me. But the fairy, Cheryl, who had finished devouring all the cookies, was now on alert, eyeing me suspiciously. It was strange that she had come to me and was now on guard, but still, I had no intention of harming her. I kept my steady grip on the fairy and carefully placed a new cookie on my palm. Maybe she was surprised by the cookie appearing out of nowhere on my hand. Cheryl widened her eyes in disbelief and shouted, "See, cookies appeared on your palm. It's magic. But you shouldn't have any magic power. So, you're not going to eat it?" I tilted my head and gently tapped the cookie with my thumb as if to ask her. Maybe she felt reluctant to give up the cookie. After a brief moment of hesitation, Cheryl loudly declared she would eat it and shoved the cookie into her mouth. Then, her wariness naturally faded away. Well, this couldn't get any easier. Just so you know, this wasn't telekinesis, it was the principle of magic. I hadn't hidden extra cookies, just like how you hide cards behind your fingers. I had practiced it while watching shorts before bed. I never thought the day would actually come where I'd use it. Fairies living in the sky garden aren't allowed to come into contact with outside things for protection. They go crazy over cookies like these, which are filled with sugar, even though they usually only eat snacks made from natural ingredients. By the way, fairies loving cookies is a typical trait of theirs. They usually only eat rough cookies made with natural honey on rare occasions. They can't resist cookies that are carefully made, no matter how hard they try. Well, it's different for each fairy, so getting one that likes cookies on the first try was probably luck. But, on second thought, it wasn't entirely a good thing. If the goal was to pass the task, I could just lure her with cookies and become friends, then be done. But my real goal was to find the world tree seed hidden by one of the fairies in the sky garden. At this point, passing the task didn't matter as much. After all, stopping the world's destruction was a far more important task. Maybe I should just let her go. I handed Cheryl more cookies as she squirmed, and gently patted her head. Cheryl, seemingly satisfied after eating enough to make her stomach round, looked up at me with an adorable face full of cookie crumbs, proudly declaring, hee hee, I understand. You, who gave me cookies, are a good human. I will give you the opportunity to become friends with me. I glanced away from Cheryl, who was smiling confidently on my palm. If we became friends, honestly, that would be a little troublesome. Think about it. All the actions of the candidates in the sky garden were being monitored through their watches. So, if I became friends with a fairy and kept wandering around the sky garden, that would be like blatantly advertising that I had an ulterior motive. At least, for me, it seemed best to go our separate ways here. I still had plenty of time to legally explore the sky garden. I didn't want to be disturbed just yet. But perhaps Cheryl had caught on to my thoughts. Her confidence slowly faded, and her body shrank in size as she looked at me nervously. Cheryl wants to be friends with humans. Maybe she had a sad experience of not being able to become friends with someone before. Cheryl hesitated, then spoke with a trembling voice. You don't want to be friends with Cheryl. Drops of tears began to gather in Cheryl's large eyes. Her innocent face was like a dagger to my conscience. I broke out in a cold sweat as I saw Chiral pressing her soft cheeks against my arm. This felt like she was pleading with me to become friends. But if I rejected her here, I had no idea what Chiral would do. She might make it so that no other fairy could approach. That would be problematic. I wouldn't be able to meet the purple fairy I was looking for. I might have made the worst mistake. Then I'll just secretly become friends without the staff knowing. I put the hand not holding Chiral in my pocket and grabbed the echo with my hand. I then asked the echo if anyone nearby was holding any devices. All check. No, there are no other electronic devices within 100 meters. Closing square bracket. Then can you hack the watch so that it doesn't send information for a moment? I'd appreciate it if it's done without being detected. Understood. I'll send a repeating loop of your actions from 10 minutes ago for the next minute. Closing square bracket. Good. It's not perfect, but it'll work as a decoy. Plus, I confirmed there are no staff members keeping an eye on us. I lifted the fox mask I had been wearing and looked down at Chiral. The fairy, who had been crying out of frustration, now looked up at me without tears. Why yes, beautiful! Exclamation mark. I raised my finger to my lips and made a shush gesture. The fact that we became friends should remain a secret. That was the clear meaning behind my action. Chiral, seemingly understanding, nodded vigorously. I gave her a small smile before gently lowering her to the ground and covering my face with the mask again. As a parting gift, I gave her a few more cookies. Chiral, with her cheeks flushed red, munched on the cookies and mumbled absent-mindedly. The secret between Chiral and the human. So cute. I stroked Chiral's head, sitting on the ground, and walked toward the inner part of the sky garden, as if I was about to leave. Now, I wouldn't have to worry about any repercussions. I felt like I had handled this pretty cleverly. But just as I thought that, a loud explosion echoed from somewhere nearby. It felt like the peaceful atmosphere up to that point had crumbled away in an instant. Boom! The earth shook with a tremor, and thick smoke rose into the sky. The clear sign of an explosion sharpened the senses that had been dulled until then. Something unusual is happening. With that thought, I lowered my body closer to the ground and pricked up my ears. It was a purely instinctive move to gather as much information as possible. This smell. At that moment, a sharp, acrid smell pricked my nose, making me frown involuntarily. Perhaps it was carried by the unnatural wind from the explosion. The unpleasant scent drifting through the gap in my mask was unmistakably the smell of gunpowder. That would mean the explosion was caused by gunpowder, not magic. Of course, there are cases where magical explosions involve creating substances similar to gunpowder. So I can't completely rule out the possibility that magic was involved, but still. The distance from the explosion site is close. But according to Echo, there were no electronic devices within a 100 meters radius. Since candidates must always wear watches on their wrists, the likelihood that the culprit is a candidate was low. No matter what trickery they might try, they couldn't escape Echo's detection abilities. The same went for the staff or active fixers. They had no reason to be wandering around the sky garden without equipment. So, the chances of the culprit being a candidate were lower than low. Then, is the culprit a fairy? No, that's probably not it. Fairies were generally peaceful creatures. They hated fighting and injuring others, and while they could be greedy, they valued trust. They were typically playful and innocent, growing up in isolated environments. At least, on average, their temperament was the best among all the different races. But could such a fairy cause an explosion in their own garden? That didn't make sense no matter how I thought about it. After all, there weren't many fairies capable of using such powerful magic. Then, the cause of the explosion I don't know. Could it be an outsider? It couldn't possibly be Vespera, right? If it were her, she'd probably use a cleaner method instead of an explosion filled with gunpowder fumes. If the World Tree Seed was the goal, there was no reason to create such a commotion. If her identity were revealed by causing such an uproar, the entire purpose of sneaking in would be ruined. So, as I pressed my temples, silently continuing my thoughts, I decided. I needed to find out what was going on. Echo, can you disrupt the watch's location tracking? Yes, I will reverse the data sent so far. Closing square bracket. Okay, that's enough. After asking Echo to interfere with the location tracking, I quietly moved toward the direction where the explosion had occurred, holding my breath. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult to figure out the direction of the explosion. It wasn't far, and all I had to do was follow the direction from which the acrid wind was blowing. But when I reached the epicenter of the explosion, I couldn't help but feel bewildered. The scene was unsettling, as if a ghost had played a prank, and there was an overwhelming sense of incongruity. There were no victims of the explosion, nor any objects that seemed to be the cause of it. All that remained were the rough, torn-up ground and the scorched trees and grass. What was the intent behind this? I silently pressed my forehead. If this was really something done intentionally, it would certainly be a huge mistake. It would only raise the tension of the Fixer Association, with no gain whatsoever. Who could be behind this absurd act? I couldn't help but let out a deep sigh as I realized that this had only caused unnecessary trouble for me. Yuria, someone is approaching at high speed from nearby. The destination is this location. Closing square bracket. At that moment, I heard an NO versus EIT, read more on our source, urgent voice from Echo, who had been keeping track. Someone was coming this way. It was likely an examiner or a staff member. I quickly moved my body and hid in the nearby bushes. I pressed myself flat against the ground just in time as hurried footsteps approached, and a group of people arrived at the scene. This is the location of the mysterious explosion. Indeed there seems to be some kind of trace. There's no trace of magical energy. It doesn't seem like it was caused by magic. If it wasn't magic, then it couldn't have been caused by a fairy. I caught sight of 4 people through the gap in the bushes. One of them was Sayoko, the shady woman who introduced herself as the examiner earlier. The other 3 were unfamiliar faces. They were probably staff members, likely fixers. The 4 who arrived at the scene began carefully examining the surroundings to figure out what had happened. They touched the soil, pulled out some of the charred trees and grass, and examined them. But it seemed that just by observing, they weren't getting anywhere. They began to discuss amongst themselves what could have happened. A device using gunpowder. But there's no way the candidates had something like that. The possibility of an outsider seems unlikely. The Sky Garden is surrounded by a special magical barrier, and unless you pass through a special process, you can't approach. So then, how did this happen? The staff members seemed baffled by the sudden explosion. They exchanged serious words, clearly troubled. After all, this anomaly wasn't just causing problems for the Fixer exam. It was affecting the Sky Garden, which had a strict barrier against outsiders. This was likely a far more serious situation than anyone realized. By the way, I didn't know there was a magical barrier here. So that's the system in place. I could understand now why attacks on the Sky Garden were extremely rare in the original work. If there was indeed a magical barrier, that made perfect sense. With the magical barrier in place, outsiders couldn't easily get in. So, there was no need to worry about invasions from external forces like the Beastkin Liberation Army. The real concern now was making sure Vespera hadn't gotten into the Sky Garden unnoticed. This is good news. With the magical barrier in place, even the Queen's defiling tiara won't be useful. Now, I just need to secure the World Tree Seed before Vespera. I smiled to myself, quietly crawling out of the bushes, feeling victorious. With the situation now focused on the World Tree Seed, I could concentrate on my true goal. As I was thinking this, the conversation had progressed a little further. Sayoko, who had been slow to act, calmly gave instructions to the flustered staff members. For now we need to maintain a state of alert. Let's deploy the resting staff members deeper into the garden and observe the candidates more carefully. Yes, I'll go to the command center and report this. I'll call the resting staff members. I'll observe the candidates more closely, just in case. As expected of a high-ranking fixer ranked 144th. Even though there seemed to be communication issues, she was handling the staff with remarkable skill. Well, since she's ranked 144th, she's among the top triple fixers. Her strength couldn't be underestimated. I guess underestimating someone based solely on appearances is always a mistake. Anyway, as soon as she finished speaking, the staff members went off to do their tasks. And the only one left at the scene was Sayoko. However, just as I thought she would soon leave, she suddenly turned toward me and spoke. I feel something, a presence. I stiffened. The clear words that seemed to point directly at me made my shoulders tremble against my will. I had been flat against the ground, holding my breath, so how did she notice me? In the midst of my panic, with cold sweat dripping down my face, I suddenly remembered that high-ranking fixers have extremely sensitive senses, enough to notice even a passing ant. Thinking about it, I realized I had no idea how to effectively erase my presence. No matter how much I held my breath and stayed flat against the ground, I couldn't hide the subtle signs like my breathing or heartbeat. Wait a second, if I'm caught here, I'll be blamed for the explosion, won't I? The possibility was quite high, since I was technically in a different location according to my watch. If Sayoko found me out now, I'd look suspicious no matter how you looked at it. I might end up being disqualified as a candidate and branded as a suspect. Of course, with the agreement I had with Tempest, even if I was caught, it wouldn't go as badly as it could have. But if I were caught after refusing protection, well, that would be very embarrassing. Wait, no, I'm sure I felt something, a small, delicate heartbeat. But regardless of how panicked I was, Sayoko muttered to herself and started walking toward the bushes where I was hiding. Since the presence I felt was not far from the explosion site, she was likely not dismissing it as a misunderstanding and was planning to confirm it. Why was she so thorough? Unfortunately, since I was pressed flat against the ground, there was nowhere to escape. It felt like this was the most critical moment where I might be discovered by Sayoko. Suddenly, something jumped out of the bushes next to my face and darted into the open. Exclamation mark. A rabbit. Was that a misunderstanding? Indeed, the creature that jumped out of the bushes was an adorable-looking rabbit. It had purple fur, but since many gentle creatures from other worlds lived in the Sky Garden, it didn't seem out of place at all. Sayoko, who had been approaching, stared blankly at the purple-furred rabbit. Then quickly turned her body, as if realizing her mistake. She must have thought the presence she felt in the bushes was just the wild rabbit. But I was left dumbfounded. There was no rabbit in the bush where I had been hiding. If it wasn't a misunderstanding, it must have appeared right next to me. What is this? I was confused, but I slowly crawled out of the bushes. Then looked around, trying to find the rabbit that had emerged. Hey, you little, foolish human. Was that your doing? Suddenly, I heard a harsh voice from something flying nearby. A foolish little human. Who would say such a harsh thing? I quickly turned my head toward the direction of the voice. Question mark. And there, with half-open eyes and a full expression of dissatisfaction, was the purple fairy I had been searching for in the Sky Garden. Fairies are fundamentally gentle and innocent beings. They prefer cooperation over conflict, peace over war, and sharing over hoarding. Compared to the greedy humans, they could be considered almost idealistic in their nature. However, not all fairies have the same personality, as if they were manufactured by a machine. Just like how a person's values change depending on their upbringing and innate abilities, fairies, too, think in vastly different ways based on their aptitudes and interests. For instance, fairies that enjoy eating sweets while napping tend to be optimistic, while those who prefer reading books over eating are more calm and meticulous in nature. In other words, when a fairy's upbringing and innate personality come together, even the gentlest of fairies can develop a prickly, pessimistic personality. Hey, are you listening? Are you one of those humans with bad hearing? If not, stop ignoring me, will you? Standing before me was a male fairy, arms crossed, his expression clearly annoyed. A 2.5-headed creature with his eyebrows furrowed and eyes half closed. His purple hair, eyebrows, and contrasting yellow eyes were quite striking. If he were human, he might have been a cool, charismatic young man. It was my first time meeting him, but his appearance was strangely familiar. He was the very being I had been searching for, someone who had appeared in the original story. I didn't expect to meet Murmur here. His name was Murmur. He was the one who had taken the World Tree seed and hidden it in his secret lair. By the way, there was no need to find his unusual name strange. This was, after all, typical for fairies. Just like how I met Chiriru earlier, fairy names often had this kind of feel to them. In fact, Murmur's name felt a bit stiff and pedantic even among fairies. I had no idea what kind of vibe that was, but it was definitely not the usual whimsical names fairies tended to have. But no, Now's not the time for idle thoughts. He spoke to me first, so I should respond. My mind was in turmoil. There was the explosion in the sky garden, the close call of being discovered. And now, unexpectedly, the sudden appearance of Murmur. But since he spoke to me, I couldn't waste time thinking too long. If I ignored him, he'd surely just turn away without hesitation. So, I knelt down to meet his gaze and, to show that I couldn't speak, pressed my fingers against my throat and shook my head. Murmur scanned me from head to toe, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Before he opened his mouth, as though to say, if you're lying, you're dead. So, do you know what happened here? Question mark. Don't know. Huh, I shouldn't have bothered helping you. You're useless. Calling me useless. That was harsh, but I had only just arrived after hearing the explosion, so there was no way I could know what had happened from just the traces left behind. I clicked my tongue in front of him, awkwardly scratching my neck. That's when I noticed something odd in Murmur's words. He just said, I shouldn't have helped, didn't he? Then, that purple rabbit that jumped circled asterisk operator NO versus ELIOTA GHT circled asterisk operator, read the full story out of the bushes earlier. Did Murmur have something to do with it? That rabbit saved me at just the right moment. Thanks to it, I managed to escape the danger. I guess I should be grateful for that. The reason I had interfered with the watch's location tracking was because I thought there was a high chance of an outsider being near the epicenter of the explosion. I was worried that if I got caught up in the incident, it would interfere with my ability to freely roam the sky garden. But I didn't want to ignore it either. So I was just planning to check things out quietly and leave without making a scene. I never expected to be discovered so easily. If it weren't for Murmur's help, I would have been in a lot of trouble. This was, without a doubt, a huge favor. But isn't this going against the plan? I should have made a debt by helping first and then gotten the World Tree Seed. This way, my plan started to unravel from the beginning. The roles are reversed. HMPH, I've wasted enough time. Then, as if his patience had worn thin, Murmur turned and showed signs of leaving, clearly uninterested. He had come late to figure out the cause of the explosion. And after confirming that I was of no use, it seemed like he decided there was no need to spend more time here. What? Move. Don't block the way. Want to get hurt? Exclamation mark. I rushed to block his way as he was about to leave. Getting up quickly from my crouching position, I wasn't very graceful. But I managed to block his path before he completely walked away. Naturally, Murmur's mood soured as he was suddenly blocked. Did he help only to get a thankless response? His expression clearly conveyed his frustration. At this rate, Murmur's magic could easily make a mess of things. Sensing this instinctively, I quickly gestured to communicate. What do you want to say? Are you offering to help find the culprit? HMPH, what could a powerless weakling like you possibly do? Don't be a nuisance and just leave. Murmur's reaction was as sharp as a hedgehog. His eyes narrowed as he glared at me with a look full of hostility, far more intense than what I saw from Shiriru earlier. But I also had my reasons not to back down. There was no guarantee I would ever run into Murmur again in this vast sky garden. If I didn't build some rapport, getting the World Tree Seed would be nearly impossible. So, sometimes, you had to stand your ground. After a brief hesitation, I raised one arm above my head with a serious expression. I had to prove why we should stick together. Reluctantly, I revealed my telekinetic powers. It's a big risk, but this is all I have right now. Swish, whack, but at that moment, something suddenly flew through the air and struck my back with a powerful blow. It was so sudden that my body lurched forward. In response, I instinctively released my telekinetic power, but the voice that came from behind drained all my strength. Don't fight. Chiriru! Exclamation mark. The voice that pierced my ear was none other than Chiriru. I had just said goodbye to her, so where did she come from suddenly? Totally flustered, I flailed my arms and collapsed to the ground. But Chiriru remained stuck to my back like a glutinous rice cake. It was a bit heavy. Murmur. Hyong isn't a bad human. Hyong is a good human who gives cookies. What nonsense are you talking about? Question mark. Really? What is going on? I grimaced as I felt the uncomfortable weight on my back, struggling to rise, holding Chiriru in my arms, and collapsed again on the ground. Fortunately, Chiriru didn't struggle at all, quietly settling into my chest. But seeing the tears flowing down her face made me feel a strange sense of guilt. And why am I Hyong? Does she think my hair is white or something? Hearing a name I had heard before made the tension from earlier drain away. Sniff. Murmur. Hyong is a good human. HMPH, that idiot. It seemed that Murmur had completely lost his composure. He was deeply flustered because he cared deeply for the fairies in his own kind. I guess he was worried that I would hurt Chiriru, whom I had just embraced. And the same went for glaring at me with so much hostility, thinking I might harm the fairies. I could understand that feeling. If a vampire were holding Alice in his arms, I'd try to find a way to get rid of him, no matter what. So he was just worried, right? I took a deep breath and walked toward him calmly, not paying too much attention to his increasingly dark expression. As I got closer, I carefully placed Chiriru on the ground. Then folded my hands in a pleading gesture as if I were praying to Murmur. Please, let me get your help. That's the feeling I was trying to convey. Murmur looked at me and Chiriru, who had calmed down, in turn. Then, with a face full of annoyance, clicked his tongue. TCH, fine, come or don't. If you're the culprit, I won't forgive you. Exclamation mark. Wow, Hyong is happy. Chiriru helped. Shut up. I patted Chiriru's head lovingly as she twirled around, grateful for the help of making a friend. What a relief. As the strange combination of a pure white beautiful girl and two fairies began their search for the culprit behind the explosion incident, somewhere in the Sky Garden, a circled asterisk operator NO versus ELIOTA GHT circled asterisk operator, read the full story. Suspicious shadow was swaying unsteadily and wandering through the forest. Cuck keek. It was a man who appeared to be in very poor condition. The extent of his condition was so severe that he was struggling to move forward with a pale face, holding back the urge to vomit. Why was he in such a state during a task that had no competitive elements? If there were any staff members nearby, they would have immediately felt uneasy. However, whether it was misfortune or luck, the man was not disturbed by anyone. He simply took one step after another, dragging his legs painfully as he staggered along. Could there be some noble meaning behind it? Or maybe there was some promise he couldn't give up on. There was a sense of desperation in his steps. What's this? I thought I felt something interesting, so I came, but there's a dying human here. Kau. How long had he wandered through the Sky Garden endlessly? The fairy, who had been drawn closer by the bracelet, looked at the man with an expression of disbelief. Surely, Murmur had said that a human had arrived in the garden. She had said it was fine to play along, and if they didn't like it, they could just run away. But when they actually came, they found a strange situation where they couldn't even have a proper conversation. If she had known, she would have gone for a walk somewhere else. The fairy shook her head, and adjusting her gaze to match the man's, spoke. This was the fairy's usual kindness, an action driven by her inherently gentle nature. Hey, are you really that sick? Should I call another human for you? Cuck. KKAAAK. What's this? This guy's weird. Hey, pull yourself together. But at that moment, something completely unexpected happened to the fairy. The man, who had been moaning since earlier, suddenly began to scream. It was a highly unexpected situation for the fairy, who had been leaning in close to him. He suddenly screamed and caused a commotion. Was he really that sick? As she began to worry and was about to call other humans around her, the man, as if giving his last breath, raised his voice. Ooh Olbas-sama, I. What? Creak. With an unpleasant sound like a watermelon cracking, the man's body exploded. Naturally, blood and chunks of flesh scattered all around. The sticky blood naturally soaked the fairy, who had been nearby. It was a truly horrifying situation, so surreal that it felt distant from reality. The fairy, with a look of horror, soon began to cry uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. A person's body suddenly swelling like a balloon and then exploding. It was a truly horrific experience, one that was beyond even the fairy's capacity to bear, let alone a normal human. Oohing. I hate it. I'm telling Murmur about this. Humans are the worst. However, just as the fairy cried out and tried to flee, the sticky blood that had splattered on her body began to seep into her skin as if being sucked in. And the fairy, her words slurring as if someone were strangling her, ended up foaming at the mouth before collapsing to the ground. How much time had passed after she fell? Without a sound, the fairy slowly lifted her upper body, her face completely pale as she quietly opened her mouth. Explosion fixer take eyes off fairy when there's a gap attack. Crack, crack. The fairy, as if not knowing how to move her body, twisted and contorted as she struggled to get up. She looked like a doll whose mind had been completely broken. Deactivating magic shield, the fairy, her veins protruding from her body, began to stagger forward. It seemed as if she knew exactly where she was heading, walking without hesitation. With just a few more steps, everything around her would lead to ruin and despair. A woman, watching from the floor, let out a small laugh as if it were a natural thing. TCH, what is this? Even though the fairy has excellent mana resistance, if she takes on this curse right in front of her, there's no way she could resist it. Indeed, as expected of Olbas Sama, the woman in a white robe, who was called Olbas, received these words of admiration from a muscular man. Her pale skin was so white that it was nearly indistinguishable from that of a corpse, with eyes that resembled dead ones. She was none other than Olbas, a member of the Liberation Army's 7 Extremes of Sorrow. An extraordinary alchemist of the Join tribe, who had wings on her back and continued the forbidden research of combining creatures at will. Olbas, perhaps pleased with the praise from her subordinate nearby, sat on a chair with a seductive posture, dragging her finger along the man's arm. Well, tell me, what was good about it? Yes, I was deeply moved by how the modified human, who felt no magic, infiltrated and deceived those foolish fixers. Using their final death as a means, it was truly moving. The muscular man replied without hesitation, as if he had prepared the long sentence in advance. Fortunately for him, this response was deemed acceptable by Olbas. With a light laugh, she stood up and pulled the man's arm, giving it a kiss on the bicep. He, I knew it, right? These foolish humans, if you erase the traces of mana, they won't notice a thing. There's no way they could have imagined that modified humans, transformed by alchemy, had infiltrated among the candidates. Olbas's face twisted into a malicious smile. Her plan, which had been painstakingly crafted, was proceeding without a hitch. For someone who enjoyed planning, there was nothing more satisfying than this. Olbas, no, her plan, authorized by the Liberation Army, was as follows. First, spies that had been planted beforehand would scout out the exam location. Then, she would insert a specially crafted modified human as a candidate. Once they arrived at the Sky Garden, she would pull out the hidden explosive device and detonate it. This would inevitably put the fixers in a state of high tension, unsure of what might happen. Yes, alchemy is a study that is hard for humans to deal with. Those foolish beings never expected that a modified human with an explosive device hidden inside its bones would be sneaking around among them. Hey, those idiots never thought they could control a fairy. Of course, just setting off the explosive device alone wouldn't give them enough time to prepare. The key was breaking through the mana barrier surrounding the Sky Garden. Without breaking it, no matter how hard they struggled, it would be meaningless. So, the next step of the plan was clear. The troublesome mana barrier would be undone by the fairy's hand. To achieve that, they would fill the modified human's blood with curses. Fairies were generally known to have strong resistance to mental magic. After all, they had dealt with unique magic since birth, so their resistance was exceptional. But alchemy made it possible. No matter how peculiar a magical system they followed, fairies were still living beings. Temporarily numbing their senses and making them obey was not outside the realm of possibility. This will do. I'm sure the commander-in-chief will reward us handsomely for this. Yes, surely. Olbas Sama's hard work will be praised. Olbas and her subordinate giggled together. The plan was already 70% successful. With that, the rest of the path was all but determined. But from the outside, did their behavior seem pathetic? Suddenly, in the darkness, someone began to approach with heavy footsteps and spoke. How foolish. The World Tree Seed has not yet been obtained, so this is far from over. You're satisfied with just opening the door. Truly the peak of foolishness. The voice came from a man in a mask. The pressure from the sword at his waist was quite impressive. Though his face was covered, was this someone familiar? Olbus leapt to her feet and shouted at the man, crumpling her face in anger. "Ah, what's this, coming out of nowhere and causing trouble? Do you want to die? Do you have any idea how much money and time it took to create that modified human? I'll kill you. I'm not interested in that. What's important is how you're all excited as if it's already over, even though the main event hasn't even begun. Is being a Joe in tribe just making you stupid? Olbus Sama, leave it to me. Awa, fool, don't kill him." Unable to bear the insult to her superior, the muscular man let out a scream and lunged at the masked man. The difference in size between the two was almost twice as large, including the muscles. Even if there was a weapon difference, the sheer size alone was a powerful weapon. Normally, one would think the muscular man would easily win. But the result was the opposite. Before he knew it, the man was lying on the ground, his chest split open, and the injury had happened before he even realized it. Cuck, no, Balak, hey, you, didn't I tell you not to kill him? Do you think my words are a joke now? Hey, why should I listen to someone weaker than me? As Olbus checked on her subordinate, who was lying on the ground, bleeding and struggling to breathe. The masked man had slowly put his sword back into its sheath. Olbus, grinding her teeth, stamped her feet in frustration, but she couldn't argue with his words. It was strange. She should have been in a high position as one of the 7 extremes of the Liberation Army. Yet, why could she not reply to the masked man? The reason was simple. The man who appeared was also one of the 7 extremes. His name was Edmund. Unlike the other 7 extremes, he did not lead any subordinates and had earned his position solely through his own skill as an outstanding swordsman. This meant Edmund's strength was on par with that of the other 7 extremes, who led their troops. Naturally, for someone like Olbus, whose combat abilities weren't as impressive, Edmund was a nemesis. Perhaps aware of this, Edmund spoke lightly, almost jokingly, to the furious Olbus. Also, I didn't kill him. I just calmed him down. Don't joke. Who calms someone down by cutting them to the point where their bones are visible? Did you spill their brain out? Kea, Cuck Olbus Sama, I'm fine. Shut up. Your wound is getting worse. Kea, slap. Olbus slapped her subordinate's shoulder with her palm. Naturally, the man, who had suffered a deep wound, screamed in pain. But for Olbus, whose anger had turned toward Edmund, that didn't matter at all. Who was making the wound worse now? Edmund, meanwhile, turned his gaze away from the loud Olbus and looked up at the ceiling, deep in thought. By the way, slaying a dragon could be quite interesting. He thought to himself, a smirk forming beneath his mask. The title of Dragon Slayer was a highly coveted achievement for any swordsman. It wouldn't be long before he could achieve that title with his own hands. Even for someone as usually lethargic as him, this thought was enough to stir excitement. Thus, the two 7 extremes stood before the blasphemous tiara of the queen. And it seemed there was little time left before great chaos would unfold. The 4th task, making friends, had already been underway for 4 hours. By the time the sun, which had risen in the east, was beginning to make its presence felt near the crown of her head, the clock had already passed noon. The deadline for this task was 9 p.m. in the evening, after 12 hours. So at this point, a third of the task time had already passed. So, how many of the 121 candidates had passed the task so far? Strangely enough, the answer was only 9. To think that even after 4 hours, the success rate hadn't reached even 10%. This was truly an incredibly difficult challenge. It's already been 4 hours, and I still haven't found a single one. The low success rate of the task could be attributed to various reasons. Firstly, fairies were generally impulsive and difficult to understand. Also, their physical growth stalled, and their mental age stayed at the level of a young elementary school student, among other things. Moreover, the candidates for the fixer exam were mostly strong individuals who often gave off a rather intimidating vibe. People like oil and water naturally wouldn't get along. Another reason was that each fairy could only be friends with one candidate at a time. Sometimes, the fairies would ask for impossible favors, or when meeting face to face, it turned out that the fairy was not as likable as expected. As expected from the fixer exam, which had never been easy, the difficulty level was comparable to previous tasks, proving how tough it was. But the biggest reason for the low success rate so far was this. The sky garden was incredibly vast and finding a fairy inside it was extremely difficult. Why have I not found a fairy yet after all this time? Alice, who had been searching the sky garden for the past 4 hours without a break, stopped in place, clutching her head in agony. Maybe if only a couple of hours had passed, it wouldn't have been as frustrating. But 4 hours and still no sign of a fairy. How could this be? She laughed bitterly, feeling utterly defeated. Of course, there were still 8 hours left, so it was too early to worry about being disqualified. However, it was still hard to be entirely at ease. At this pace, one failure could very likely result in disqualification. I shouldn't have thought this task would be easy. I knew it was going to be tough. Really? Why? Well, fairies usually avoid humans. In a place this crowded, they'd never show themselves easily. Wait, who's that? Alice, who had been catching her breath, suddenly turned her head in surprise as a voice she hadn't expected was heard. She had been talking to herself, but the response came so naturally that she felt like she had been having a conversation. When she looked towards the source of the voice, she saw a fairy, a life form with a somewhat snobbish expression, standing before her. Its height was only about 30 centimeters, roughly the size of an adult male's forearm, and it was incredibly cute. Even its face and clothes were so perfectly designed, they seemed like something a delicate designer had crafted. Alice couldn't help but freeze in awe at the sight before her. A fairy. That's right, I'm the fairy you're looking for. Call me Shalong. Pretty human. Shalong. The name suited her snobbish face perfectly. Alice couldn't help but look her up and down, unable to close her mouth. Shalong had the appearance of a princess, with her eyes tilted upward. Her long hair was styled into twin tails, and she wore a dress like a blonde girl out of a fairy tale. For Alice, this was extremely dangerous. She was a severe fan of cuteness, and this was the lethal dose. It was Alice's first time seeing a fairy in person, and to find one this perfect was overwhelming. Holding her nose, Alice muttered in a daze. So cute. HMPH, I know, right? Yes, Shalong is cute. You're pretty too, human. What should I do? Even the name suits her perfectly. What should I do? In that moment, Alice completely lost her will. She couldn't think about the task at all. She just kept repeating how cute Shalong was, like a broken record. They say a girl in love becomes even more beautiful, and Alice, lost in admiration, looked quite pitiful. But did her overwhelming cuteness work on Shalong? With her arms crossed, Shalong, who had been observing Alice, turned her head and spoke coldly. Well, I just came here to look around. You have a good eye. If you become one of Shalong's subordinates, I might give you the friend's token. But remember, becoming Shalong's subordinate means, I'll be your subordinate. If it means being Shalong's subordinate, I'm totally on board. Hey, I haven't finished talking yet. Shalong puffed her cheeks in protest, clearly displeased with Alice's eager acceptance. Becoming her subordinate meant forming a close relationship, one that required understanding the seriousness of the situation first. Yet, Alice hadn't even listened to her and had accepted without a second thought, which bothered Shalong greatly. If she answered so carelessly, Shalong might just leave without offering anything. With that, Alice quickly regained her composure, staring at Shalong with a serious look, as if saying, go ahead, say it again. Ahem, human, I won't say this twice, so listen carefully. If you become my subordinate, if I become your subordinate, you'll have to come see Shalong again. Got it? Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Thud. Alice, dazed, immediately dropped to her knees, her heart pounding wildly, feeling as if she had received a fatal blow. She had been so overwhelmed by cuteness that it had affected her physically. This was the danger of being a severe fan of cuteness, and it was clear she was deep into it. The relationship between Alice and Shalong progressed quickly. Shalong, pretending to be cold but secretly affectionate, and Alice, defenseless in the face of cuteness, surprisingly got along well. After talking for about an hour, Alice promised to return to the Sky Garden and, in the end, Shalong handed over the friend's token. Kiss. Wow, the color of the bracelet changed. Well, Murmur said all I had to do was kiss the bracelet. I guess that's it. The method of handing over the friend's token was simple. After winning a fairy's favor, the fairy kissed the bracelet, and that was it. It was an action that could not be done by mistake, making it a sure sign of success. Alice looked at the bracelet, still warm from Shalong's kiss, with a foolish smile. Then, she suddenly wondered about something Shalong had mentioned. By the way, whose murmur? Someone annoying. A fool who never sleeps, always worrying about fairies. Hey, I see. Shalong, twisting her twin-tailed hair with her fingers, gave off a vibe that showed affection for the person she was talking about. Although Alice didn't know who it was, pretending to be concerned was cute in itself. She smiled contentedly, watching the adorable fairy. Now that the task was done, she thought she'd spend the rest of the time keeping Shalong happy. Though the true reason was simply that she loved anything cute, her neat and composed face hid the darkness of her feelings. What's going on? Is the ground shaking? But just as she was beginning to relax, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Trees were shaking, and birds flew up into the sky, making the entire situation feel far from normal. But Alice quickly became suspicious. How could there be an earthquake in the sky garden, which was floating in the air? Shalong. This way. Wait. Okay. Alice grabbed Shalong and pulled her to safety as she had been frozen in shock. Even though Alice had just been treating her like a subordinate, she now acted in complete contrast, holding Shalong protectively. Shalong, relying on Alice's calm charisma, had no time to worry about anything else. She trusted Alice and felt she would be fine. While they held each other, something changed suddenly, and Shalong's expression turned to one of shock. This can't be. Shalong, do you know what's going on? The barrier protecting the sky garden. Shalong's eyes widened in horror, and Alice quickly looked up, noticing something was wrong. The sky, which had been calm and serene, now rippled unnaturally. The ripples reached a breaking point, tearing apart something unseen. The temperature dropped sharply, and a cold wind replaced the gentle breeze that had been blowing through the garden. This cold wind could it be? Shalong was now in Alice's arms, as the situation unfolded. The sense of dread that followed was unmistakable. The meaning of the sudden disappearance of the gentle breeze that had been flowing through the garden was clear. It led to one inescapable conclusion. Just a few seconds later, something happened all around them at once. It was a mass of bones, devoid of flesh, entirely out of place in the once fairy tale-like garden. Creak creak. Nearly dozens of skeletons rose from the ground, moving towards the living. Skeletons were difficult monsters that could only be fought by ordinary humans with firearms. Shalong's face turned pale from the sheer malevolent intent directed at the living. Shalong, hold on tight, I'll take you to a safe place. Okay, crack, but the skeletons were easily shattered by Alice's powerful kick, crumbling as if they were made of dirt. To Alice, who had already fought high-ranking undead, low-level skeletons were nothing more than an obstacle. With a quick kick to clear a path, Alice jumped high and landed on a tree. From her elevated position, she looked down at the vast forest and couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. This is a planned ambush. The entire sky garden was filled with the sounds of violent noise and screams. It was clear that this incident was not something that could be #NO versus E-Light resolved easily. Yuria. Alice thought of the pale girl who must be somewhere in the sky garden. This situation was far too dangerous for Yuria. She had to go help her, and quickly. But the warmth in her arms made Alice bite her lip in frustration. Please, don't let her get hurt, she silently prayed, her face darkening as she looked toward the sky. The chaos that had engulfed the sky garden was only just beginning. It was a sudden and strange occurrence. The ground shook so clearly that it could be felt, and the sky swayed unnaturally. The phenomenon was something everyone in the sky garden could sense. And it didn't end there. From all directions, bone-only monsters started emerging. The scattered candidates, each separated due to the task, could not help but feel confused and alarmed. What is this? Skeletons suddenly coming out of the ground. Is this part of the task? This is suspicious. TCH, I was almost there. Hey, kid. I don't know what's going on, but hide behind me. There were those who were startled and terrified by this unexpected turn of events, those who tried to calmly assess the situation with their arms crossed, and others who were irritated by the sudden interruption while trying to please a fairy. Still, perhaps due to the fact that only the top 1% of the 10,000 candidates remained, they handled the attacking skeletons in various ways and showed different reactions. Attention! What is happening in the Sky Garden right now is a real situation. All candidates should immediately seek help from nearby event staff or gather with other candidates if possible. Repeat. What is happening in the Sky Garden right now? It was a small relief that, just a few minutes after the chaos began, a message was sent to all candidates through their watches. The message stated that what was happening was not part of the task, but a real situation. However, the candidates had already sensed that this was not a mere show. The cold, freezing air that seemed to freeze the skin proved that danger was imminent. At the same time, somewhere in the Sky Garden, a group consisting of one powerless human and two fairies quickly understood the situation. TCH. This is exactly why I refused to let humans into the Sky Garden in the first place. They kept saying it would be fine. Murmur gritted his teeth, looking angrily at the skeletons rising from the ground. He was so angry that a little blood leaked from his bitten lip. This was a completely natural reaction. Murmur had originally been opposed to the idea of holding the Fixer exam in the Sky Garden. Despite the arguments from some fairies who didn't want to offend the Fixer Association and the relaxed offer to allow entry to the Sky Garden, he had reluctantly accepted. But things had gone horribly wrong, just as he had feared. Naturally, he was furious at the Fixer side for pushing the situation to this point. The seed of the world tree hidden here is probably the biggest cause of this. Murmur's mind raced, but Yuria, in her panic, was sweating profusely, unsure how to react. The value of the Sky Garden was that it was a special island where fairies lived. There was no real reason for someone to attack or sneak in here. Let alone someone like Tempest, who had a sharp eye, and the place was under his protection. Anyone trying to sneak in would have to be mentally deranged. The only plausible motive for an intruder coming here was to take the powerful seed of the world tree. If that was the case, then hiding it without informing the Fixer Association was certainly a mistake. Well, Murmur didn't even know it was the NOVELIGHT seed of the world tree. He probably just thought it would be safer to hide it, considering human greed. Of course, it wasn't ideal for humans to discover the seed of the world tree in the first place. If the seed were planted on Earth, the ecosystem would collapse instantly, and experiments could lead to the destruction of the planet. Eventually, this crisis would have happened one way or another. It would be unfair to pin the blame on Murmur alone. The intruders were the ones who were wrong. After sorting out her thoughts in the midst of the chaos, Yuria began to think seriously about how to proceed. At this point, it would be best to dispose of the seed of the world tree without further thought. But no matter how much she thought about it, the best course of action for Yuria seemed clear. She needed to secure the seed first and then crush it with her telekinetic abilities, ensuring that it couldn't be used. Even if an intruder made it into the Sky Garden, as long as Tempest was around, no one, except perhaps the commander of the Liberation Army, could take it on alone. The real danger was that the intruder would secure the seed and escape. Thus, the conclusion was simple. The final goal was to destroy the seed. But, Murmur has to trust me enough to share the location, but how can I convey that message to him? The problem was that Yuria had no way of communicating effectively with others. She could only express three basic emotions: yes, no, or I don't know. How could she possibly ask Murmur where the seed of the world tree was with just that? In her frustration, Yuria could only close her eyes in despair. Whether Murmur understood her predicament or not, he looked at her with a sharp, irritated expression and shouted, "Hey, white human, get lost. I don't have time to babysit you right now." Murmur. Up until now, Murmur had tolerated the idea of traveling together to find the cause of the explosion. But given how things were escalating, he didn't seem to want to keep a human around casually. His fierce tone was so strong that even Chirilu, who had been nestled in Yuria's arms, widened her eyes in confusion. It seemed that Yuria would lose Murmur if things continued like this. Just then, the ground suddenly shook, and a swarm of skeletons burst out and attacked them. The grotesque skeletons, with their bodies severely dismembered, were far beyond the capabilities of a 30 centimeters fairy to deal with. Where did these bones come from? Get lost. Boom. But with a simple wave of Murmur's hand, the skeletons were effortlessly swept away by the force of pure magic. It was a wave of magical energy, not even a spell chant, that easily cleared the monsters. His exceptional skill, one of the top fairies in terms of magical power, was evident. Uriah, who had been silently watching, saw the skeletons scattering and came to a conclusion she had only suspected before. Those skeletons weren't reanimated corpses. They were created by magic. There's no way there would be that many dead bodies buried here in the Sky Garden. This must have been the work of a necromancer with exceptional skills. Creating corpses out of thin air was unimaginably difficult. How difficult? Even the Drakel she had met earlier relied on the Tesseract. If that was the case, then this was the work of a necromancer with extraordinary power. She briefly thought about who could wield this kind of magic. Could it be Mort from Saint Maria? Does that mean the Liberation Army is behind this? Tempest, Vespera, and the Liberation Army? This scale is too big. What can I do here? Uriah felt a headache coming on and absent-mindedly grabbed the Tesseract at her chest. The Tesseract, which had stored nearly 10 days' worth of energy for the Fixer exam. With it, she could wield significant power, just as she had done against Akashmir, if only for a short time. But she wasn't confident that she could defeat the invaders with it. Even if she became a future version of herself and unleashed her power, it would only last a few minutes. Besides, Tempest, who was nearby, was strong enough to handle things on his own. Any effort to change the outcome would only reduce some variables, but wouldn't significantly alter the situation. Since it won't make a big difference right now, I'll save the Tesseract's energy for the very last moment. Fortunately, Tempest is here. He'll figure it out somehow. With that in mind, Uriah made her decision. First, survive in this war zone. If the intruders tried to escape with the seed, stop them at all costs. She stood firm, carefully holding Chirilu, who was trembling from the skeleton threat, and walked boldly toward Murmur. You're going to save the fairies now, right? Then I'll help too. That was the meaning she hoped to convey with her actions. How many times do I have to tell you you're a nuisance? But as expected, to Murmur, Uriah was nothing but a bother. He glared at her with annoyance, ready to explode in anger. However, his actions were interrupted. Suddenly, from the ground, a giant hand shot up without any warning. What? It was a grotesquely twisted, malformed arm, huge enough for Uriah to barely wrap her arms around. The arm shot up at incredible speed, like a fly swatting at them. Coincidentally, the massive hand was aiming for Murmur, floating in midair. Noticing the attack too late, Murmur tried to react in a panic. Damn it, I didn't see it coming. But his response was too slow, as the magic he had hastily prepared was completed just a moment too late. The hand grasped him before his spell could take effect. Fairies were powerful with magic, but they were naturally small and frail. Murmur, in this case, was in grave danger, potentially suffering serious injuries or even death. Don't be ridiculous. If I fall here, who will protect the fairies? Murmur had a duty to protect the fairies of the Sky Garden. No one had forced him, but it was his dream to see all his kin live happily. Even in the face of this deadly threat, Murmur kept his eyes wide open and continued to think. All his efforts were aimed at minimizing the damage and finding a way out of this situation. There's no way, damn it, but no matter how much he thought, there was no breakthrough. Magic had its preparation time, and that limit couldn't be surpassed. Then, time passed, and just as the monstrous hand was about to crush Murmur's body, suddenly, his floating body was yanked somewhere, as if pulled by an invisible force. It was a miraculous phenomenon that was beyond magic or reason. Murmur, caught off guard by this unexpected pull, found his face buried in something warm and soft. He was so startled that he bit his own tongue, though it didn't hurt. When he regained his senses, he found himself being hugged by Uriah, which was incredibly embarrassing. Then, just as Murmur unleashed a bolt of magic, striking the earth and tearing through whatever had been hiding underneath. What? The creature hiding below the ground was a giant, perhaps a zombie giant, if it had a name. However, thanks to Murmur's powerful magic, its body was torn to pieces, and it crumbled into dust. It had been a monster that would have been difficult for most candidates to handle, but in the end, it turned to dust in a moment. What? Murmur, having eliminated the zombie giant, was too distracted by his feelings of embarrassment to care about the monster. For the first time, he felt a deep, unmistakable sensation and his normally calm demeanor flew out the window. Blushing, He quickly closed his eyes and shouted in embarrassment. "Don't you dare bring something so disgusting near my face. Question mark exclamation mark. Disgusting. What did I do?" Yuria widened her eyes in confusion. It was a shocking statement that completely shattered the serious atmosphere. Underscore. After Murmur's extremely shocking statement, a cold silence settled over the scene. Murmur, who had slipped out of my arms, looked as red as a tomato, struggling. Meanwhile, Chirilu, still in my arms, tilted her head, her eyes wide with confusion, seemingly not understanding what had just happened. I didn't know how to react, so I awkwardly smiled and blinked. But, seriously, to use the word disgusting about me, that kind of expression should be used for women with overflowing femininity, like Alice. It doesn't quite fit to use that term for my meager, childlike body, doesn't it feel a little different? No, I guess I should be thinking about fairies, not humans as the standard here. Still, after thinking about it carefully, I could somewhat understand what he meant. By human standards, I was quite small. I was short, had small hands, a light body, and a youthful face, just a little kid. If I were in elementary school, I could definitely be at the front if the grade was raised a bit. But let's consider fairies, who are not human. Compared to them, who are only about 30 centimeters tall, I was almost a giant, nearly 4 times bigger. And although it wasn't worth boasting about, I was also recognized by Sabrina as having some softness. So, for a fairy who rarely comes into contact with humans, this kind of feeling might have been a bit stimulating. It would be like how an ancient human would have felt the first time they tasted seasoning after tens of thousands of years. If I think of it that way, it's not something I can't say. It's a bit rude given that I saved their life, though. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have saved them. Of course, if I hadn't, they would have been badly hurt, so that's just me saying that out of frustration. Well, still, it wasn't something said with bad intentions. If it was something that slipped out because they were so surprised, I could understand it. The other side was a fairy, famous for having a young mental age, and on my side, I was enough of an adult at heart. I wasn't too hurt by something a kid said. Really, honestly. Creak creak. Gaw-gack, gaw-gack. The bones are up again. But I guess it wasn't the time to fully relax yet. As I was trying to sort out my thoughts, convincing myself, the skeletons that had fallen earlier started rising again from all directions. And their numbers hadn't decreased at all. Realizing that, Murmur reached out into the air and shouted as loud as he could. "Annoying things. Die already." It sounded like he was venting his anger. It seemed like he was struggling to forget the embarrassing scene he had shown me. But the result was not something to be overlooked. It was different from the magical wave he had dispersed earlier with just enough power control. The sight of countless weapons, each with a form, scattering like rain in all directions, was like a torrential downpour made of sharpened blades. As expected, Murmur's magic seems to create forms. The rabbit he made earlier to help me must have been created in the same way. It was an impressive display of magic. With this level, he was at least at the lower ranks of a double-numbered fixer. He would have a significant advantage over Alice or David. Well, even so, he was no match for someone like Raven or Victor. That was probably the unavoidable limitation of fairies, who dislike fighting. But even so, for a fairy, his skills were close to being a mutation. He wasn't just boasting when he claimed he would protect all fairies. Phew, you're being troublesome. Murmur is so cool. It's definitely Murmur. Clap, clap, clap. I clapped enthusiastically, hugging the excited Chirilu in my arms. It was definitely a cool scene, and I couldn't resist applauding. Did Murmur notice us? After the heat from earlier had somewhat cooled, Murmur looked our way. His gaze was different from the wariness he had shown earlier. He seemed quite awkward, as though he found it hard to make eye contact, and his expression was full of discomfort. Murmur, who had been opening and closing his mouth repeatedly, finally blurted out the words hanging in his throat. "Hey, human, so, you were the one who helped me when it was dangerous earlier, right? Don't pretend you weren't using magic without using mana, so you're some kind of psychic, aren't you?" As expected, I guess it's impossible to lie about this. I slowly nodded while glancing away, pretending to look at a distant mountain. Murmur clicked his tongue in annoyance, raised his head, and said, as though displeased, I don't know how powerful you are, but don't think I did you a favor just because of that. I could have handled it without your help. Still, I'll apologize for calling you disgusting. That was a clear slip of the tongue. You're not a bad human. What's with this typical Tsunere line? I blinked in confusion, unable to hide my surprise at Murmur's words, which came out quickly. How should I interpret this? But from what I had gathered during our not so short time together, the core of the matter seemed to lie in his last words. Not a bad human. I guess this meant I had gained some level of trust and affection from him, although it was a bit unclear how sincere it all was since I didn't have Murmur's interpretation of things. But did Chirulu notice his behavior? She pointed at Murmur with her finger and, with an innocent voice, shouted. Oh, this is it. Murmur, you've been rude to Yuria until now, but you're embarrassed because you've received a big favor, so you're apologizing. Chirulu understands too. Shish, shut up. Murmur, as if pierced by the truth, shouted, his face turning bright red. His hidden feelings had been completely exposed. For someone with a strong sense of pride like him, it must have been unbearably shameful. As expected, even if he said he was different, being a fairy was something you couldn't hide. I chuckled softly to myself and, after sitting down, patted Murmur's head in thanks. But what was bothering him this time? He slapped my hand away and, with a growl, raised his voice as though throwing a tantrum. Ugh! Don't pet me. I'm an adult. I'm 27 years old, you know. 27 really? I was taken aback, my eyes wide in disbelief. Fairies are supposed to have a very short lifespan, but I never imagined he'd be older than me, even considering my previous life. Having been treated like a child, I understood that feeling better than anyone. I scratched my neck, feeling a little guilty for making him feel that way. But did Murmur care about that part? No versus E-Light, he glared at Chirulu with fierce eyes and shouted. And Chirulu, how long are you going to keep clinging to him? Stop being a bother and stand on your own 2 feet. But, it's comfortable being in Yuria's arms. Could this be jealousy? I burst out laughing at Murmur's behavior. It really felt like the distance between us had shrunk compared to earlier. After becoming somewhat of an ally with Murmur, I walked around Sky Garden with him, contributing to the isolated fairy rescue efforts. I still couldn't understand the overall situation yet, but I felt it was better to be on the side of the honorary fairy forces. There were plenty of people in Sky Garden with skills like mine, so instead of joining the fixer side, it seemed more advantageous to build rapport with Murmur. And the fairy rescue efforts were yielding good results too. At first, there had only been Murmur and Chirulu, but now the fairy group had grown to the point where it exceeded 10 members. Ah, a human, sniff a good smell, want to be friends. Much smaller than the humans I saw earlier. But this size is just right. The fairies that joined were very interested in me, the only human. Since Murmur was a bit exclusive about humans, perhaps having him nearby made them think I was trustworthy. Of course, when they couldn't speak, they made gestures and pushed me away, as if saying the situation was serious, but the fairies just observed from a distance rather than pestering me. Fortunately, they were a kind and gentle species, so that was a relief. Hee. Yuria's chest belongs to Chirulu. I won't give up this spot. Jealous Chirulu's so sly. I like soft things too. Meanwhile, Chirulu had a very high nose. She was the only fairy who had claimed my arms, and she was busy pushing away any fairy that tried to take her place with a palm. Could this really be what Sky Garden turning into a battlefield looks like? Though I tried to stay focused, it was hard not to relax. Fortunately, Murmur seemed to understand the situation well. He scolded the fairies, who were incredibly laid back, as though reprimanding them. Hey, stop bothering that human and stay away. He's busy working, and don't wander around like you're on a picnic. Got it? Yes. Well, it was better than a commotion, so I didn't mind, but please don't hang on to my long hair. It feels like it's going to fall back. As I was about to move to find the next fairy, an ominous feeling arose in my chest. If I ignored it, I felt it would turn into a huge crisis. I instinctively expanded my telekinetic power, enveloping the fairies in a round shield. Almost simultaneously, bullets began to pour from all directions like a storm. It was a clear and silent ambush, filled with murderous intent. My telekinetic power didn't require such complex sensations. It was more like stretching an invisible, transparent hand from my body to grab onto objects. Of course, rather than a hand, it was more like a slime without a clear form, but I was explaining it this way to make it easier to understand. Anyway, this meant that my telekinesis inevitably had limitations in range and speed. To grab something far away, I would inevitably have to send my energy over a greater distance. And that inevitably led to a loss of control and precision. It was like how, the longer the chopsticks, the harder it becomes to pick something up. But, if we think of it the other way, we can also interpret it like this: the closer something is to me, the better my telekinetic abilities perform. Whoa, something appeared out of thin air. It's sharp and black. It's creepy. Crack. It took no more than about 2 seconds to create a barrier that enveloped everyone in our group. And almost at the same time the barrier was completed, countless objects were tightly gripped by my telekinesis. I could roughly count several dozen with just a quick glance. If the barrier had been even a little late, I shuddered to think what could have happened. I moved my gaze, secretly breaking into a cold sweat, trying to locate the attackers. Meanwhile, did Murmur realize why the object stopped in midair? With a somewhat flustered expression, he showed a startled reaction. This is an ambush. That's impossible. I never miss detecting magic's presence. This isn't magic. It came flying at me with killing intent, without a sound. I felt confused, and, just in case, I kept Novlight the barrier intact while pulling the black object trapped in the air closer to me using telekinesis. This is a thorn. It was a black thorn, about the size of a finger, with a vicious-looking form. Its sole purpose seemed to be to wound people. It was rough in texture overall, but the tip was surprisingly sharp. And as if it had been soaked in some kind of contaminated substance, the surface was sticky. Intuitively, if I hadn't raised the barrier, I could almost picture the terrifying consequences. This erratic shape can't be used like a bullet, so I thought it must be magic, but then, what is it? It was certainly moving at near supersonic speed. It was an ambush that wasn't magic or science. That familiar resonance felt strangely off. Could there be another psychic in this sky garden, besides me? I thought to myself, clenching my lips in a rather serious expression. The lineup was already extravagant to the point of being overwhelming. If an invader were involved, I couldn't even imagine what the aftermath would be. But was this worry unnecessary, I wondered. Suddenly, something shot up from the ground about 10 steps away. It was a monster, nearly 2 meters tall, covered in fur. Kekakek. To think you noticed my ambush. I heard fairies have special abilities, and I guess that's true. What an interesting species. The furry monster laughed a creepy laugh as it spoke. Could it be some kind of mole man? Its body was caked in dirt, making it look pretty filthy. But why was it so bold in revealing itself and admitting to the ambush? At least, it seemed there was no need to search for the culprit this time. Did Murmur also grasp the situation in that short moment? He shouted at the furry monster, as if enraged by the fact that one of his kin had been attacked. What are you doing? Kekek. Well asked. I am the modified human created by the great Alvis Sama. Through alchemy, my bones and flesh have become the ultimate life form, a new member of the 7 elite guards Gelshpi. I was ordered by Alvis Sama to bring the corpse of a fairy. Kekek. There are so many fairies here, I must be lucky. Gelshpi, whose face was completely covered in fur, showed his sharp claws and drooled. Since there were more than 10 fairies here due to our ongoing rescue efforts, it must have been the perfect opportunity for him to target. By the way, did he just say 7 elite guards? If so, despite his appearance, he was definitely not someone to be underestimated. In the Liberation Army, there was the commander-in-chief at the top. And beneath him, there were the 7 highest officers known as the 7 elite guards. Below the 7 elite guards, there were their trusted subordinates, the Elite Guard Corps. Each of them had varying levels of skill, but on average, they were top-tier triple-numbered fixers. Their abilities, like those of the Vita Verdes sisters I met before, could definitely be considered genuine. And if he's a modified human created through alchemy, I can roughly guess the identity of those thorns that came at me at bullet speed. Gelshpi's long, drawn-out monologue made me unconsciously snicker. To think he explained all his information like this. I almost felt like crying tears of gratitude. However, Murmur, unlike me, didn't seem as carefree. He looked rather agitated, as if facing an annoying bug. The 7 elite guards. Could this whole act be the work of the Interspecies Liberation Army? Jack. Oh dear, I made another slip up. Well, it doesn't matter. Either way, you're all going to become corpses here. Gahek, I'll throw you away with my defense magic. Crack. Gelshby wrapped his arms around his body. It looked like he was hugging himself in an awkward posture. Then, disturbingly, something black began to sprout from between his fur. It was, as expected, a sharp black thorn that shot out, aiming for my group. It was the same as a shotgun blast, fired from Gelshby's altered body. No wonder Murmur, who was more sensitive to magic than anyone, couldn't detect it. Did you think I'd leave you alone? Of course, if it was a battle of firepower, we weren't going to lose. Murmur's magic was powerful enough to obliterate giant zombies. No matter how elite the guard corps was, they wouldn't survive the merciless steel rain created by Murmur's magic. But the problem was that the response had come too late. Murmur needed to generate the weapon and send it off in 2 steps, while Gelshby had already shot out the thorns from his body instantly. Had the fairies who were clinging to me noticed this fact too? They all showed different reactions based on their personalities and cheered on Murmur, who had stepped forward. I can't watch. Ooh, it's scary. Murmur, go, fight hard. They looked like commoners cheering for a superhero. In fact, Murmur alone was far stronger than all the combined efforts of the fairies. Maybe, in a way, it wasn't entirely wrong. But even though they were trembling, none of the fairies tried to escape. It was lucky, since moving too far from me would make it hard for me to protect them. Who'll protect Yuria? Meanwhile, Chirulu slipped out of my arms and spread her arms wide. With tears in her eyes, her terrified expression was quite cute. Did she want to protect me? It was truly admirable, but I didn't think it would be much help. If anyone was going to protect, it should be me protecting her. Well, whatever. It's already over. I muttered that to myself and stomped the ground with my toes, forming an image in my mind. At that signal, my telekinetic power, which had infiltrated the ground, surged upwards. The telekinesis wrapped around Gelshby's body and tightly gripped the thorns that were about to shoot out. Now, imagine this. If a pitcher, putting everything into their throw, created a strong wall right in front of their hand just before letting go of the ball, what would happen? The pitcher's hand would be utterly shattered, right? But what if the speed reached over 150 kilometers per hour, close to a bullet's speed? And what if there were not one, but dozens of them? This is what would happen. Jek, Gah. Suddenly, blood burst from Gelshby's body as he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. The force that should have been directed outward exploded inside his body. It felt like a lot of gunpowder exploding inside his body. No matter how much of a modified human Gelshby was, he couldn't withstand that. Die. Keek. But Gelshby's pain didn't end there. It was followed by Murmur's magic, which had been completed a beat later. The magical weapon, filled with enough force to shake the ground itself, was the final blow to Gelshby, who had no time to even think about defending. Jek, Ge Gelshby, to die like this. Well, who told you to introduce yourself so casually in front of a psychic? I shook my head as I looked at Gelshby, whose body was covered in red fur, as he let out his dying words. And as I thought, a member of the 7 elite guards was something I, or even Murmur, could defeat alone. As long as we didn't get ambushed by someone who relied on magic detection like Murmur, Gelshby had already lost the moment he revealed himself. Awesome. We defeated the bad guy in one go. But why did he suddenly get such a big wound? Did he make a mistake? No, I'm sure he got scared after seeing Murmur's terrifying magic. The fairies, who were commentating and analyzing, discussed the pitiful sight of Gelshby. They didn't see the invisible form of my telekinesis, so to them, it looked like Gelshby suddenly started bleeding and fell. I didn't care about being praised. I hugged the bewildered Chirulu again and got ready to move to the next location. But did Murmur, being sharp, realize what had happened with Gelshby? He turned to look at me with an expression of disbelief and spoke. Did you do that just now? ? Don't pretend you didn't tch, I guess this isn't the time for that conversation. I'll make sure to get you to admit it later. Murmur said that as he snapped the dazed fairy back to their senses. Sky Garden was full of fairies who needed help. We couldn't afford to relax until everyone's safety was ensured. Let's go. Don't fall behind. You hear? Yes. I trust you. Ho-oh. Whoa. The ground is shaking. Boom. At that moment, a bright flash of light burst from the distance, forcing me to squint my eyes shut. Then, a meteor shower fell from the sky, followed by a massive sword wind cutting through it. It was a terrifying sight, one that felt like the end of the world. Even Murmur, who was leading the group, looked horrified. It's starting the full-scale battle between the Fixers and the Liberation Army. I wasn't sure if the fight would end first or if Sky Garden would be destroyed first. Still maintaining my composure, I shook Murmur's shoulder to snap him out of his daze. We couldn't help them from here. So, we should focus on what we can do. That's basically what I meant. Yeah thanks! Exclamation mark. I strengthened my resolve and quietly looked at some distant spot in Sky Garden. I hope Alice and David don't get hurt before securing the seed of the World Tree. At this moment, that was my most desperate prayer. The luxurious airship, drifting gracefully through the sky, felt completely fitting. There was no sense of discomfort. The once forgotten Leviathan had finally revealed its true form after such a long time. A massive military tactical airship, the Leviathan. Perhaps the effort put into maintaining it, ensuring it didn't gather dust for some distant future, had paid off. The operation control room, activated for the first time in years, was filled with the sounds of excited voices. We've confirmed the neutralization of the magical barrier around the Sky Garden. It will take about 12 hours for the barrier to naturally recover. Damn it, the barrier can only be deactivated from the inside. Who would do something like this? While the barrier was deactivated, 70% of the emergency power was drained. At this rate, the Sky Garden itself may crash. However, the situation in the operation control room, which had regained its vitality after so long, was far from easy. The Sky Garden, where they were, had been caught in a severe crisis, almost akin to war. The magical barrier, once believed to be impervious to external attacks, had been so easily broken. They were under attack by an unknown force, so it was impossible to stay calm. Most of the people here were active Fixers who had survived many hardships and adversities. Kyle, who had temporarily taken on the role of commander, spoke with composure. Stay calm. We can still handle this. The most dangerous thing is missing an opportunity. Do our best right now. So, Albie, how are things going? Kyle, with his charismatic appearance, was a man with glasses and a neatly parted hairstyle. Ranked 64th in the Fixer ranking, he was one of the strongest figures, close to being responsible for this Fixer exam. Thanks to Kyle setting the mood, the chaos quickly subsided. Albie, the operator, responded with a serious face, sensing the gravity of the situation. Magical patterns of a specific type were detected throughout the Sky Garden. It seems like a spell targeting the entire Sky Garden. The seemingly endless skeletons must be a result of this magic. Also, we've detected unusually high magical levels in all directions, so we've deployed Fixers. I see. First and foremost, the safety of the candidates and the fairies is our priority. When the Fixers go to handle the situation, make sure they can immediately bring anyone in need of protection into the Leviathan. Understood. I'll do that. As Kyle issued the orders to Albie, he gazed ahead. What he saw was a live feed of the Sky Garden from the surveillance cameras installed for managing the garden. Originally, the cameras had been brought into the operation control room for the Fixer exam, but it seemed like they were proving to be quite useful now. Of course, more than half of the cameras had already been destroyed and were useless, but simply being able to assess the situation from afar was extremely valuable. As Kyle carefully observed the situation, he turned to the operator sitting opposite Albie, Brennu, for further updates. Brennu, brief me on the important matters you've gathered. Sure. Overall, lower-level undead skeletons and higher-level undead giant zombies are indiscriminately attacking the candidates and fairies spread throughout the area. Also, it seems like individuals claiming to be from the 7 Elite Guards have appeared. The 7 Elite Guards, another faction of the Interspecies Liberation Army, huh? What's the damage like? Well, fortunately, the scattered candidates are quite high level, so there haven't been many serious injuries or deaths. Out of the 121 candidates, only about 10 or so are in a critical state. It seems like Alice, one of the candidates, has been quickly organizing the group, which has helped a lot. Alice, that pink-haired girl, huh? Kyle widened his eyes in surprise. To have the initial damage be so minimal despite the undead and elite guards causing a commotion was unexpected. He subconsciously engraved the name Alice in his mind as he continued his thoughts. How they deactivated the magical barrier is still unclear, but the only one who could cast such a wide-ranging command magic like this is Mort, that monster. So then, what could their goal be? Was it revenge for the recent actions of the Interspecies Liberation Army being actively thwarted by the association? Or perhaps their goal was to attack the candidates in the Fixer exam to lower trust in them? But there were too many questions. First of all, the Sky Garden wasn't a location of much value to attack. It would make sense to launch a massive attack on a big city to cause civilian casualties. But spending this much magic on an isolated island that offered nothing in return seemed like too much of a loss. No, maybe the enemy's goal isn't the Sky Garden itself. Maybe their target is. Kyle tried to calculate the enemy's inexplicable actions as reasonably as possible. However, the lack of information inevitably led to a misunderstanding. Kyle, unaware of the existence of the seed of the World Tree, made a glaring misjudgment. Maybe the enemy is targeting Tempest. Tempest. Think about it. What can they gain by attacking here? Nothing. Honestly, the harm to the candidates or the fairies is trivial compared to the resources they've used for this attack. That's true. The Sky Garden was a secluded place that would need time for outside support to arrive. So, Kyle concluded that the enemy's target wasn't here but somewhere else. And that target was none other than Tempest. The reason was the large-scale command magic that had descended on the Sky Garden. Magic is a permanent resource drain unless it's used by someone like Tempest, who is a special case. But to cast such a large-scale spell in a place where there's no benefit, that's impossible. There's definitely something more going on. After thinking it through, Kyle could only conclude one thing. The protector of humanity and most species, Tempest, was the true target. The enemy was likely trying to take him down during this opportunity, or at least, that's what Kyle believed. Having identified the enemy's goal, simply accepting it would be foolish. Thus, as the commander, Kyle bit his lip and spoke resolutely. If that's the case, then it's likely that the enemy intends to lure Tempest out without any information. Here, we'll have to sacrifice some fixers, but Tempests. You think it's better to save power and gather information first? Tempest. Startled by a filled diamond NO versus ELIGHT filled diamond only on NO versus ELIGHT, sudden voice, Kyle, who had been deep in thought, reacted with a jolt. This was completely different from his previously charismatic demeanor. The reason was simple. The owner of the voice that had suddenly spoken was none other than Tempest himself. He had said earlier that he would go to observe the situation from the top of the airship. But now, without any sign, he had entered the operation control room. I could feel my stomach drop. I see. Kyle, you expected the enemy to bring all sorts of traps and artifacts to prepare for me, right? For example, that famous magic sword, the Dragon Slayer. Well, it's not exactly like that. No, you're right. Until we can clearly understand their scheme, we need to leave all possibilities open. Tempest lightly nodded while crossing his arms. He could fully understand what Kyle was worried about. The reason Tempest was considered the strongest was because of his obvious lack of weaknesses. His body was stronger than any living creature, his mastery of magic reached the highest level, and his magic was nearly infinite as long as his life didn't run out. Therefore, theoretically, there was no way to defeat him head-on. Maybe if you pressured him with a large-scale battle, not giving him time to recover, there would be a chance. But for that, you'd need hundreds of magicians, so it wasn't feasible. And if they've brought something to kill me, then yes, my life could be in danger. But no matter how close to invincible Tempest seemed, he had his unavoidable weaknesses. There were things he kept hidden, like his reverse scales, artifacts that made him dozens of times stronger against dragons, his unique magic that interfered with the flow of mana, and mud that contaminated the heart. Perhaps because dragons had such a notorious reputation, magic or artifacts specialized to deal with dragons were enough to suppress his power to some extent. This was the part that Kyle worried about. In a situation where they couldn't fully utilize their power due to the fixer exam, if his weaknesses were exploited, Tempest, no matter how strong, would struggle. But that doesn't matter. No matter what preparations they've made, I'll crush them head on. Tempest. Of course, those tools or magic would only suppress a small portion of his power. They could never get close to the infinite source, and in the end, the advantage would go to Tempest. It's like trying to stop a vast ocean with a dam to stop a river. Tempest grinned widely, showing his teeth, and turned away. Without even looking back at the stunned Kyle, he walked out of the control room and said, "Tell the fixers. Right now, Tempest is going out." Boom. A thick, oppressive magic flowed outward, pressing down on the space like a heavy weight. It was the full power he had been holding back until now for the aspiring fixers. The disgruntled dragon, Tempest, was finally moving to wipe out the intruders without a trace. It was like the final boss appearing at the beginning of a war. The Sky Garden was like a paradise, a space that seemed to be free of greed. The soft breeze that always seemed to caress, and there were no fights or struggles for food. The forest and lake, full of creatures from another world, were truly as beautiful as something painted on a canvas. If there were a heaven for those without greed, this would probably be the shape it would take. Thus, the existence of this Sky Garden could be called nothing short of an ideal beyond reality. What a terrible sight this has become in such a short time. Damn, how could they do something this cruel? Liberation Army, do you have no conscience at all? However, the Sky Garden now looked starkly different from before. The gentle breeze that used to rustle the hair had turned into a biting, cold wind that tore at the skin. The lake, which once sparkled in the sunlight, had turned into a rotting puddle filled with floating pieces of decaying flesh. And skeleton soldiers roaming around, as well as giant zombies, even larger than trees. The Sky Garden had completely lost its original beauty and had become a hellscape. The scene, witnessed by the secondary examiner of Team White, Peacekeeper, brought tears to his eyes and filled him with rage. The reason was simple. He was always a show-off, a muscle man, but he was also someone who loved beautiful nature deeply. He was so angry that his overly large chest muscles trembled slightly. "Wah, I can't stand seeing this beautiful scenery destroyed any longer." Peacekeeper dash. Wait, stop, you fool muscle head. Damn, he's gone. I told you protecting the candidates was the priority. The first round examiner, Mira Valentine, frowned involuntarily. This was because Peacekeeper, seeming to lose his patience, crossed his arms and ran off toward a group of skeletons in the distance without thinking. What had to be prioritized now wasn't driving out the enemies that attacked the Sky Garden. As Mira had said several times, the priority was rescuing the isolated candidates within the garden. To think he would forget the goal the moment he stepped outside and rush off. He was someone Mira just wanted to smack on the back of the head with her palm. Still, the good news was that Peacekeeper was essentially a useless force. Even as a triple fixer, he was at the bottom of the rankings, and it wouldn't be surprising if he were kicked out of the top 1,000 at any time. For Mira, who dealt with magic that made it hard to distinguish opponents, it was actually more comfortable traveling alone. As the signal being jammed, the watch's communication isn't working well. If this is the case, there's no reason to distribute the watches to the candidates. Damn, the detailed information about the fixer exam must be confidential. How far has the information leaked? As Mira checked the watch, she continued thinking but then shook her head lightly. The issue of internal traitors wasn't something to be calmly thinking about in a situation as urgent as this. In the current, time-sensitive situation, she needed to focus on what needed to be done immediately. She then saw a skeleton approaching her and, after confirming its position, she put on the sunglasses from her chest pocket and lightly drew her magical power. Primer Manu Gigantes. The spell meant to crush with the hand of a giant. As soon as the words left Myra's lips, an enormous pressure, as if the entire space were being squeezed by a hydraulic press, was unleashed. Creak see crack. The skeletons, who had shown murderous intent, couldn't resist the force and their bodies crumbled with a screech. For Mira Valentine, a top-level gravity mage, a wave of weak opponents was meaningless. Soon, all the skeletons and even the giant zombie, which had been hiding in the ground, became nothing but a nasty mass, crushed flat. As she deactivated the surrounding magic, Mira brushed her bangs aside in annoyance and muttered. Ugh! You idiots ruined all the precious ingredients of the Sky Garden. You'll pay with your lives, you damn bastards. Was she really a triple number fixer? It seemed almost effortless for her to wipe out the undead. Now, she just needed to find the isolated candidates and send them to Leviathan while taking care of the skeletons. As Mira thought this and casually walked toward the source of the noise, suddenly something enormous began lumbering toward her from the other side of the forest. Another undead. Raising her guard, Mira couldn't help but tremble in disbelief when she saw the figure emerging from the shadows. That, idiot, I didn't expect it, but I didn't think you'd be this incompetent. What's this? This time it's a woman. Hee hee, I like women. This works out perfectly. What emerged was a large, fat man with severe skin problems. Especially his upper face, grotesquely swollen, was enough to make anyone feel repulsed. The giant man, after eyeing Mira, smacked his lips and threw something near him with one hand. Ugh! Who? The object was none other than Peacekeeper, covered in blood. Coughing and gasping for air, he seemed to still be alive, but his body was covered in bruises and his eyes rolled back, clearly having suffered a brutal beating. No signs of dangerous magic, but Peacekeeper got caught. Even looking like that, he's probably quite a formidable foe. Even by fixer standards, Peacekeeper wasn't outstanding, but he was still strong enough to take on most enemies. To think he was so easily defeated in such a short time. After quickly assessing the situation, Mira cast a gravity-based magic to compress a small area. In Copenum Condor. What is this? The spell meant to put into the coffin. This was a gravity spell that raised the pressure to the extreme in a radius of several tens of centimeters, crushing the target. Of course, this spell was extremely powerful, but it had a major drawback. It required immense consumption of magical power and concentration. However, Mira judged that it would be more than enough to inflict fatal damage on her opponent. CKH. This is magic. Hee hee hee. This doesn't work on me, Brugus. What unfolded next was the exact opposite of what Mira had expected. Brugus, kneeling on one NO versus ELIGHT, official version Ni, seemed to notice something and opened his mouth wide. But just that was enough for the powerful gravity magic pressing down on him to be nullified. It wasn't because he had used opposing magic or a special artifact, but just by that simple reaction, Mira's magic had been rendered ineffective. She couldn't understand what was happening, and Mira stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to continue with her next move. Although she was an excellent mage, her lack of combat experience left her at a complete loss in this unprecedented situation. Brugus, seemingly delighted by Mira's surprise, twisted his ugly face into a grin and spoke in a more relaxed tone. I am Brugus, a modified human created by the great creator Alvis and a member of the 7 elite guards. I've gained the ability to absorb magical power from magic itself thanks to his grace. Hee hee hee. The more complicated the magic, the stronger this power works. That means powerful mages like you are my natural enemies. Mira found his words utterly absurd. Absorbing magical power from magic itself. It was a phenomenon so far beyond common sense that she couldn't even comprehend it. Brugus, the nightmare of mages, laughed ominously. This was the terrifying power of the modified humans who had attacked the Sky Garden. At this moment, she was facing the greatest crisis of her life. Really? Could you explain more? KKK Alvis Sama, the creator has made 31 subjects, but among them, only 5 made it into the elite guard, the rest are all defective products. Somewhere in the Sky Garden, in a place far from the chaos, a woman and a grotesque monster were sitting together, talking. But if you looked closely, it was an utterly nauseating scene. The woman was sitting on the monster, which looked like a combination of a mantis and a human, and had her fingers jammed into its head. She was Vespera, the only pure-blooded primordial being in the world, and in the Sky Garden, she was second only to Tempest in danger. Hey, why do you call the rest defective products? That's because compared to their special abilities they're too weak in durability, or they can't use magic, or their intelligence is low. I see. So are you a defective product? I am officially a member of the elite guard, the third knight I command the other modified humans. So you were unlucky. Then why did you touch me, little one? CK. KKIIIIIIICK. Crack. The head of the mantis-like modified human exploded like a watermelon. Vespera lightly gathered her magical power in her fingertips and created a small shockwave. Well, at least her curiosity was satisfied. She stood up and lightly licked the blood and brain matter off her fingers. So this is the taste of alchemically made food. It's strangely mixed up, so it tastes awful. Sigh. Unless it's a dragon. A red aura briefly flickered in Vespera's eyes. Was it hunger, or was it curiosity? She hummed lightly as she muttered to herself. I won't be satisfied. Beyond Vespera's gaze, there was the unmistakable presence of a dragon, even from a distance. But in the end, the last one laughing would be me. She thought to herself with an intrigued smile, as if watching a fight unfold. The fundamental principle of alchemy lies in mixing something to create something new. There were no fixed standards for what could be included in that something. It could be a special flower or the organs of a creature. It could be a stone that overflows with magical power or ashes that never stop burning. What alchemists desired was nothing more than an absurd dream of achieving the most perfect thing in the world. For that goal, mixing humans with other creatures was not a difficult task at all. Mira had experience seeking knowledge in various ways to increase her skills. Thus, she was able to understand the existence before her with her knowledge. Could this be the modified human of alchemy that I've only heard about? Alchemy, a study that handles magical power in a completely different way from magic. Among alchemy, bioalchemy, the mixing of living creatures, was one of the most taboo fields. In another world, the holy knights would immediately charge out and turn everything into a mess. Those bastards use the beautiful phrase for other races as a shield to threaten the world. Once again, the villains who threatened the world with that righteous-sounding shield. Myra's hostility toward the interspecies liberation army deepened. Gek, if there's no next, I'll be the one to go first. However, continuing her thoughts in front of the enemy was showing a weakness. As Mira hesitated, stunned by the phenomenon of absorbing magic, Brugus, without hesitation, lumbered forward, moving his massive body toward her. Damn, Freeman, too late. Women are food for me. Myra's species was the mono. They were a race that lived underground due to their sensitivity to sunlight. Perhaps because of the harsh underground environment they had to adapt to, her physical strength was far superior to that of a regular mage. However, her strength was nothing compared to Peacekeeper, who had dedicated his life to physical training. If Brugus, who had crushed Peacekeeper into a pulp, closed the distance, she stood no chance. Damn, if it continues like this. There are still many candidates who haven't reached the Sky Garden yet. It was truly a life or death crisis. No matter how skilled a mage was, it meant nothing if they were struck before they could cast their spell. Brugus was a giant with a height over 2 meters, his body like a massive rock. Magic had no effect on him, and no matter how much she struggled now, it was futile. Was this the end? Just as she was half resigned to this fate, a faint sound reached her ears. It was as if a wolf was quickly passing through the bushes, definitely the sound of footsteps. Jek, bam. From between the thickly risen trees, a pink flash shot out like a lightning bolt. The quick flash, leaving an afterimage, aimed for Brugus' neck in a graceful curve. Brugus, not yet understanding the situation, instinctively stopped in his tracks, his sense of danger rising. He raised his thick hands, like lids of a pot, to cover his neck. Then, the blade that had come a half-beat too late only scratched his palm. That's a candidate. Mira only realized the identity of the sudden flash of light after Brugus blocked it. It was the pink-haired girl, Alice, whom she had encountered during the first exam. She never expected to be helped by a candidate. As Mira belatedly understood the situation, Alice clicked her tongue and stepped back lightly. Brugus, furious, swung his arms wildly, sweeping the ground in all directions. TCH, such a valuable chance to pierce his neck is gone. Grog, how dare you make a scratch on my precious body? I won't forgive you. Crack. Brugus's monstrous arms, as thick as an orc's barrel, snapped the trees around him like twigs. The force of the blow was so powerful that it seemed that any human hit would immediately be reduced to a bloody pulp. But Alice remained calm, watching Brugus's movements. At the perfect distance, she struck and withdrew, drawing him toward her. Soon, when Brugus, his patience worn thin, raised his hands high and charged toward her, Alice, moving as smoothly as if dancing, slid into his embrace. This is like a fly gaw. The kind of flies you know must shoot sharp stingers, right? Ah! Swish. The successive thrusts, penetrating deeply, battered Brugis's body as if tenderizing meat. Alice's swordsmanship pierced his flesh like she was tenderizing pork. However, she had no choice but to roll away from the ground. Brugis, who didn't care whether he was stabbed, threw his body with reckless abandon. Is it really just a scratch on a blade carefully sharpened by my older sister? Alice was dumbfounded at his resilient skin, which seemed almost made of some alloy. Og, I won't forgive you any longer. How dare a woman hurt me? A woman should raise me up. While looking at your appearance, it doesn't seem like there's any woman who would raise you up. Shut you. Bang. Brugis, enraged, raised both fists high and slammed them down onto the ground with all his might. The impact was so strong that Alice staggered, her balance shaken on the trembling ground. If I take a real hit, this could be dangerous. As she thought this, sweating coldly, Mira suddenly shouted from behind. Candidate, step back, Kentrum satellites. Oh, yes, don't miss it. What are these? Without hesitation, Alice jumped backward at Myra's shout. Then, all sorts of objects flew toward Brugis at an alarming speed. It was gravity magic, which turned the surroundings into a center that attracted all objects. While its lethality was significantly reduced, it was incredibly effective at hindering movement. As Alice safely retreated to Myra's side, she spoke with a voice full of sincerity. Phew, thank you so much. Without your help, I would have been done for. But your skill is impressive. You're on the level of an active fixer. It's nothing like that, Examiner. Thanks to their previous encounter during the first exam, they could quickly identify each other without much conversation. So, instead of chatting, it was time to focus on defeating the monster in front of them. Alice drew two swords from her waist and pointed them at Brugis, asking Mira a question. Examiner, do you think that guy has any special abilities? I'm sure he must. How do you know? No, he definitely said he absorbs magic from spells. That must be the special ability you're talking about. Absorbing magic. That's an absurd ability. Alice furrowed her brow, feeling a bit perplexed. She had already met modified humans who admitted to being such 3 times, so she had no doubt that this ridiculous ability was real. Seeing Peacekeeper lying around, she figured Brugis also had incredible physical capabilities. That meant magic wouldn't work, and even winning without using magic would be hard. It must be an opponent even active fixers would struggle with. As Alice continued to think, she glanced at Mira and said quietly. Examiner, it's a sudden request, but could you act for a moment? I have a secret weapon that might work on that guy. Acting. All right. Given the urgent situation, I'll do whatever you say. Mira looked slightly confused by Alice's sudden request. It wasn't a situation where acting would make sense, especially with that bulky monster charging at them. The fact that Alice hadn't explained the details made Mira even more bewildered. Brugis, continuing to knock away the branches and rocks coming at him with Myra's gravity magic, soon realized that magic had been cast on him. He opened his mouth wide and began absorbing the magic. Then, seeing Alice and Mira having a meeting, Brugis charged at them with both arms wide open, shouting. I can't take it anymore. I'll tear you both apart and swallow you whole. There's no way magic doesn't work on me. Enchantress Flare. Really? Stop. He's dangerous. Screech. With a high-pitched sound, Alice's sword blazed white-hot. It looked as if divine power, now lost, was wrapped around it. Although Brugis had the ability to absorb magic, he knew nothing about magic. His body could forcibly tear magical power from spells, but he couldn't use the absorbed magic. But even someone like him, unversed in magic, couldn't help but realize that the glowing white blade was undoubtedly magic. I see you don't know. That little girl doesn't know I absorb magic. Brugis twisted his ugly face into a creepy grin. Since he hadn't seen Myra's magic being neutralized by absorbing her magic, he seemed to want to verify the truth of this with his own magic. I'll show you despair that no struggle can resist. For him, this was a great opportunity. After all, he had only suffered minor scratches from Alice's sword earlier. If he absorbs the magic surrounding the sword, he thought he could endure it with his body. So, Brugus opened his arms wide, showing off his body, daring Alice to attack. In the confusion, while Alice was bewildered by the blade stuck in his body, he thought he could easily crush her slender body with his own. This was Brugus's last thought. Crunch. Brugus's body was sliced diagonally from shoulder to waist, as if it were butter at room temperature. His massive body collapsed helplessly, spilling intestines and blood as he fell backward. Jek. How is this possible? My body magic shouldn't work. Well, this isn't magic. Do you know what plasma is? Oh, maybe you don't know much about science. This can't be. The reason Alice's blow worked on Brugus, the modified human who absorbed magic, was simple. Alice, as a rare species with no magic flowing through her body, wielded plasma created by consuming fuel. So, no matter how strong the body, unless it was a dragon or something of that level, defense was meaningless against extreme firepower. It was a fatal mistake for Brugus to assume Alice's sword was magic when it was actually plasma. Well, amazing, I didn't know such firepower could exist without magic. Hey, yeah, but this has terrible fuel efficiency, so unless I'm forced to use it like this, it's hard to use. If the opponent suspected it, it would have only scratched their arm. Luckily, I got lucky. Alice scratched her head sheepishly. Then, remembering something she had forgotten, she suddenly shouted in the direction she had come from. Everyone, it's okay now. Come quickly. Hey, candidate, what do you mean by come quickly? Mira, looking tired, tilted her head. Then, from the direction Alice was waving, a group of people appeared, rushing in. By the looks of it, more than 10 people were in the group, and at least 2 or 3 of them were fairies. Mira immediately realized that they were none other than the isolated candidates. Are you really okay? Eek. Skeleton. This looks like the modified human from earlier examiner Mira. Alice, you did it. The disheveled candidates showed signs of joy upon seeing Mira's presence. It was natural for them to feel relieved, given the dangerous monsters that were roaming around the Sky Garden. The fact that an active fixer came to help them brought great comfort. But their joy didn't last long. Someone noticed the presence of a strange woman walking toward them from deep within the forest. There's someone over there. Their eyes naturally turned toward the unfamiliar figure. Could it be another isolated candidate? Or maybe another enemy? As their vigilance heightened, the woman's appearance became clear. Well, Brugus is dead. I thought he would last longer. Well, I guess this is the end for a modified human who absorbs magic but can't use it. She stepped out from between the trees, a woman with a ponytail pulled back in a neat style. At first glance, she looked like an ordinary human woman. But the 6 eyes that appeared on her face and the 4 arms that sprouted from her back made her abnormalities glaringly obvious. Mira immediately raised her magical power, preparing to cast a spell as she stepped forward, asking seriously. A modified human, correct? I'm sorry, but you all will have to die. You're in the way of all the Sama's goal. Creak. The 4 hands sprouting from her back were glowing with magical energy, easily visible to the naked eye. The pressure was so strong NO versus EIT, read more on our source, that even from a distance, the heat could be felt. This is dangerous. Realizing the terrifying power of the magic, Alice raised her sword, but at that moment, the situation was already over. What's this? A dud. Don't shoot these lights, you annoying brats. With a flash like lightning, the woman with the ponytail was blackened, her eyes rolling back. And from the back of the group, a powerful presence approached, walking calmly toward them. Alice, sweating coldly, let out a wry laugh and relaxed her body. The overwhelming strength she recognized was familiar to her and she knew exactly who it was. Little ones, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to the adults and take a good rest. It was the appearance of Tempest, the walking disaster. There once existed a region called Zark in a now vanished otherworld. A massive canyon spanning several kilometers in width. A place where thunder, lightning, rainstorms, and fierce winds never ceased throughout the year. Naturally, it was an environment so treacherous that no ordinary being could possibly survive. The non-human races born in Zark were exceptionally powerful and highly adaptable. A dragon born from the great storm, yes, my child. From now on, your name shall be Tempest. And this applied even to dragons, creatures standing at the pinnacle of all life. During their juvenile years, before their hearts had fully developed, dragons absorbed mana directly from nature. In other words, the terrifying and dangerous environment of Zark played a crucial role in unlocking their latent potential. Of course, Tempest was naturally gifted far beyond other dragons. However, the undeniable truth was that his growth was also due to surviving life-threatening storms from the very start of his youth. Thus, before he became the Dragon King, Tempest was known by a title befitting his prime, the Storm Dragon. His mastery over lightning and storms made him akin to a walking tempest itself. So this is the true power of Lord Tempest. I can't believe it. Just by unleashing his mana, the very climate around us is. With each step he took forward, fierce currents of wind surged around Tempest, so powerful that even the towering trees swayed and bent. This wasn't something he consciously intended. Rather, it was simply a side effect, the essence of his mana seeping out into the world. How long had he lived in the company of storms for this to become second nature to him? For Mira Valentine, a seasoned mage, the sensation was enough to evoke sheer reverence. But perhaps he had circled operator NO versus ELIOTA GHT circled operator, read the full story, grown too accustomed to such gazes. Unfazed, Tempest scanned his surroundings before setting his eyes on a bloodied and fallen peacekeeper in the distance. You've been through quite the ordeal, Peacekeeper Examiner. Examiner Mira, guide him and all the examinees here to the Leviathan. I've already taken care of all the obstacles along the way, so you won't have much to worry about. Taken care of all obstacles. It was no mere bluff. The path Tempest had come through lay in utter devastation, as though a typhoon had swept across it. It was no exaggeration to say that he had thoroughly cleared the way. Mira, staring blankly at the aftermath, trembled slightly before speaking. And what about you, Lord Tempest? It seems some troublesome guests have come knocking. I'll have a little chat with them. No need to worry about me. They may be terrifying foes to you, but to me, they're nothing more than insignificant brats. Mira instantly understood the meaning behind his confident words. Troublesome guests. He could only be referring to the 7 Calamities, the highest-ranking officers of the Interspecies Liberation Army. Tempest was heading straight toward the center of Sky Garden. He was convinced that the mastermind behind this entire incident, the 7 Calamities, was there. She didn't know how, but if Tempest was certain, then he must have had a reason. Mira stopped thinking about it and nodded firmly. Understood. I will ensure the examinees are safely protected aboard the Leviathan. Good. I leave it to you, Examiner Mira. I'll help as well, Examiner Mira. Thank you, Miss Alice. Then, Lord Tempest, we shall take our leave. Stay safe. Step. Tempest cast a reassuring smile toward Mira, who had steadied herself from her initial shock. Then, with a face of unwavering determination, he set off toward the heart of Sky Garden. Gah, Tempest. Heek. Damn it. Alvis. Sir. Crunch. Crack. How far had he walked, trampling the modified humans and undead in his path as if they were nothing? By the time he had left Leviathan far behind and arrived at the center of Sky Garden, a sharp, slicing bloodlust and an unsettling pressure that scrambled the mind engulfed him. So this is the place, the source of this insufferable presence I've been feeling for a while. As Tempest followed the sensation and emerged from the forest, a vast clearing unfolded before him. A space unnaturally carved out, as if severed cleanly by scissors. And standing boldly in the middle of it, 3 figures. A swordsman clad in black from head to toe, Edmund, the Blade Demon. An alchemist garbed in pristine white, ill-suited for battle, Alvis, the Alchemist of Despair. A necromancer wrapped in bandages, his old wounds still unhealed, Mort, the Plaguebearer. The 7 Calamities were both strategic weapons capable of wiping out entire cities and commanders leading powerful forces. Losing even one was an immense blow, yet here they were, prepared to face Tempest, knowing the cost. You arrived sooner than expected. I thought you'd show up only after half of this island had been reduced to rubble. Oh dear, this is a little unexpected. Or perhaps, if we erase Tempest quickly, things will go even more smoothly. Edmund and Alvis were visibly surprised by Tempest's swift arrival. They had anticipated that, given his importance to both the Fixer Association and humanity as a whole, he would first take time to fully assess the situation. Instead, he had started moving within mere minutes of the crisis unfolding. If he were to fall here, it would be nothing short of the worst possible outcome. We've prepared no less than 13 anti-dragon artifacts just for this battle. From the moment he entered this clearing, the best he can fight at is 60% of his full power. Though this was an unexpected development, their confidence remained unshaken. They believed in their own strength, and they had poured everything into this operation. Their confidence stemmed from their artifacts. A collection of curses, refined over years, designed solely to weaken and kill dragons. If they could cut down his strength and fight as a team, victory was within reach. Of course, a single artifact alone wasn't enough to cripple Tempest. But 2, 3, more than 10, even a dragon of his caliber wouldn't be able to fight at full power under such conditions. If only some lesser fixers had encountered the curses first, they could have warned him. But no, he walked straight into our trap. Even the greatest mage is useless if their mana is disrupted. That arrogance will be his downfall. With a smug grin, Alvis chuckled. Her creations were scouring Sky Garden for the World Tree's seed, while she personally ensured Tempest wouldn't interfere. The other fixers, the 7 Calamities Elite Guard alone would be more than enough to crush them. In her mind, 90% of their plan was already complete. Yet, amidst all this, the necromancer Mort had a different perspective. With dark circles under his weary eyes, he muttered, "As I said before, I won't participate in this battle. That was our agreement. TCH. Just don't get in the way. If I can't defeat a weakened dragon, then I'd be unworthy of my title as a swordmaster." Schwing. From Edmund's waist, a long sword was unsheathed. Its blade shimmered with an ominous, brass-like glow. A weapon coated in liquefied dragon slayer. A blade that inflicted wounds a dragon could never heal from. If even a single strike landed cleanly, the consequences would be dire. Recognizing the danger, Tempest immediately drew forth his mana. But, for the first time, his once fluid mana felt sluggish and entangled, as if resisting his control. The air was saturated with dragon-cursing magic, thick like sewage, disrupting its flow. So this is the curse meant to kill dragons. What an annoyance. Suppressing his frustration, Tempest forced his mana to move, speaking in a low, irritated voice. TCH, what pathetic tricks. Annoying pests. Let's end this quickly. Crackle. Even with his power suppressed, lightning surged violently in his grasp, as if declaring, "You can never shackle a storm." The 7 Calamities had no more words to exchange. Instead, they rushed toward him, prepared to strike. The battle that could wipe Sky Garden off the map had begun. Just as the fatal clash between Tempest and the 7 Calamities was about to unfold, a fairy with purple hair let out a sigh of relief, as if finally finding some solace. This place should be safe enough. Now I just need to bring the other fairies here." This fairy's name was Murmur. A skilled mage who had been traversing Sky Garden, rescuing more than 10 fairies so far. However, moving in large groups would only make them an easier target. Thus, Murmur had been tirelessly searching for a secure shelter and had finally found a cave with only one entrance. With the decision set, gather the fairies here, Murmur cast a sidelong glance at the human who had been helping him all along. "Wow, this human's skin is so soft. Just like ours. Her hair is so smooth and shiny, I want to use it as a blanket." "Wait a minute, are you sure you're not just a really big fairy?" At the cave entrance stood a pale-skinned girl, Yuria, completely surrounded by countless fairies. It seemed that, after spending time together, they had concluded that she was a good human. Their affection for Yuria had reached sky-high levels. Fairies, by nature, adored cute and beautiful things. Though they couldn't see her face due to her mask, her scent was pleasant, and her skin was soft, qualities that made it impossible for them not to like her. "Hey, you guys, stay away from Whitey. Chirilu, you're so selfish, you just want her all to yourself. This is suspicious. Chirilu always shares things, but now she's being greedy. This human might have something incredible." Outside, a literal war was raging on. Yet inside the cave, they were acting as if none of it concerned them. Murmur watched the fairies clinging to Yuria with an utterly dumbfounded expression. Then, sighing, he stepped in and swiftly shooed them away, speaking firmly. "The white human is our benefactor. Don't make things difficult for her. The best way to repay her kindness is to step back and not get in her way." Is that so? Now that you mention it, Humans are always busy. If we cling to her too much, she might be troubled. Perhaps it was because Murmur was always nagging but also deeply cared for them, but the fairies quickly listened to his words. In an instant, the ones who had been pressing against Yuria quietly backed off. Of course, Chirulu still clung tightly to her clothes, sniffling as if unwilling to let go. However, when Murmur mentioned that he had something important to discuss, she had no choice but to put some distance between them. Finally, they could have a proper conversation. Breaking the carefree mood that didn't match the chaos outside, Murmur spoke to Yuria. "Hey, human, could I ask you for a favor?" His expression as he spoke was utterly serious. Murmur was a genius among fairies. And that wasn't a statement limited to his magical abilities. Intelligence, creativity, focus, curiosity, critical thinking, emotional resilience. Among fairies who typically never outgrew the mindset of children, he was nearly a mutation. But for Murmur, such traits felt more like a curse than a blessing. The loneliness of being different from the others weighed heavily on him, becoming a source of constant stress. "Murmur, come play with us." "No, I'm sorry. I don't think it'd be fun if I were there." "What does that matter? Just having you there makes everything twice as fun." "Really?" "Of course it does." But the other fairies accepted the slightly odd Murmur just as he was. A very smart fairy, yes, but still family. Someone to be trusted and cherished. Perhaps because of their constant, genuine affection without a hint of pretense. Murmur, who might have twisted down a darker path, was able to open his heart and accept them. Of course, somewhere along the way, his thinking changed. And he developed a deep sense of responsibility, as if he had to protect all fairies himself. "The more precious my kin became, the more I hated humans. Greedy, selfish creatures. They'd harm us one way or another." Over a long time of contact with humans, Murmur had studied their nature deeply. They never knew satisfaction, and they wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice others for their own gain. Especially back before Sky Garden existed, when conflict broke out over humans coveting fairy magic. Murmur could only see them as the worst kind of species, the kind he never wanted to associate with. "But this human is different. I'm clumsy with emotions, but I can tell. The affection she gives to fairies, it's real." Yet all those deeply ingrained prejudices were shattered by the pale girl standing before him. Over the not-so-short time they had spent together, she had never once shown greed toward the fairies. On the contrary, she looked at them with genuine warmth and love. Maybe it was because she wasn't a mage, but a psychic instead. Even so, of all the humans Murmur had ever met, she was by far the most trustworthy. And so, after much deliberation, Murmur made up his mind. If he couldn't choose between fairies and the world, then he would save both. "I'm sorry, human. While I go search for more fairies, I need you to find something for me." I know it's a lot to ask, and I hate being vague, but I can't tell you exactly what it is. Still, I can say this for certain. If it's ever unleashed into the world, something very dangerous will happen. The guilt weighed so heavily on Murmur it felt like his heart was being squeezed. It was the seed of the world tree, a powerful item he had once obtained by pure chance. And now, he had decided that if there was anyone he could entrust it to, it was this girl. But would the search go smoothly? What if it led her into terrible danger? The worry gnawed at him. Still, if not her, then who else could he possibly ask? Determined not to let doubt sway him, Murmur bit his lip and looked up at the pale girl with steadfast eyes. Had his feelings reached her? She stood silently for a moment, as if weighing her thoughts, then gave a careful, knowing nod. She placed a hand on her chest, as if to say trust me. Lowered herself slightly, and held out her pinky finger. Murmur, familiar with human customs through knowledge and study, instantly recognized the gesture. From what he knew, it was a sign of promise. Not a heavy or binding one, but a light-hearted vow exchanged between children. He stared at the finger for a moment, then slowly reached out and hooked his own pinky with hers. "This seals our promise." Yuria gave the gentlest shake of their entwined fingers, as if to say so. Then she let go and, for the first time, removed the fox mask that had always hidden her face. The girl's face beneath the mask was nothing like what Murmur had expected. He had assumed she must have had some injury or something unsightly to keep it so tightly hidden. But contrary to that expectation, her face was nothing less than a work of art. Murmur was so stunned that his endlessly active mind completely stopped functioning for a moment. But perhaps she was used to such reactions. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she simply handed the fox mask to him. "This is important to me. I'll find what you asked, and I'll come back for it." Though he didn't fully grasp everything she meant, Murmur received the mask carefully and nodded. "This I see. So, I'll trust you, and you'll trust me. That's what this means, right?" All right, I'll keep this mask safe for you. I'm counting on you, white human." As the fairies, completely entranced by the girl without her mask, stood frozen like a backdrop. A promise was exchanged between one fairy and one girl. "Wah, so pretty as she may be an angel. I think we should crown that human as the fairy queen. I'm all for it. Long live the fairy queen. Wah, Chirilu's whitey has become everyone's whitey. Ahaha, thanks to the fairies, there's no way we're keeping the serious mood going now." The pale girl, Yuria, gave them a small wave, a sheepish smile forming on her lips. Sky Garden had lakes, hills, and open clearings. But nearly half of it was a massive forest densely packed with trees. And thanks to enchantments, the weather there remained sunny and mild all year round. Branches were lush, trunks thick and sturdy, and leaves brimming with life. In other words, if one moved along the treetops, it was quite difficult to be noticed from below. Especially someone like me, small, silent. The effect would be all the more effective. Does my hair stand out too much? Well, yeah, what's the point of hiding if there's a streak of white among all this green? The problem, of course, was my hair. My glaringly white hair that sparkled no matter where I went. It naturally caught the sunlight and gleamed on its own. Even if I hid among the foliage, I'd still stick out against the background. The most beautiful being in the world, brought down by a tiny brat like this. Forgive me all this nim. One modified human had already spotted me, only to get yanked by telekinesis and smashed into the ground, pummeled by rocks and trees until he foamed at the mouth and passed out. It was the second time I'd been discovered by one of them. Honestly, IN_O_ versus _E_L_I_G_T wanted to avoid distractions and prioritize securing the seed of the world tree first. But if they'd already begun tailing me, then I had no choice but to eliminate them. If they see me obtain the seed and report back to the 7 calamities, worst case scenario. If I had to go up against one of them, I'd have to draw out a power that barely lasted a few minutes for a short, decisive battle. There was no telling how long the search might take. Such an option wasn't ideal. Still, even if it was unavoidable, these constant interruptions were a problem. If this dragged on any longer, the enemy might find the seed before I did. I slipped a hand inside my clothes and gripped the hidden tesseract, speaking to it quietly. "Tesseract, how much energy would it take to change my hair color?" "Just temporarily is fine. Not much. If it's only for a little while, it should be manageable." Closing square bracket. "Then yeah, make it black, please. I'd be moving through the trees anyway. As long as I wasn't easily seen, it would do." I watched silently as my stark white hair darkened, shifting to black beneath my shoulders. Then, using telekinesis, I leapt back onto a branch, landing naturally without a sound. I wouldn't be invisible, not by any means. But at least this would be less conspicuous than a head of glowing white hair. It should be enough. The place Murmur mentioned is only a few hundred meters away. Time to move. I shot straight toward my destination, a large tree in a clearing that Murmur had described. Maybe the black hair helped, because while I did spot a few modified humans below me, none of them seemed to notice my presence. How far had I come, undisturbed? By the time I reached the spot where Murmur had hidden the seed of the world tree, I was met with a completely unexpected scene. Goo. These bastards. They just keep getting back up no matter how many we knock down. Gihehek. Resistance is futile. You'll serve the same purpose as the soldiers you defeat. It was total chaos. A massive horde of grotesque undead had surrounded a group of people, launching a relentless assault. Those fighting back were surprisingly competent. They were managing to hold on. But as wave after wave of enemies came crashing in, their stamina was clearly wearing thin. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. While I was assessing the situation, a loud and all too familiar voice rang out. If you can no longer fight, fall back inside. Help will surely come. Do not give up hope. The voice belonged to none other than the Bear Beast Man, our agency's hacker and brain, David. He had flames wrapped around both fists as he fought. From the look of it, he wasn't far off from an active fixer, maybe a little below Alice in power. He crushed incoming undead with just a few punches, but, with no end in sight to the flood of skeletons and zombies, his movements were clearly slowing. How long had they been fighting like this? The mounds of corpses scattered around painted a clear picture of the brutal battle. David's here tch. I can't just watch this happen. There was no time to hesitate over whether to get involved. David and the examinees were on the verge of being overwhelmed. There was no time to weigh the pros and cons. My body moved before I could think. What's that? See, could it be another enemy? The exhausted examinees who had been keeping watch looked up toward me in alarm. A black-haired girl suddenly leaping out of the forest without a sound. It wasn't surprising they assumed the worst. But I didn't bother to clear up the misunderstanding. I was floating several meters above the ground. None of them could reach me anyway. Besides, I couldn't speak. I would show them through action. Everything that isn't human, crush it all. Still hovering, I swung my arm downward with force. And with that motion, my telekinesis swept down, gripping every visible undead and modified human. Once they were caught, it was over. Like crumpling a can, I crushed every single one of them with brutal force. There were nearly 100 enemies surrounding David and the others. But as long as I didn't lose focus, sheer numbers meant nothing to me. Goo, my body, and not this. KKRRK. Caw crack. The outcome was simple. Skeletons, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered entirely. Even the tougher giant zombies collapsed, joints dislocated and bodies toppling over. The modified humans were a different matter. This level of force wasn't quite enough to finish them. Still, taking out all the disposable undead in one go was a huge blow to the enemy. Was that gravity magic? Incredible, she wiped them all out in one shot. Real reinforcements were saved. To the examinees with David, the relief was visceral. Their fatigue from the endless battle melted into cheers of joy. Considering they had been moments from annihilation, it was only natural for emotions to overflow. Even the most stoic would have trouble holding it together in a moment like this. First, I had to clean up those remaining modified humans and get everyone out of here. Having made that decision, I reduced the output of my telekinesis and slowly descended to the ground. I needed to end this before anything more annoying showed up, and as the thrill of finally unleashing my power surged through me, I burned with more resolve than ever. I lightly landed on the ground and opened and closed my fist a few times, surprised by how I felt. Even after using such a large amount of telekinesis, I could still sense that I had plenty of power left. To think I used this much strength and still have energy left, I'm definitely getting stronger by the day. It was like the sensation of running a 400-meter sprint at full speed and still feeling pleasantly out of breath. Thinking back to the days when I used to feel dizzy just from beating up a few ghouls, I was genuinely moved. Maybe it was thanks to having experienced telekinesis on an entirely different level through the Tesseract. Perhaps knowing the direction I needed to go naturally led my body to grow and adapt. If that's the case, then maybe I'll be able to handle that immense power even without the Tesseract sooner than I thought. I couldn't rely on the Tesseract forever. If I truly wanted to protect everyone, I needed to grow stronger on my own. So this was undoubtedly good news. Not immediately, but at least now the possibility was clearly within reach. Whoa, did that tiny girl really just do that? Is she one of those long-living elf types? That's ridiculous. To take out that many all at once, the world really is full of strong people. She's so cute. She's a fixer too, right? What's her name? I want to be a fan. As I stood there, clenching my fist and lost in thought, the other candidates must have noticed me. Each of them started murmuring to one another. I guess it was inevitable that I'd stand out if I wasn't wearing a mask. Their countless stares felt like they had physical weight, burning against my skin. But seriously, what kind of personalities do these people have? They were just moments ago on the brink of death from the undead, and now they're casually chatting like this. As someone who's just a normal civilian without any psychic powers, I found it pretty surprising. No, maybe I've got the cause and effect reversed. It's probably people this gutsy who become fixers. Anyone who breaks down easily wouldn't last long in this line of work. On second thought, it wasn't all that strange. Every fixer I've met so far had incredible mental fortitude. To truly become a fixer, maybe you need to be the kind of person who can crack jokes even with a knife at your throat. In that sense, these people were more than qualified. I nodded ever so slightly to myself, convincing myself of that. Thank you so much for your help. We were in real danger, but thanks to you, we're safe. As I gazed absently at the sky, half lost in a reality-avoidant daze, a familiar voice rang in my ear. I instinctively turned my head toward the voice. There stood David, his body covered in wounds. He must have put his own body on the line to protect the candidates. Seeing how badly he'd been through it made my chest ache for no reason. Still, I was glad he hadn't been seriously hurt. I let out a small sigh of relief inside as I slowly mulled over his words. Then suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. Could it be that David didn't recognize me as Uriah? Come to think of it, David's never actually seen my face before. Back at the hotel, we were in different rooms. So maybe that's why he doesn't know. It made sense when I thought about it. Right now, I wasn't wearing a mask, and my hair color had changed too. Normally, it'd be hard to realize I was Uriah at a glance. And honestly, I didn't want the people at the troubleshooter office to find out I had psychic powers. So this situation, with David not noticing, wasn't bad at all. No, it was actually great. So I responded with a deliberately cool nod. Then I turned my gaze toward the modified humans gathered in the distance. If I gave away anything suspicious, he might find out the truth. And besides, there were still enemies in front of me. First things first, I had a job to do. With time being tight, there was no reason to show mercy to the enemy. Gak, is she some kind of skilled mage? You think she's stronger than us? Goo, this is bad. Not far away stood 3 modified humans, staring at me. One of them had wings on his back like a diving beetle mixed with a human. Another had a scrawny frame but arms thick as maces in a strange, mismatched build. The last one was bottom-heavy, sweating profusely and wiping his face with a handkerchief. Even at a glance, these modified humans didn't look impressive, but their tension was obvious. They'd been overwhelming the candidates with undead, only for the situation to flip on them. Now they seemed afraid they might end up on the receiving end. Most of the modified humans I've encountered so far were oddly confident. Could these guys be a weaker type compared to the others? If so, that was even better. I could finish them quickly and secure the seed of the world tree. Without hesitation, I drew up my telekinetic power and readied myself for battle. Hey, don't be scared, she's just a little girl. If we team up, we can win. Why yeah, if we use our combined strength, we can win. We can win. Still, maybe they had their own reasons not to back down. They forced themselves to rally, showing open hostility toward me. I guess this wasn't going to be so easy after all. I focused my mind, keeping my guard up, and watched them closely. From my previous fights with modified humans around the Sky Garden, I knew they each had annoying abilities. The first one I ever met shot spikes with the power of bullets. Others after that had their own troublesome skills as well, so it was safe to assume these 3 had something hidden too. If I let my guard down just because they looked weak, I'd be in serious trouble. I'll start by probing them. I focused my telekinesis on the scattered skeleton bones nearby and lifted them. Maybe because they were created by Mort, but even the mass-produced ones were as tough as high-grade steel. Dozens of fragments rose into the air as if defying gravity. The bones, now airborne, shot forward like arrows toward the modified humans. And what happened next was completely unexpected. It hurts. It hurts so bad. Harden. Protect me. If I can't attack, we'll lose. Shockingly, the modified humans couldn't even put up much resistance. The beetle-like one hardened his body to act as a meat shield, but that was it. With a simple shift in trajectory, I struck the other 2. And in no time, they were covered in injuries from head to toe. Was it a matter of compatibility? Or was that just the extent of their strength? I frowned, looking at the pitiful modified humans, then gathered my thoughts. They're not hiding any powers in that case. I'll end this now. I stomped my foot hard and spread my telekinetic power wide, grabbing all the bones scattered across the ground. The ones I used earlier were only a small part of the broken skeletons. Hundreds of bone fragments still lay around me. In an instant, sharp white shards floated into the air across several dozen meters. It was a majestic sight, like the rings of Saturn forming above the battlefield. What is that? Is that even real magic? The overwhelming number of fragments rising into the air must have been too surreal. The candidates watching from behind gasped in disbelief. No wind had been summoned, yet countless objects were floating at once. Anyone with even a bit of magical knowledge would sense how unnatural this was. But I didn't care. Right now, I just wanted to finish this as quickly as possible. There was no room to hold back or hide my power. Fix, rotate, accelerate and fire. If that was their full strength, then I'd end it without dragging things out. I spun the bone fragments with telekinesis and launched them with all my might. Thousands of bones flew with massive force and rained down on the modified humans from every direction. If I had to name this move, maybe bone fragment meteor shower. Eek, we're gonna die. Please spare us, Master Alvis. The modified humans, terrified by the sheer firepower of the meteor shower, huddled together and shook as they tried to shield themselves with their bodies. Their grotesque forms, like awkward combinations of humans and animals, were completely at odds with their cowardly behavior. But thinking of how they'd been tormenting the candidates earlier, I didn't feel the slightest bit sorry. Even if I let them go, they'd just come back with someone stronger. Better to take care of it cleanly with my own hands. Direct hit. There's no way they can dodge this. Crack, crash. Bone bullets infused with telekinetic force tore into the modified humans. Even from a distance, the sound of flesh being ripped apart felt disturbingly real. The impact was so intense, the earth itself was torn up and dust flew high into the air. The candidates hiding behind me gasped in shock. This was a finishing blow. No matter how tough their bodies were, they couldn't come out of that unscathed. Or so I thought, until the dust finally settled, revealing something completely unexpected. What the? They're still alive. They survived that. Are they monsters? The candidates' voices echoed my own unspoken thoughts. And in front of me stood a being that had taken my strongest attack head-on and was still standing. Its skin was shredded and bleeding, sure. But the damage was clearly far less than expected. That form, it's different now. But the biggest twist wasn't that it survived. The three modified humans had somehow merged into a single, new form. Massive, beetle-like wings that looked like a cape, brutal club-like arms, a reverse triangle muscular frame. It looked like a fusion of all the strengths of the previously weak modified humans. From a distance, its sheer presence screamed one thing: a real monster. U-O-O-O-O-H-H-H-H. U-O. So loud. Is it yelling with three voices at once? I covered my ears, picked up a rock from the ground, and chucked it straight into the monster's mouth. The modified human blinked in surprise, then scowled fiercely and crunched the rock to pieces with its teeth. There was no trace left of the pathetic creature that had been getting pummeled moments ago. So it's definitely gotten stronger. At least stronger than before. Facing this more powerful enemy, I pulled my telekinetic power to its peak. I'll end this in 3 minutes. With a confident smile, I stepped forward. The fusion-modified human, formed by the three combining into one, exuded a presence far more intense than any modified human I had encountered before. Well, for starters, it was over twice my height and its whole body was covered in bulging muscles. Compared to its previous, unimpressive forms, it now looked undeniably powerful. Even taking that into account, the difference in power before and after the fusion was obvious. It wasn't just a visual transformation, its strength had truly multiplied several times over. In terms of durability alone, it might have even surpassed Victor, who was famous for his toughness. Hoo-hoo-hoo, you're the first to draw out this form. The name of our fusion is Triggers. You may be a skilled mage, but we'll show you despair. No attack can harm us now. Ugh! 3 voices shouting at once. I can't even understand what they're saying. Just have one of you talk. I frowned in irritation at Trigger's unintelligible proclamation. Well, not that it mattered. I doubted anything useful was being said. It looked dumb as hell anyway. I ignored it entirely and gathered my scattered telekinetic energy once more. Apparently, Triggers had no intention of waiting around. With both arms pulled back, it suddenly charged straight at me. Kahahaha. None of you are getting out of here alive. I'll turn every last one of you into mincemeat. Awah, it's coming. Watch out. Triggers' momentum as it charged was terrifying. Every step it took split the ground with thunderous cracks. How the hell was a body that big moving that fast? Without my telekinesis, even a graze from those shoulders would probably leave me seriously injured. But running away wasn't an option. Not with the weakened candidates still behind me, worn out from the ongoing fight. If I dodged aside and left them exposed, I didn't want to imagine how that would end. It was the worst possible scenario. I really didn't want to fight head-on, but looks like I have no choice. I thrust out my left hand and hurled myself toward the charging Triggers. Of course, it wasn't my pathetic leg strength doing the work. I lifted my entire body with telekinesis and flung myself forward. My body was small and light, and I used telekinesis to counter air resistance. Thanks to that, I shot straight toward Triggers in the blink of an eye. You foolish gnat, I'll squash you flat first. Had its reflexes improved along with the fusion? Its eyes locked onto me with uncanny precision. Then came the thick, club-like arms swinging down, a massive strike wrapped in whirling air pressure. A blow like that would demolish a mountain. Defending against it was meaningless. This is why I held back some energy. Idiot, you should have swung sideways instead. That would have made it harder for me to dodge. I surged telekinetic output and slipped out beside Triggers just before its strike hit the ground. Boom. The impact and quake that followed rattled the entire earth. Shards of rock blasted into the air like deadly shrapnel. But such overwhelming power inevitably created an opening. I extended my telekinesis toward Triggers' exposed back. The distance between us was only a few meters. At that range, it was impossible to dodge the grasp of my power. Got you. I'll rip those wings right off your back. Crack. I stretched out my left hand, forming the image in my mind and clenching my fist with all my strength. My telekinesis clamped down on the round wings on Triggers' back with crushing pressure. I planned to yank them down and rip them off by force. My telekinesis at max output could bend steel rebar. No matter how tough this thing was, it shouldn't be able to withstand it. It couldn't. Grr, what is this? It's useless! Exclamation mark. But the result left me stunned. Triggers twisted and struggled, and the power of my telekinesis began to wane. It was as if my strength had reached its limit. That was the message I was getting, and it was a frustrating one. You damn pest. Realizing it couldn't break the telekinesis directly, Triggers grabbed a rock and hurled it at me. Since it couldn't touch an invisible force, it decided to go after me instead to break my focus. It was bad news for me, but strategically, it was a smart move. So it's not completely brainless. My telekinesis depended on intense focus and willpower. If that got disturbed, my power would weaken. So I released my grip and formed a defensive barrier, deflecting the incoming debris. I took a breath, gathering my thoughts. So the wings aren't a weak point. They looked fragile, but I slowly backed away, keeping my distance from Triggers, who now charged at me with another rock in hand. Part of it was to probe for another weak spot with my telekinesis. And part of it was to lead this troublesome monster away from the candidates. After launching several waves of telekinetic attacks while searching for a weakness, I came to a conclusion. There was no way to win like this. Kahaha, you're trying to find a weak point, aren't you? One of our fused abilities is body manipulation. There are no weaknesses in my perfect form, you rat-like little mage. Of course, I figured as much. When the three modified humans fused, their abilities must have fused as well. The beetle type had a hardening ability. One probably had the fusion-centered ability that combined them in the first place. That left the last one, who likely had the power to alter their body as desired. In that case, finding a weak spot was basically impossible. If they could hide any vulnerable part deep within their body, it was already a huge advantage. It's the worst possible match for my telekinesis. My output has limits. There's no way I can surpass that absurd level of defense. This had always been the problem with telekinesis. If the enemy was weaker, I could win no matter how many came at me. But against a single opponent immune to telekinesis, I was powerless. Without the Tesseract, I couldn't overcome that wall. This had been a fundamental issue ever since I first fought Drakel. Maybe Triggers noticed the shift in the tide. He continued throwing debris to interfere with my power and sneered as he taunted me. Kuhuhu, starting to wear out, are you? Your power's getting weaker. For the record, I can keep going for hours. I'll grind you into a pulp. That face looks usable. I'll cut off your head and display it as a trophy. Kahaha. At those words, I stopped circling him. Triggers seemed to think I'd fallen for his provocation, flashing a grotesque grin. He opened his body wide and lunged straight at me. Based on his experience with my telekinesis, he must have concluded there was no point defending. Honestly, it wasn't a bad judgment. If he ignored defense and went all in on offense, it'd be harder for me to avoid. And if he took me out, there was no one among the candidates who could stop him. A purely rational decision, and for me, it was perfect. A little late, but it's still within the 3-minute mark. I muttered to myself and looked down at my right palm. There shimmered a strange white mirage, like transparent energy flickering at my fingertips. It was unstable, as if the slightest lapse in focus would make it vanish forever. But within that instability, there was a presence like a blazing sun. Gahahaha. D! Exclamation mark. Triggers charged, tearing up the ground with sheer force. I waited for the perfect moment, and then thrust my mirage-infused right hand toward him. Until now, I hadn't thrown a single punch. I'd kept my distance, flinging telekinesis like a wagging tail. Triggers reacted just a bit too slowly to my sudden movement. That hesitation sealed the outcome. KGH CRRRUNCH. With a disorienting burst of force, the body before my palm collapsed. Like grinding cookie crumbs with a drill, the skin that had resisted every other attack crumbled unbelievably fast. But even I wasn't spared the backlash. The residual energy from the mirage slashed through my right arm and shoulder. Blood splattered into the air, and I winced in pain. But compared to Triggers, who now had a gaping hole in his chest, it was practically nothing. Gu no way I the ultimate being. I clutched my shredded right arm and quickly leapt back. It was a fatal blow, but Triggers still had consciousness. I didn't want to get caught in any final attack. But maybe because the core of his chest had been obliterated, along with most of his internal organs. Triggers collapsed to the ground, coughing blood, unable to move. We did it. She took down that monster in one blow. Woo, we're alive. We're actually alive. Even from afar, the outcome was clear. I heard faint cheers from the candidates. Yeah, seeing them that happy, I guess all that secret training paid off. Well, they were probably just glad they weren't dead. This was my first time using it in real combat. It's a lot harder than I thought. I didn't expect the backlash to be this bad. Let's think. The firepower issue with my telekinesis had always held me back. Drakel, Victor, Lexi, they were all too strong. My power hadn't worked on any of them. Even a cornered rat can bite a cat, but I couldn't even struggle. It was just pure helplessness. That's why I came up with this. I took the force that wanted to explode outward and compressed it to the limit into a tiny point, drawing out firepower beyond my usual limits. This is basically an evolved version of that old telekinetic flick I made. If I had to name it, maybe Telekinetic Flick Max. Stupid name, but the power it packs is several times greater than my usual output. It really deserves to be called a finisher. Of course, it wasn't without drawbacks. The mental focus and concentration it required were absurd, and it needed over 3 minutes of build-up to use even once. Worst of all, Telekinetic Flick Max couldn't go beyond the palm of my hand. So to NO vs EII, original source, use it, I had to take the risk and throw myself in close. This time it worked because Triggers left himself wide open. If he'd been even a little more cautious, it probably would have failed. All this cost, just for a little more firepower. It was definitely not something I could use except in a moment like this. My right arm hurts, I'll delay healing it for now, just in case. I cautiously approached Triggers, who now had a giant hole in his chest. With a sturdy telekinetic barrier in place, I confirmed that there were no signs of life left. God, Winning a fight is exhausting. I let out a soft sigh, feeling more than half my concentration drained. That was when David, realizing the battle was over, came up to me. To take down that powerful-looking monster in a single blow, your skill is incredible. Once again, thank you. Slightly, I moved my head just a little, as if glancing toward the edge of my vision. And there was David, staring directly at me. His words this time carried more sincerity than before. There was no sign of pretense in his voice. He genuinely saw me as the person who had saved his life. I had just ended up injuring my right arm from using my finisher and had been regretting it a little. But hearing that kind of gratitude, it felt worth it after all. But how should I react to this? I don't really want to show my face. The truth was, I wasn't in a position to respond easily to David's words. I didn't want him to realize that I was Uriah. Of course, even if David found out I was a psychic, I doubted it would NO versus EIT, read more on our source, drastically change how he treated me. But it was a sensitive topic. Unless absolutely necessary, I wanted to keep it secret. And right now, I wasn't in the condition to speak anyway, so I had no choice. I tore part of my clothing to wrap my bleeding shoulder, then simply gave a small nod in response. Thankfully, he seemed to interpret that as me being reserved or not very sociable. He didn't show any sign of suspicion as he began offering a summary of the situation. If you're looking for other candidates, heading north might be wise. There was some commotion in that direction earlier while we were retreating. And I don't know if this will help, but based on what I've learned about the enemy's patterns so far, I didn't expect him to start sharing intel. He must really think I'm an active fixer. There were only 121 candidates left, and we'd all spent hours riding the airship. With David's intelligence, it probably wasn't hard for him to memorize all our faces. So if I wasn't a candidate, and I had this level of strength, the obvious conclusion would be, fixer. Especially since there were some fixers who worked without ever revealing their faces. He must have assumed I was one of those underground types. That worked out nicely for me. Guess I'll just go with the flow for now. It'd be stranger not to be a fixer in this situation. I'll play along and get David to leave. I nodded gently, as if I fully understood his words. Then I pointed at the group of injured candidates, looking at David. He seemed to understand exactly what I meant from just that. With a serious expression, he tapped his chest with a clenched fist and spoke. Yes, I'll lead them to a safe place. Then I'll see you again someday. With that, David turned crisply and walked toward the group of candidates. They, too, showed their willingness to follow him, as if eager to leave this place as soon as possible. Some of them suggested it might be safer to stay near me. But when David insisted he didn't want to trouble me, they all nodded in agreement. The way he led them even during the undead attack must have left an impression. It felt good seeing how much trust he had earned from the others. Thank you. Please stay alive! ! And so the candidates hurried off with David. For some reason, they seemed thrilled when I waved at them. Guess surviving really made them happy. Good. That meant no more eyes on me for now. I looked around again, confirming that I was alone, and then began walking toward the location Murmur had mentioned. This place was a clearing with a giant tree at its center and no other trees nearby. Naturally, the key location was at the base of that tree, its roots. This should be close enough. I lowered myself near the tree and placed both hands on the dirt. Flow the telekinesis into the ground and find the box hidden deep in the roots. Thump, thump. Was it because the roots were so tangled? I heard something snapping and tearing beneath the soil. It must have been designed to prevent the box from accidentally surfacing on its own. I could almost sense what kind of concerns Murmur had when he buried it like this. Luckily, it wasn't buried too deeply. The hidden box soon popped out of the ground. This is the box containing the seed of the world tree. The box Murmur had used to hold the seed was small enough to lift with one hand. Maybe because the contents were just a single seed, it looked like a jewelry box, something for a bracelet or necklace. Was it to suppress the seed's life activity? The box was cold to the touch, as if radiating its own chill. Would be nice to carry around on a hot summer day. I muttered that nonsense to myself as I lifted the box to eye level. To think I went through all that to get this. A strange mix of pride, like having reached the summit of a mountain, and emptiness welled in my chest. But now wasn't the time to dwell on trivial feelings. If this got stolen, it'd be the worst-case scenario. I had to destroy the seed as quickly as possible. So, with the help of my telekinesis, I forced the box open, practically breaking it. So this is the seed of the world tree. It's smaller than I expected. At last, exposed to the air of the world, the seed of the world tree appeared. It was almost laughably small, given its grand name. It was so tiny I could wrap my whole hand around it. If you engraved some markings on it, it'd be the size of a ping-pong ball. But really, that was a good thing. If I shattered it and scattered the fragments all over the sky garden, no one would be able to use it. I knelt in front of the surprisingly dainty seed, and summoned every ounce of telekinetic power I could muster. Exclamation mark. Shatter. I poured all my focus into crushing the seed of the world tree. I wouldn't let the world be destroyed. This was my desperate resolve, unleashed with full force. But 20 seconds passed. And nothing changed. No matter how much power I applied, the seed retained its form as if mocking my efforts. How absurdly hard was this thing? I held my breath while exerting force, and now I was getting dizzy. Then what if I used that finisher that even worked on the fused modified human? I raised my uninjured left hand and gathered telekinesis. This time, since I wasn't fighting, my focus wasn't divided. A more refined version of the mirage I used before formed in my palm. Overwhelming force, capable of crushing through anything in its path. I slammed the full-powered telekinetic flick max into the seed. This was the strongest attack I could deliver right now. An incredible strike that could tear through alloy like paper. The ground was wrecked from the shockwave, but the seed remained perfectly intact, not a scratch on it. Meanwhile, my torn-up right arm started throbbing again. Why was I the one getting hurt? Did the seed have some passive attack reflection or something? At this point, I had no choice but to admit it. This thing was ridiculously tough. There was no way I could break it on my own. Well, yeah, if it could be broken by force, Murmur would have destroyed it long ago. Thinking about it, it made sense. Murmur wasn't an idiot. He understood how dangerous the seed was better than anyone. If it could have been destroyed by brute strength, he would have taken care of it himself. But since that wasn't possible, he had chosen to hide it where no one could reach. Even in the original timeline, its existence wasn't revealed until much later. Murmur's judgment had been almost completely correct. So then, what now? If I couldn't destroy the seed before someone took it, all my plans up to now would be for nothing. At this rate, the only option would be Tempest obliterating the entire Liberation Army. And me running away from everyone trying to steal the seed. This was a mess. Maybe if I transformed with the Tesseract, I'd gain enough power to destroy it. But that presented a whole new set of problems. What if I transformed with the Tesseract and still couldn't break the seed? That would mean wasting one of my only chances to change the tide. And even if I succeeded in breaking it, who knew when I'd need the Tesseract's power again? It would be like trading long-term strategy for short-term success. So I'd decide later, when it really mattered. Holding the seed, I pondered for a moment, then decided to postpone the destruction. Rather than eliminate a potential threat now, it was more important to keep the Tesseract card in my hand. In that case, for now I need to buy time. I'll put the seed back in the box and return to Murmur. I'll figure out the next step then. I slipped the seed back into the cold box, held it close to my chest, and stood up. If I couldn't destroy the seed, there was no reason to stay here alone. I had to return to Murmur, to keep my promise, and because it was the best move right now. Sorry, David, I felt a little bad for tuning out your earlier advice. But I didn't have the luxury to worry about anyone else. Exclamation mark. Just as I let go of that lingering hesitation and turned to leave, a powerful tremor rippled through the ground, as if the entire sky garden was collapsing. I instinctively looked up, and saw a pillar of storm rising high enough to reach the sky. Without a doubt, it was Tempest's magic. Dust devils, typhoons, tornadoes, thunderstorms, downbursts, and so on. There are all sorts of weather phenomena tied to the wind. It's just the movement of air caused by differences in pressure. And yet, wind could easily blow away man-made structures, and even erase landscapes shaped over hundreds of thousands of years by the Earth itself. Among them, there was the fierce updraft that surged from the ground into the sky. Commonly called a dust devil, this particular column of rising wind was now violently sweeping across the entirety of the sky garden. If I don't pin myself down with telekinesis, I'll get blown away. This is way too strong. A large-scale spell powerful enough to change the weather entirely into overcast skies. No matter how I looked at it, the only person capable of doing something so absurd with such composure was Tempest. But even for Tempest, enveloping the entire sky garden in wind should be a bit of a burden. Did that mean the opponent was strong enough to warrant him going all out? Just who was he facing? I widened my eyes in shock, staring in the direction from which the fierce wind was blowing. It's close, but I doubt Mayor Tempest would lose. So for now, I should get out of here as quickly as possible. I hugged the box containing the seed tightly against my chest and used telekinesis to lift myself into the air. The wind was rough, but as long as my focus on telekinesis held, I was still okay. In the end, wind was just fluid flow. By gently nudging it aside to make a path, I could easily avoid being caught up in it. If anything, other people were more likely to be trapped by Tempest's wind than I was. It might even give me a convenient advantage, free rein to move through the sky garden alone. But of course, there's always a twist. Just as I started moving toward where Murmur was waiting, having floated myself upward, a sharp arrow pierced the wind like a bolt of lightning and came flying straight at me. Crack. Fortunately, I had already spread my telekinesis wide to push against the wind, so it wasn't much of a threat. I just caught the arrow in midair and snapped it in half. That was the end of that. The real problem was that I couldn't see the shooter anywhere. To make a shot like that from such a far distance, in this kind of wind, it was no ordinary feat. It was definitely another one of those damn modified humans. They might come chasing after me. I should finish this here. I didn't want anything to trip me up now that I had secured the seed. But letting someone tail me when I didn't even know what they looked like, that was asking for trouble. The place where Murmur was waiting was meant to protect the fairies. If I led someone there while being tracked, it could put them in danger. So I hesitated for only a moment while floating midair, then made my decision quickly. I'd end it here, so they couldn't follow. I flew straight in the direction the arrow had come from. Oh, bold of you to come charging in. Guess that means you're confident. Sharp too. How'd you spot us in this wind? Oh my, what a cute face. Are we sure she's the one carrying the item? No doubt about it. That overwhelming pulse of life just now, it came from her. The seed we're after is with that girl. When I reached the direction the arrow had come from, I found a group of people. Their forms looked like grotesque fusions of multiple living creatures. Immediately repulsive, clearly modified humans. Judging by their conversation, their target was the world tree seed in my arms. The moment I opened the box to destroy it, its location must have been exposed. Apparently, Murmur's box had been masking the presence of the seed. So getting pursued was inevitable. But I didn't think there'd be a whole group. Can I win this? Given how many times I'd already clashed with modified humans, it was hard to feel confident about victory against this bunch. Earlier, I'd struggled with just 3 modified humans, and they'd been clumsy and poorly matched. But these 4 had clearly superior individual abilities. It might be a situation where I'd have to call on the Tesseract's power. So I discreetly placed my hand over it beneath my clothes, quickly trying to assess the situation. When suddenly, a roar like thunder split the sky, and a windstorm powerful enough to snap every tree in its path tore through the forest in a destructive rampage. Gah, thank goodness I'm airborne. I would have been caught in that storm. Because I was floating with telekinesis, I managed to avoid getting swept away by that terrifying current. But the 4 modified humans on the ground weren't so lucky. They were flung around by the storm, slamming into the earth with bloodied bodies. Despite all their earlier bravado, their exit was laughably pathetic. But it wasn't hard to guess whose handiwork it was. That must have been a stray burst of Tempest's magic. But when did he get this close? I didn't sense any magic at all. If I'd been caught in it too, it would have been NO versus ELIGHT, official version, a disaster, but I got lucky. I silently thanked Tempest for the unexpected assist and turned to leave. Or I would have, if someone hadn't suddenly stood up from the wrecked forest left behind by his storm. OWW, what the hell is wrong with that damn old lizard? Even with an arm and a leg sealed, he's still that strong. That's just absurd. Russell, dusting off the dirt and grass from her body, a winged woman covered in wounds stood up. Compared to the other modified humans with their grotesque appearances, her form looked shockingly normal. The only notable features were her blood-stained white coat and limp, oversized wings. But I recoiled in shock. Her ghost-pale skin, those lifeless, white eyes. I immediately realized who she was. She was none other than one of the 7 calamities, Alvis of grief. I'd suspected she was somewhere in the Sky Garden, based on how many modified humans I'd encountered so far. But I hadn't expected to run into her directly. It was so sudden that I felt my heart drop into my stomach. Oh my year. Apparently, Alvis had noticed me as well while brushing off the dirt. With a weary look, she wiped the blood from her coat. And her gaze landed squarely on me. Her eyes locked onto me as I floated in the air. And she smiled thinly, like she'd figured something out. Yep, no doubt about it, I'd been spotted. Immediately, I cranked my telekinetic output to the max and bolted. No time to think about where I was going. I just had to get as far away as possible. That absurd life force, you're carrying the seed of the world tree, aren't you? No wonder my children came back empty-handed. Now I don't have to waste time fighting that annoying old lizard. Hand it over, now! Exclamation mark. Where do you think you're going? But Alvis's wings weren't just for show. She beat them hard and soared after me at full speed. She was supposedly more of a researcher than a fighter among the 7 calamities. But even if she was considered the weakest among them, the title wasn't for show. Her alchemy-enhanced body easily surpassed any modified human I'd faced so far. There was no way I could win like this. Unless I used the Tesseract's power, the gap was just too big. She's catching up. Damn it. Why did Tempest let this one slip past him? This was beyond unlucky. I'd been doing my best to avoid dangerous people, and now of all times, I ran into Alvis while holding the seed. Of course, it wasn't Tempest's fault, he couldn't have predicted this. But I had to make a decision. Right now, whether or not to draw on the Tesseract's power. A chantless spell. No. This is psychic power. So the association has been dabbling in psychics behind our backs. Kyahahaha. What a perfect excuse for a little war. As I hesitated for just a moment, Alvis let out a shout and spread her wings wide. And from them, feathers rained down like countless blades. Alvis's feathers, each one carrying devastating power. If I tried to deflect them with telekinesis, they'd snap it instantly. I understood that instinctively, so I hurled myself downward, sliding toward the ground. But horrifyingly, the feathers followed. They twisted through the air on bizarre trajectories, chasing me. Exclamation mark. Boom. When Alvis's feathers struck the ground, it was like bombs going off. Pillars of earth exploded upward. They weren't blades at all. They were practically grenades. And there were dozens, maybe hundreds, of them. Let your guard down for a second, and you'd be erased without a trace. This was on an entirely different level from the modified humans I'd fought before. Goo. My control. I couldn't deflect all the impact. Too much was happening at once. Pain pulsed through my body, my vision blurred, and dizziness washed over me. My lungs seized, the world spun. And before I knew it, I was lying flat on the ground. I didn't even take a direct hit. Just the shock alone did this much. The difference is too big. The earth beneath my skin felt cold. I almost wanted to stay like that. But lying still would mean losing everything. So I forced myself to reach for the box lying nearby and hugged it to my chest as I got to my feet. Running was impossible. She was faster, and her attacks were overwhelming. I had no other option. I'd have to use the Tesseract after all. Can't believe I have to fight her head on like this. Good thing I didn't use it earlier. Could I win? I wasn't sure. The transformed version of me was strong. Yes, but strong enough to beat her in just a few minutes. I didn't know. Still, it was better than collapsing without a fight. I sat back down, clutched the Tesseract hidden under my clothes, and pleaded, transform me into the future version of myself, stronger and more capable. Or I would have, if not for the chillingly familiar voice that rang out nearby. Well now, sweetie, did you dye your hair since I last saw you? Black suits you. But if it's just a mood change, why not try Navy next time, like your big sis here? Step, step. From the depths of the forest, a familiar face appeared, flawless, not a drop of sweat on her. No need to even say it. She was one of the people I absolutely needed to avoid right now, Vespera. In front, Alvis of the Seven Calamities. Behind, Vespera, the progenitor. A living nightmare. It was truly a crisis with no escape. Behind me, Alvis was chasing after me to steal the World Tree Seed. Right in front of me, Vespera was gazing at me with a languid expression. If I had just eaten a full lunch, I'd be suffering from indigestion right about now. No, perhaps I was already half out of my mind due to the overwhelming stress. Of all times for Vespera to appear, could she have figured out the World Tree Seed too? It was unfortunate, but the possibility was high. Vespera was someone with a special set of eyes that could detect things beyond artifacts. No matter how well the box suppressed the seed's presence, it likely wouldn't matter to her. If that was the case, the situation was truly the worst. There was little chance of defeating someone of her caliber, one even stronger than the Seven Calamities, in just a few minutes. If it was just Alvis, I might have stood a chance. But facing both Alvis and Vespera at once, it was almost as if I were signing my own death sentence. I carefully glanced up at her, gripping the tesseract hidden inside my clothes. The only struggle I could muster was relying on the tesseract's power. But if I used it recklessly, there would be no hope left, so I needed to wait for the perfect moment. However, Vespera didn't seem to appreciate me being on guard. With one eyebrow raised, she confidently closed the distance between us, approaching step by step. And when we were within arm's reach, Vespera suddenly grabbed my cheek with a tight grip. Exclamation mark. Hey, relax. Am I here to eat you? Don't look at me like that, it's not nice. What kind of relationship do we have? No, more importantly, what the hell is she doing? I desperately tried to move my head from side to side, trying to escape her unprovoked squeezing of my cheek. But with one hand holding the box and the other clutching the tesseract, I couldn't seem to escape her persistent touch. Of course, if I used the tesseract right away, I could somehow get away. I couldn't be sure I would win, but with that power, it would at least give me a fighting chance. However, using the tesseract now would be pointless, as I could sense no hostility from her. In fact, her attitude towards me was nothing but kindness. It felt like an overwhelming affection, as though she were treating me like a lost little sister. Why is she doing this? We're not that close, are we? It had only been 3 days since I met Vespera, barely more than 2 days, to be exact. To me, Novelite Vespera was a dangerous person who knew my face. She was not someone who would just grab my cheek like this out of nowhere. She was showering me with affection I had no way of reciprocating. Should I fight back, or should I run? I had no idea what reaction I should show, and my head was a mess. But perhaps I was overthinking it. Just as I was lost in thought, the sharp sound of something splitting the air reached my ears. It was a sound so absurd it made me tense up involuntarily. It was undoubtedly an attack from Alvis. What the hell? I'm busy here, what's with the interruption? But for some reason, Vespera seemed to treat that terrifying attack as nothing more than an annoying interruption. She scattered blood from somewhere into the air, creating a crimson fog that resembled a dark mist. Then, Alvis's feather, unable to break through the blood-red mist, froze in midair. It was clear that the difference in power between them was worlds apart, considering that my telekinetic powers couldn't even endure that attack. Thud, thud. Feathers stained with blood dropped weakly to the ground. At the same time, Alvis calmly stepped out from the chaos in the forest. That magic is blood magic. How did a blood-sucking mosquito like you get here? Hey, alchemist, huh? No wonder there's so much garbage wandering around in the Sky Garden. Vespera and Alvis exchanged words as if they were sizing each other up. It seemed like alchemists and vampires weren't exactly compatible. The hostile energy between them made my back break out in cold sweat. But what surprised me the most was the conversation between the two women. Could it be that the Liberation Army and Vespera weren't just unrelated, but actually enemies? Now that I think about it, Vespera doesn't really belong to any big organization. Meanwhile, the Liberation Army is a bunch of terrorists willing to go to any lengths for a cause. It's not surprising they'd clash. This was significant news. I had thought these two factions would either be on neutral terms or possibly even allies, but to find out they were enemies. If that was the case, their priority would likely be to eliminate the competition, not secure the World Tree seed together. If they killed me and took the seed, the other competitors would just chase after them, making things more troublesome. That would naturally shift the priority away from me as an easy target. Quickly grasping the situation, I stealthily hid behind Vespera, using her as a shield. It was no longer a matter of being trapped. It felt more like a lucky turn of events. Indeed, in any situation, the key was never giving up until the end. Had Alvis noticed things were getting complicated? She slowly unfolded her wings, exuding an aura of killing intent. TCH, I didn't expect an outsider to interfere. I'll have to deal with this quickly and get back. Her overwhelming presence descended upon the forest. Anyone with a weak heart would have been immediately intimidated by her powerful presence. But Vespera, after scanning me behind her, looked at Alvis with disdain. Well, I see how it is. You're the one who hurt my little one, huh? Vespera took off her glasses and let her tied-up hair fall loose. Then, her previously calm demeanor exploded with malice, transforming into an enchanting beauty that bore no resemblance to her former self. Perhaps it was because the glasses, which had obscured her identity, were now off, but Alvis finally realized who she was. In an instant, Vespera summoned an enormous amount of blood, flooding the area around her with a sea of crimson. Could it be your Vespera? Looks like I won't be able to kill you casually. TCH, you inferior race that weakens without blood. Die. Enraged, Alvis flapped her wings, sending feathers flying in every direction. There were so many feathers that the sunlight was completely blocked out, and the area was plunged into brief darkness. The destructive power was enough to reduce a building to ashes. However, Vespera merely sneered and reached out her hand as the feathers fell toward her. Foolish, I'll send them right back at you, Lapina. What ah? The meaning of the spell was to seize. The blood mist that spread rapidly through the air soon turned the countless feathers red. Then, the impossible happened. The falling feathers reversed course and flew straight back at Alvis. Perhaps Alvis never expected her own attack to come back at her so quickly. She cried out in shock as her feet sank into the ground, stunned by the reversal. With a single spell, Vespera had not only neutralized Alvis's attack but turned it against her. Such was the fighting style of a true vampire queen. You mosquito-like BH. Well, how vulgar. I don't think you, a corpse playing with dolls, should be the one saying that. Die, die. I quietly watched as Vespera relentlessly pushed Alvis back. There was no mistaking it, there was an overwhelming gap between them. It seemed that Alvis wasn't a combat specialist but rather a scholar who created powerful soldiers. Her combat strength was low among the 7 calamities, at best comparable to Raven, a top-tier double number fixer. On the other hand, Vespera was someone who could easily hold her own against single-number fixers, even though she might be weaker than Tempest. The difference between them was impossible to bridge, and this result felt inevitable. It wasn't long before Alvis collapsed to her knees. The battle was quickly turning in Vespera's favor. What did you do to my body? What did I do to your body? Hey, do I really need to explain it? To someone who's about to die. Vespera leisurely stood before Alvis, who was frozen in place with red lines all over her body. It was clear that her attitude reflected a natural ease born from an overwhelming difference in power. I, having read the original work, knew what power Vespera held. Her blood contained subjugation, the ability to take others' power. It was no surprise that Alvis had lost control of her body and became her slave. It's over. With Alvis unable to use magic, she can't resist anymore. I silently observed from afar, my focus still intact despite my labored breathing. Running away was meaningless. If I tried, they'd catch up easily. So, I needed to gather as much information as possible to make the right decision. But just as I was watching Vespera and Alvis's battle, something unexpected happened. Vespera, who had been holding Alvis in place, suddenly frowned and pressed her forehead. It looked like she was dizzy, stumbling slightly. Was that enough of an opening for Alvis to break free? For a brief moment, Alvis regained control of her body, and with a ghostly face, she lunged toward me. Give me the seed! Exclamation mark. I hadn't expected her to give up fighting Vespera and come after me. It seemed like Alvis realized she had no chance against Vespera. After stealing the seed from me, she probably planned to escape and complete her mission. It was a cold, calculated decision, the kind one would expect from someone who viewed the fight as just a means to an end. Perhaps, being one of the lower-ranking 7 calamities, she had already acknowledged her own weakness. But unfortunately for her, she reacted too late. I never expected Vespera to let Alvis go. Nor did I expect Alvis to come rushing toward me the moment she regained her freedom. I tried to retreat quickly, weaving my telekinetic barrier, but I was too weak to withstand Alvis's power. Exclamation mark. With a sudden jolt, I felt my body lift from the ground as if I were floating. I felt my breath being forced out of my lungs, and the box I had been holding was sent flying far away. At least I was fortunate that the sudden surge of strength didn't kill me outright. Losing the World Tree Seed was the worst part, but it wasn't the end. I'll get it back. Despite the breathlessness clouding my mind, I remained focused. If I could just use my telekinesis to retrieve the box. In the brief moment before I could land, I saw the box, which had been flying through the air, narrowly avoiding my telekinesis, being drawn somewhere like a magnet. Could it be Alvis? I twisted my face in shock, realizing I couldn't even use my telekinesis and fell to the ground. But before I could feel any pain, I quickly got back up and saw where the box had gone. There, I saw Vespera, covering her mouth with her hand, reaching for the box containing the seed. In the final moment, it was Vespera who obtained the World Tree Seed. A sinister, blood-red liquid slowly flowed from the ground toward the sky. It was an otherworldly phenomenon, as if even the concept of gravity had been consumed by magic itself. The surrounding forest looked as though it had been drained of life. In a bizarre atmosphere that would cause anyone prone to fear to lose consciousness, Vespera lightly held the bloodstained box in her hand and smiled. "Hey, darling, what are you doing leaving something so important around? Wasn't it something you kept close to you because it was important? You're too reckless. Let your big sister hold onto it for you. Not a bad offer, right?" Her voice sounded light, as though she were simply out for a stroll. If you weren't paying close attention, it almost seemed like she was scolding a child who had dropped their important wallet or phone. But I, who had hurriedly risen to my feet, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, feeling the situation I had imagined since meeting Vespera unfold right before my eyes. Vespera has the World Tree Seed. I felt nausea rise in my throat. I wasn't facing someone I could outwit with a quick response, and taking the seed by force was out of the question. If Alvis had the seed, I might have been able to make a stand using the power of the Tesseract, but now that it was in Vespera's hands, that possibility was completely gone. The only hope I had left was that Vespera seemed to show some favor towards me. But relying on such unstable circumstances was becoming increasingly difficult as things progressed. Could Alvis, a 7 calamity, also sense this shift in the situation? She quickly regained her composure, her face twisting into a frustrated expression. "TCH, of all places. Oh my, you look even more anxious than before. Was it really that important to you?" Without even touching it with her hands, Vespera lifted the box containing the World Tree Seed into the air with her own blood. As she flicked her finger, the seed inside the box slowly revealed itself. The World Tree Seed was about the size of a large jewel. It was small enough that I could wrap it in my hand and hide it from view. Was this the first time Alvis and Vespera had seen the World Tree Seed with their own eyes? The two of them, frozen as if struck with a hammer, remained still, until Alvis hurriedly spoke up. "TCH Vespera, let's make a deal." "A deal? Why would I need to make one when I'm already in the advantageous position?" Vespera's leisurely reply was the epitome of common sense. In a deal, the stronger side typically proposes it to the weaker one. Having obtained the World Tree Seed, Vespera had no reason to listen to Alvis. She could do whatever she wanted, and there was no need to engage in a deal. But perhaps Alvis still had something she believed in. With a strained smile, she attempted to regain some confidence. "No, you won't be able to fully make the seed bloom on your own. The environment on Earth is too barren for the World Tree to grow. In order for it to fully grow, we the Liberation Army have the special technology needed." This isn't a lie. You can test it if you like. Really? You seem sincere. I guess there must be no versus EIT. Read more on our source, a limit to how much the world tree can grow in this world with its lack of magic. Exactly. You want to plant the world tree on this earth, to bring about the end for those foolish humans, don't you? Join us. A paradise for all non-humans, that is our ultimate goal. With a confident expression, Alvis extended her hand to Vespera. After all, the world tree seed had no purpose other than to be planted. To properly use it, the technology of the non-human liberation army was required. Though it was irritating to have an outsider interfering, someone like Vespera, being one of their own, would likely be understood by the commander-in-chief. I guessed that's exactly what she was thinking in real time. I, knowing the original story, tried to guess what Alvis might be thinking as I anxiously watched Vespera tapping her lips. The Liberation Army has the artifact for spatial movement, the Queen's unholy tiara. If Vespera accepted Alvis's proposal now, there would be no turning back. The World Tree Seed would immediately be in the hands of the Liberation Army. In that case, I would have no choice but to use the Tesseract for a final attempt. As I was deep in thought, ignoring the aching pain in my body, and nervously holding the Tesseract, Vespera, who had been casually rolling the seed in the box, suddenly threw a question at Alvis. I'm curious about something. How did you know the World Tree Seed was here? I never imagined anyone else knew about it, other than me. There was a prophecy. It was said that an item capable of bringing about the end of the world would be here. There are prophecies like that in your world too. Impressive. You're much better than the astrologers who always ask us to fetch things. I spent nearly a year chasing this down. Now, what about it? Do you think you're ready to accept our proposal? Vespera's eyebrows twitched in disbelief at Alvis's answer. She had spent nearly a year to discover this, only to find that Alvis had gained the information through a prophecy. No wonder she was surprised. As Alvis seemed to almost give in to the shock of that fact, Vespera, holding the World Tree Seed between her fingers, gave a devilish smile. But there's something you're misunderstanding. I don't particularly care about making the World Tree grow. I already quite like this world as it is. What? Then why did you go after the World Tree Seed? It has no use other than making the World Tree grow. None. Well, I can do this, can't I? Whoosh. Vespera casually threw the seed into her mouth, as though it were a piece of candy. Then, with a loud crack, the seed was crushed by her molars. To think that something I couldn't even scratch was so easily crushed. It was undoubtedly a use of magic or power, but even considering that, it was an astonishingly powerful display. After completely crushing the seed, Vespera swallowed it down in one gulp. Alvis, who had been watching in disbelief, distorted her face in rage and shouted. You damn bee. She had caused such a ruckus just to obtain the World Tree Seed, only for Vespera to destroy it so effortlessly. The World Tree Seed was a living being in its own right. Once it was crushed in her mouth like that, it couldn't be recovered. Filled with fury to the brim, Alvis charged at Vespera. Her speed was so fast that even though she was still some distance away, I could feel the air being displaced. However, in contrast, Vespera's response was incredibly calm. She didn't even need magic. She simply extended one hand in front of her. Though it seemed precarious, the result was utterly shocking. What? Despite Alvis's superior physical abilities, Vespera easily grabbed Alvis's throat as though handling a baby puppy. Had she grown stronger by swallowing the World Tree Seed? The aura she emanated was far more ferocious than before. I feel alive again. These humans of this world have no magic in their bodies, so no matter how much blood I drink, it never satisfies me. My body was in so much pain. Let go. Hey, with this, I could probably take on Tempest now. You've worked hard to get this far. Of course, it was all for nothing. See crack. This is so futile. The blood that flowed through Vespera's hand penetrated Alvis's body. The blood felt like a poison, collapsing her body from the inside out, many times more intense than when she had been restrained earlier. As Alvis, drenched in blood, screamed in pain, her final moments were grotesque and utterly terrible. Thud. When Vespera released her grip, Alvis's body fell lifelessly to the ground. Vespera stared quietly at Alvis, who no longer moved, before turning her head toward me. I hoped I was mistaken, but the blood mist swirling around her was even denser than before. Had she regained her strength by eating the world tree seed? Her presence now was nothing less than a horrifying nightmare. Well, then darling, shall we have a little chat? I half convincingly nodded at her, casually speaking to me. Clearly, Vespera had reached the same level as Tempest by now. In that case, there was no point in relying on the Tesseract's power anymore. She had already reached a level that I could never stop with my own hands. I watched her quietly, maintaining a stiff, emotionless expression, determined not to show any weakness. However, perhaps she didn't like my demeanor. Vespera turned the blood mist around her back into her body and spoke to me with a much more relaxed expression. Don't look so scared. I don't want to hurt you at all. ? Why? You ask. Well, there's more than one interesting thing about you. How you can still be so calm after using your telekinesis, how you knew about the world tree seed and managed to secure it in advance, and the secret behind that cute face of yours. Yeah. I almost want to keep you by my side forever. Flash. Her eyes gleamed with a frightening intensity. Was it obsession, or perhaps possessiveness? I couldn't shake the heavy emotions she was exuding as I swallowed hard. Having collected all the blood, Vespera confidently reached out to me with a smile. I have a proposal for you. Come with me, and I'll protect you so that no one will ever harm you again. It was certainly a proposal I couldn't refuse. I'll protect you for the rest of your life so that no one can ever harm you. Vespera's words were an incredibly tempting offer, even though her expression was far too lighthearted for the weight of what she'd just said. At the very least, I could tell that she wasn't lying. She was a progenitor vampire, a royal whose rank rivaled that of a dragon. On top of that, she herself had consumed life for so long that she'd become monstrously strong. Even if Vespera changed her mind midway and decided to abandon me, her promise to protect me from any danger was something that actually had a high chance of being fulfilled. Though it seems like I've developed some kind of illness without even realizing it. That must be because Earth's environment wasn't exactly gentle to non-humans. For non-humans, mana was a component of their very physiology. It was probably similar to how humans would suffer from a deficiency in vitamins, sodium, or potassium. That might have been why she needed to acquire the world tree seed and chew it down. But now that she'd overcome that deficiency, she had surely reached the level where she could fight Tempest. She had already proven that by instantly taking down none other than Alvis of the Seven Calamities. Yeah, if I accept Vespera's offer as long as it's not the invaders showing up someday, there's no real reason my life would ever be in danger again. Vespera now was like a walking natural disaster. No average enemy could even hope to touch her. Only by accepting massive losses and unleashing serious firepower could anyone hope to stop her. To live freely under the protection of such a transcendent being. If I accepted her offer, I wouldn't have to worry about being murdered ever again. So maybe, just maybe, I had just been given a life-changing offer. You're taking your time deciding. Not too fond of the idea. But I couldn't give her an immediate answer. Back when I first fell into this world, I probably wouldn't have hesitated, but now. Why not? The reason was simple. Greg, Raven, Alice, David, Sabrina. I'd come to value all these people as dearly as my own life. Vespera's offer could protect my life. But it was clear she wouldn't care in the slightest about the people I wanted to protect. Besides, accepting her offer means becoming her possession. She may be kind for now, but who knows when her mood might change. I'd basically be placing the freedom of my life into someone else's hands. The air turned cold from how deeply I was agonizing. I looked up at Vespera, and slowly shook my head, signaling that I couldn't accept her offer. But maybe Vespera had expected that answer all along. Still smiling, she narrowed her eyes and spoke in a chilling tone. I see, even knowing who I am, you dare to say no. You're quite the brave little one. Sigh, but what to do now? The more you push me away like that, the more I want you. I'm starting to feel like I want to dissect every little secret you're hiding and make them all mine. Sorry. Looks like my offer didn't mean much in the end. ! Flinch. I shuddered unconsciously under Vespera's gaze. Her eyes were like those of a predator about to pounce on its prey. To think the outcome would be the same whether I accepted the offer or not. The answer was already chosen for me. I was just being forced to pick it myself. How unfair. But I had no time to complain. I had to fight back however I could. I released telekinesis outward in all directions, and reached for the tesseract. No. More precisely, I tried to reach for it. If not for something suddenly yanking my wrist upward. Exclamation mark. Startled, I looked at my immobile left hand and saw that something had wrapped around my wrist without me even noticing. A slick, sticky sensation, deep red in color. This was blood. It looked like Vespera had flung her blood at me and used it to grab my wrist. Of all times, right when I'd resolved to activate the tesseract. As I bit my lip in frustration, Vespera let out a small laugh and said, I was thinking this earlier too. You keep reaching for something deep inside your chest. Some kind of hidden trump card, right? Little one, when you make it that obvious you get interrupted like this. Got it. Sorry, okay, normally I'd let it slide, but I don't really know how psychic powers work. If I let my guard down, something bad could happen. Clench. The blood that had grabbed my wrist began to slither up my arm and spread through my whole body. From shoulder to ankle, thick crimson lines rapidly spread across my limbs, binding me and stealing my freedom. To use the tesseract, I had to make direct skin contact. But now, unable to move even a single finger, I couldn't access its power. At least she didn't seem intent on hurting me, since IN_O_ versus _E_L_I_G_H_T wasn't in pain. But being kidnapped like this, that fact was far from comforting. I can't shake it off with telekinesis at all. When did she even? I hadn't let my guard down even for a moment, and yet. It was like an ant trying to resist an elephant. Even knowing the gap between Vespera and me, I still couldn't do anything about it. But unlike magic, my telekinesis only required concentration. I ignored the pain of being constricted and forcefully grabbed every shard and fragment lying around. Telekinesis, max output, eat this. The aftermath of earlier battles had left sharp rocks and splinters all over the place. Just counting them roughly, there had to be over 100 pieces. I seized them all and hurled them at Vespera with every ounce of force I could muster. She wasn't using defensive magic. This was my only real shot at changing the situation. What a cute little tantrum. Is that all? Exclamation mark. But once the dust settled, all that stood there was Vespera, completely unharmed. Not even a scratch. Even someone from the 7 calamities would have flinched at least a little if caught off guard. But for Vespera, empowered by the World Tree Seed, it was nothing more than a light massage. The moment the distance between us shrank enough that she could reach out and touch me. She stepped in close, so near I could feel her breath on my face, and whispered. Then shall I leave a mark to show you're mine? Exclamation mark. Be still, little one. It'll be over quickly. She buried her face into the nape of my neck. Was she going to bite down with her fangs and turn me into her thrall? If I drank her blood and became her servant, it'd be over. Even a regular vampire could plant their blood to enslave someone. There was no way I could resist the blood of a progenitor. I can't push her away with telekinesis. My pitiful resistance amounted to nothing. Before such overwhelming power, I was helpless. Just as Vespera's cold fangs were about to pierce my delicate skin. Suddenly, an explosion shook the air, loud enough to rattle my bones. It was the kind of sound that bypassed logic and hit pure instinct with revulsion. This is... Still clutching both my shoulders, Vespera jerked her head up. Then, she swung one arm wide to the side. In that instant, her blood writhed violently. And something sharp and shadowy began slashing relentlessly at the crimson veil. It was a deliberate attack. Vespera rose to her feet, face twisting in irritation as she muttered. Of all times to show up interrupting someone's fun is such a typical fixer move, isn't it? So groping a young girl is what counts as fun for vampires these days. Disgusting species. I'd toss the whole lot of you in prison if I could. The voice from within the forest was far too familiar. No, more than familiar. It felt wrong not to hear it by now. I twisted my head with difficulty toward the sound. And there stood Raven, black-haired, dual pistols in hand. How the hell was Raven even here? Staring at him in dazed confusion, I noticed a device strapped to his shoulder, something I'd seen before. That's a military-grade drop suit then that boomed just now. Was it a plane? The explosion I'd heard was probably a sonic boom from a plane breaking the sound barrier. And Raven had jumped out, wearing a shock-absorbing drop suit, from a high-speed aircraft. With the absurd magical pressure Vespera must have been releasing, it was natural for Raven to strike without hesitation. Was I lucky? I never thought I'd be saved by Raven here of all places. Relieved and overwhelmed, I couldn't take my eyes off Raven as he aimed his guns at Vespera. But no matter how skilled Raven was, Vespera was dangerous now. His style relied on pinpointing weaknesses and exploiting them. But without magic and limited to enhanced human levels of strength, defeating Vespera was almost impossible. If Raven went down here, it would be the worst-case scenario for all of us. I forced down my emotions and silently prayed that he'd retreat. That's a rather offensive thing to say. I wonder, would a man only regret his words after having his spine ripped out? Scary threat. In that case, maybe I'll rip out your fangs and make them into custom bullets. Hoo-hoo, how cute. But instead of running, Raven taunted her, guns aimed at her head and heart. Clearly, he had no chance of winning. Yet his attitude showed no fear whatsoever. Well then, come at me. Nvidia. But Vespera didn't even raise an eyebrow. As if annoyed by a barking dog, she casually unleashed her blood magic meant to tear him apart. Just as her bloody tendrils were about to rip Raven limb from limb, a blinding beam of white light suddenly soared in, erasing the blood like it was never there. Even someone like me, who had zero knowledge of magic, could feel the radiant brilliance and heat. Vespera's eyes flew open in shock, for the first time in the fight. This light, that's far enough, Vespera. How dare you interfere with the sacred fixer exam? Have you no shame? A rich, bass baritone voice, deep and resonant like a bass guitar. Its owner had a beautiful voice that could have belonged to a voice actor, and wore long hair in a striking mix of blue and white. Around him floated several flickering lights, like will-o'-the-wisps, orbiting him like satellites. The moment I saw that unique magic, I knew who he was. That's definitely a single-number fixer Luke. He was none other than Luke Sarian, the master of light magic, ranked number 3 among all fixers. His race, a high elf, a true royal from the famously pureblood and rare elf lineage. His pure magical skill, setting aside mana quantity, was said to be unmatched. And right now, he was likely the only person who could take on the strengthened Vespera. And Luke was only the beginning. From the direction he had come, more figures, men and women alike, stepped forward to stand beside him. Whoa, that's a big shot. I'm pretty sure she's even stronger than the last time I saw her. Or is that just me? No, she definitely got stronger. That level of mana output, she's on par with Tempest now. A monster indeed still. Even so, she's not unbeatable. Fixer rankings number 8, number 9, and number 14. Even one of them could change the tide of war, and now 3 were here. Add one top-tier double-number fixer and Raven, whose skill was nearly equivalent. Together, they were a force capable of challenging even the enhanced Vespera. The goddess of victory was, at last, smiling upon us. A fixer reinforcement unit that had arrived on a supersonic aircraft in a moment of crisis. Their lineup was so dazzling it was hard to believe they'd been assembled on such short notice. After all, single-number fixers usually operated in separate territories so their strength wouldn't overlap. For 3 of them to gather in one place like this, it was an unprecedented situation. Still bound by Vespera's restraints, I soon noticed what they had in common. They were all fixers active around Nighthouse. Now that I think about it, Tempest noticed Vespera just yesterday. So if he alerted the association in the meantime and asked for reinforcements just in case, that would explain it. The Fixer Association surely understood the weight behind Tempest's request. They would never refuse it. If so, then all of this happening right now was thanks to Tempest. Once again, I couldn't help but silently praise his presence and authority. He flavorless prince, tasteless salad, tough beef, a dusty bookworm and a crow. We all know each other, don't we? You've all changed a bit since last time, haven't you? Even in front of this absurd display of power, Vespera still brimmed with confidence. She pointed at each fixer with a finger, smiling like she found the whole thing amusing. The one she called tasteless salad, Alron, and tough beef, Minotaurs, both scowled at once. Luke, however, furrowed his brow with a sigh of disbelief and retorted. HMPH, the one who's changed the most is you. Speaking in a calm tone now. It's so unlike you it gives me goosebumps. You bloodthirsty lunatic. Fufu, that old nickname, I'd really rather you forgot that one. Vespera covered her mouth as if trying to hide an unpleasant memory. The others might not have known, but she and Luke seemed to share a long-standing connection. Like they'd been seeing each other since the early days of the otherworld. The way they looked at each other felt different. But maybe I was imagining that hint of nostalgia. Vespera swept her tired gaze across the group and spoke again. So, what now? Planning to throw down with me here? Wouldn't it make more sense to go help your precious Tempest instead? I'm not even that involved with the Liberation Army, you know. That's none of your concern. Besides, if we don't stop you here, you plan to feast on Lord Tempest's flesh and blood, don't you? Tell me I'm wrong. Bingo. That's why I hate smart people. The moment she finished speaking, all the fixers except Luke immediately tensed up. The reason for their reaction was simple. Vespera had suddenly drawn upon her mana, letting out a menacing aura. It felt like she could launch a devastating spell at any moment. But then, that fierce pressure vanished in an instant, like mist dispersing. The reason was equally simple. Vespera, who'd been playing with her fingers a moment ago, suddenly dropped her shoulders and relaxed. Just seconds ago, she'd been radiating murderous intent like she meant to slaughter them all. So seeing her lose all will to fight had the fixers completely thrown. Forget it. It's not like today's my only chance. I'll see you all next time. You running away. It feels like my body can't keep up with the recovery of my mana. I think I need to stabilize a bit first. Maybe even for her, fully digesting the World Tree Seed was too much of a burden. It seemed she realized that clashing with this much firepower before she was fully stabilized would be reckless. Which, honestly, was a relief from the fixers' perspective. Even with 3 single-number fixers, a strengthened Vespera was still an uncertain enemy. Unless they fully neutralized her, fighting her while accepting massive losses would be a bad deal in every way. Sensing her intention, Luke seemed willing to let her go peacefully. With the urgent battle against the Liberation Army still ongoing, turning Vespera into a full-blown enemy would be a nightmare. And looks like things over there are pretty much wrapped up too. Over there, Vespera muttered to herself, gazing off into the distance. And I instinctively realized, she meant Tempest. Come to think of it, the tremors that had been shaking the Sky Garden as if splitting it in half had recently stopped. The fight between Tempest and the Liberation Army must have ended. The fact that she could tell just by glancing into the distance once again made me realize just how powerful Vespera really was. Fufu. Well then I'll be going. Little one, we'll meet again later. Now that I think about it, that girl is. Wow. Whoa wow. What a stunningly pretty child. With a gentle smile, she released the blood restraints that had been binding me. And just like that, all the fixers' eyes turned toward me. She definitely did that on purpose to make things harder for me. I rubbed my sore wrist and turned my head to the side to avoid their gazes. Whether she understood my feelings or not, Vespera left behind one final creepy promise as her entire body dissolved into blood droplets and scattered away. And once it seemed clear she was fully gone, Luke, who had been rotating the glowing orbs of light around him in vigilance, dispelled his magic. A truly hair-raising situation, where mass casualties could have occurred at any second, had finally come to a close. Why the hell did she have to say something weird now they're all staring at me? Even after Vespera vanished, I couldn't relax. Because thanks to the cryptic remark she'd left behind, all the fixers were now laser-focused on me. If stairs had physical weight, I would have been skewered through the body several times over. As someone who desperately needed to avoid attention, it was excruciating. Strange with a face that distinctive, there's no way I wouldn't remember her. Shouldn't we secure her as a person of interest for now? A girl coveted by a progenitor, there's definitely some huge secret behind this. I'm not like that. Holding back the urge to cry, I decided to quietly slip away. Getting caught now would be a nightmare in every possible way. Even though I dyed my hair black, the watch was still on my arm, and it could easily give me away. If I somehow managed to remove the watch and pretend not to be a candidate, that would be its own problem. Thanks to my previous interaction with Tempest, I was unlikely to be turned into a lab rat if I got caught. But I'd definitely have to give up living as Yuri from now on. And that I really didn't want. But just as I was about to turn and bolt, Luke, the de facto leader of the group, furrowed his brow and spoke. This isn't the time to stand around chatting. Vespera's dealt with. We need to assist Lord Tempest immediately. Prepare to move. But she seems like an important witness connected to all this. Luke turned expressionlessly toward the fixer who replied, a woman whose body seemed plant-based. Maybe he was annoyed at being asked something so trivial at such a critical moment. But it wasn't an entirely unreasonable point. So Luke turned his head and spoke to the man who had been staring at me in stunned silence. Raven, secure the witness, please. Yes, leave it to me, let's go. Every second counts. With a sharp turn, Luke made it clear he wouldn't tolerate any more needless objections. The other fixers nodded in understanding and quietly glanced toward Raven before taking their leave. Right now, Tempest was more important than the strange girl who had been near Vespera. Luke's judgment was perfectly reasonable, and to me, it was so overwhelmingly relieving I nearly cried. The forest, wrecked by blood and battle, was now empty save for me and Raven, who stood awkwardly scratching his head. Man, I'm not exactly great with kids. For now, could you not run away? I'm not planning to hurt you or anything. Raven fidgeted and rubbed his neck awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Then he slowly raised both arms in front of him. Maybe that was his way of saying, I won't hurt you. He looked like someone trying to calm a stray cat, and for some reason, that made me feel even more deflated. Even meeting him here of all places, Raven was still Raven. I felt my tension ease slightly, and unconsciously let the stiffness melt from my shoulders. Then, as he cautiously shuffled a few steps closer, he tossed out a question in a casual tone. I was kinda worried you might be hurt. How's Alice doing? His calm question caught me off guard, and I found myself thinking deeply for a moment. Come to think of it, I hadn't actually run into Alice in the Sky Garden yet. This battlefield was overrun with the 7 calamities and their guard forces. Even someone like Alice could easily be in danger here. But I was sure she was okay. She had to be. Still, I immediately realized I'd made a mistake. That moment of hesitation, however brief, was all it took for him to get his answer. So it's true. I had a hunch, but still you're Yuri, aren't you? Thump. A sinking weight. No versus ELIGHT, official version, pierced through my chest. He found out. My mind instantly flooded with the realization. Cold sweat trickled down my jaw. Of all people, I got exposed to the one person I should have been most cautious around. What do I do? Should I take him down right now and run? No. He still hasn't realized I'm a psychic, so I shouldn't act rashly. But if I let him capture me, that's a whole different problem. My mind was in chaos, thoughts tangled in a spiral of panic. And then, wobble, my balance collapsed forward. ? What the TCH, Yuri? Before I could hit the ground, Raven closed the distance in a flash and caught me in his arms. Being held so suddenly, I widened my eyes in shock. But I soon realized this wasn't the time for silly thoughts. No way. The scene before me was enough to make my head explode. Everything was rising into the air. The dirt, the trees, the rocks, the water, everything. Like gravity itself had been turned off on Earth. Still cradled in Raven's arms, I felt a crushing pressure twisting my insides. And realized what was happening around us. The Sky Garden is falling. It was a nightmare so horrifying I could barely even comprehend it. It truly felt like I'd become a ghost. Even with my feet on the ground, I couldn't feel anything. It was like I was falling endlessly downward. Maybe this is how it feels to exist outside of gravity. But any sense of wonder quickly turned into terror when I looked around. Trees were being yanked from the ground like strands of hair, and the earth was crumbling like wax crayons. If there were such a thing as hell, wouldn't it look like this? That thought occurred instinctively, unbidden. The battle must have disrupted the magic keeping the Sky Garden afloat. Well, of course, it wouldn't be able to withstand a fight between Tempest and the 7 calamities forever. Yet even as Raven held me protectively, I found myself strangely calm. Like a spectator watching everything unfold through a screen. Well, I've flown through the air with telekinesis plenty of times before. Maybe it's similar to how a bird isn't afraid of the sky. Even right now, I could keep myself, and Raven, alive. All I had to do was lift us with telekinesis. It would be the simplest solution. But I can't just leave it at that. Because there were too many people in the Sky Garden I couldn't afford to lose. People like Alice and David, whom I had to protect at all costs. And people like Tempest and Luke, whose strength was essential for the future. Even the strongest mage couldn't save everyone in a situation like this. Then I'd just have to fill that role myself, even if imperfectly. Uriah. I gently pushed away from Raven's arms as if to step out of his embrace. Then, using telekinesis to lift myself slightly, I slowly backed away. Walking calmly on falling ground, it was no wonder he looked so confused. He probably still didn't realize I was using psychic powers. But I had no time to hide anything right now. Just like always behind the mask, I smiled, and gripped the tesseract beneath my clothes tightly. Please, tesseract, trust me, mama. Closing square bracket, click. I felt the sensation of a switch flipping somewhere inside my mind. A transformation I'd now experienced multiple times, no longer painful, no longer joyful. Just a surreal shift, like losing myself. When that vertigo ended, I was already gazing down at the world from a height I hadn't yet grown used to. The distance between Raven's eyes and mine had once been enormous. Now, we were only a head apart. That was a good thing. That form is. Grip. A wave of dizziness hit me, unfamiliar in this grown-up body. The difference from being a child was dramatic, painfully obvious. Not to mention, my clothes hadn't grown with me. Maybe because I wasn't wearing a tight-fitting maid outfit, just something loose enough to stretch. My clothes hadn't exploded from the transformation, thank God. This much is manageable. I ignored Raven's stunned gaze and flipped my snow-white hair back with a swift motion. Then, I lowered my hand toward the ground. Spreading my psychic field like invisible limbs, I scattered telekinesis in every direction. Faster and stronger than before, the power instantly locked onto the Sky Garden. So this is the shape of the Sky Garden. To think something this absurdly massive has been floating magic really is amazing. From what I could grasp through telekinesis, the Sky Garden was beyond massive. Several kilometers in diameter, tens of meters thick. A colossal slab of rock and earth, like a cluster of enormous icebergs. No matter how differently magic operated, the fact that such a structure could even exist. It showed just how incredible the Fixer Association's power and technology truly were. Can I do this? No. This isn't about whether I can or can't. I have to, if I want to save everyone. The moment I believed I'd wrapped the Sky Garden in my telekinesis. I clenched my fist tightly, imagining myself lifting it from below. More desperately, more seriously than ever before. I poured in all my resolve, as if I were willing to throw away my own life. Uriah, are you okay? But just as I focused all my attention on exerting power, my body suddenly lurched forward, and I smacked my head on the ground. The reason was simple. To stay stable, I'd been falling at the same rate as the Sky Garden using telekinesis. But once the garden began to slow down, I lost that sync. And the sudden difference in velocity threw me off balance. If I'd been standing on the ground, the transition would have been smoother. But hovering slightly above the surface, I ended up tumbling when I landed. I was being so serious just now. Why did this have to happen now? Luckily, it was soft soil, so I didn't get hurt or suffer a concussion. But of course Raven had to witness this awkward scene in real time. Mortified, cheeks burning, I scrambled to my feet. Then, acting like I hadn't just fallen flat on my face, I raised both hands confidently. Forget dignity. Right now, I just wanted to escape the embarrassment as fast as possible. I'll use everything I've got and lift the Sky Garden. Kuguging. Maybe it was the interference of my psychic force. Cracks split the earth. No versus EII, original source all around the Sky Garden as something groaned and trembled. At first glance, it sounded like the situation was only getting worse. But no, it was a good sign. It meant my telekinesis was having a real effect. A mass this huge, moving this suddenly, it'd be weird if nothing broke. I couldn't feel it immediately, but the speed was slowing down. Maintaining that intensity made me feel like throwing up, but I kept pushing. Then, of course, a problem had to pop up. Maybe it was the telekinetic shockwaves that had split the ground. A nearby tree, teetering on unstable soil, fell right toward me. There was no way I could take that hit directly. Even as an adult, my body was only strong in terms of psychic power. Getting crushed under a trunk that thick could definitely kill me. Damn it, I can't stop concentrating now. But I couldn't afford to break focus on the sky garden either. It was currently falling over open sea far from any landmass. But water, when struck from a high enough height, was no different from solid ground. Which meant that within the next few seconds, 10 or so, at most, I had to slow it down. Losing focus for even a fraction of a second could be fatal. Still, sacrificing my body here could ruin everything. Teeth clenched, brain scrambling, I made my decision. It can't be helped, I'll endure it, no matter what. Even if I got crushed by the tree, as long as I didn't die, I could keep my focus. I shut my eyes tight, bracing for impact. It would hurt like hell, but please, just let it not be fatal. But strangely, the pain never came. All I felt was a strangely warm air brushing against my shoulders. Startled by the eerie stillness, I cracked open one eye, and saw something unbelievable. Raven was shielding me, taking the full weight of the falling tree with his own body. Exclamation mark. It's nothing. Just keep going. You're lifting the sky garden, right? Exclamation mark. Just keep doing it. Nothing, he said, while bleeding from the head. Trembling, I looked at Raven as he shoved the massive tree aside. And shifted my focus back to lifting the sky garden. If Raven was protecting me, then no matter what happened, I'd be okay. That trust, his presence, made my mind feel lighter. And maybe it was that desperate strength of will, that pure resolve. But the sky garden slowed. Slower and slower, until it was visibly easing its descent. And finally, it settled atop the sea like a feather caught on a breeze. Exclamation mark. It stopped. Was it the ocean's buoyancy? Or perhaps the magic that had once disappeared reawakened? For a moment, it looked like the sky garden would sink, but now it rested peacefully, as if nothing had happened. What could have been a catastrophic disaster, with unimaginable casualties, ended with just the faintest ripple of waves. Raven looked around in disbelief at the now still sky garden. Then, holding his still bleeding head, he muttered wearily. Can't believe that actually worked, you're amazing. Exclamation mark. Stagger. I rushed forward as Raven began to collapse. Even as an enhanced human, a blow to the head was dangerous. What if he was seriously hurt? The thought terrified me. Thankfully, I caught him before he hit the ground. I gently laid him down and carefully examined the wound. Phew, it's just a laceration. Thankfully, it wasn't a serious injury. It looked more like dizziness than pain. He had just gone from high altitude to sea level in a heartbeat. That had to be part of it. Unfortunately, the tesseract was drained. I couldn't heal him right now. Sighing in relief, I placed a hand over my pounding heart. Somehow, I'd managed to keep the sky garden from crashing and no one was hurt. Honestly, yeah, I was thrilled. That my power had protected people, it overwhelmed me. Situation resolved. Some of the assailants escaped, but Edmund, the high-value target, has been confirmed dead. Lord Tempest is unharmed. All personnel with spare capacity, proceed to secure any remaining survivors in the sky garden. Repeating. And so, as that voice echoed from the device on Raven's belt, I quietly looked up at the sky and thought, so now, how the hell am I supposed to escape? My head was already swimming, filled with the looming dread of what came next. Telekinesis required intense mental focus. So lifting a colossal object like the sky garden was as exhausting as solving a highly advanced math problem non-stop for several hours. That was why, in the moment of brief rest, I found myself staring blankly at the sky. Then, as I stood there, half spaced out, Raven grabbed my hand and said with an incredulous expression. Hey Yuri, what are you spacing out for? ? Are you planning to just stand there and get caught like this? What are you going to say if someone sees you like that? Either shrink down again or run. Hurry up. Do something. Idiot. Raven's forehead furrowed deeply as blood soaked his hair from a wound on his scalp. Snapped out of my daze by the sincerity behind his scolding, I quickly grabbed the tesseract. Maintaining the form granted by the tesseract required continuous energy. In other words, to revert the transformation, I only had to cut off the flow of energy. So going back to my usual form wasn't particularly difficult. If I do this there, I'm back to normal. No wounds. Did the tesseract take care of that? Huh, how kind. Just like that, I returned from my adult form to my regular appearance in an instant. My body, which had been ridiculously bulky, was now light and small again, as if it had never been anything else. While I was adjusting the now loose clothes that had stretched from the transformation, Raven, who had roughly wiped the blood off his face, placed his clean hand on the crown of my head. Phew, did you lose your mask? If you just left it somewhere, go pick it up before it becomes a hassle. Fixers who've come to their senses will be moving around soon. I'll ask questions later! Exclamation mark. With that, he lightly pushed my head, as if nudging me forward. Given the situation, it seemed he thought this wasn't the time to have a relaxed conversation. So this, no matter how you looked at it, was Raven showing kindness. Moved by his unspoken understanding, I nodded deeply in thanks and hurriedly left the spot. Once I had gotten far enough away from him, I turned around and met Raven's gaze. What could he be thinking right now? His face was clearly filled with a complex expression. Maybe the fact that I was a psychic came as quite a shock to him. My mind was in turmoil, unsure of how I could even face him from now on. Ha! White human, you're safe! Exclamation mark. So what about the item I asked for? After parting from Raven, I flew low to avoid being seen and rejoined Murmur. Perhaps due to experiencing the Sky Garden's fall, he looked completely drained. Still, the moment I approached the hideout, he recognized me and immediately asked about the World Tree Seed. He must know just how dangerous the seed really was. Naturally, he was desperately hoping it hadn't fallen into the Liberation Army's hands. But I had no idea how to answer. How could I possibly explain that Vespera, hiding her identity, had stolen the seed and casually eaten it like a snack? So after thinking it over, I used every gesture I could think of to somehow convey to Murmur that the World Tree Seed had been destroyed and was no longer usable. Knowing how tough that seed was, Murmur looked genuinely confused, as if he couldn't believe it. But eventually, perhaps convinced by the seriousness in my expression, he nodded. I see a powerful vampire. Huh, I'm just glad you weren't hurt, white human! Exclamation mark. Here, your mask. I kept it for you. I took the fox mask from Murmur and slipped it onto my face with practiced ease. Even though it clearly covered my face, it felt as weightless and liberating as if it wasn't even there. Just as I thought, wearing this mask really did calm me down. As I idly fiddled with the cheek of the mask for a while, I sensed someone approaching nearby. Rustle, rustle. Pushing aside grass and branches, a startlingly tall woman appeared. Sayoko, the proctor for the fourth task. Found you. Candidate, so this is where you were hiding along with fairies, no less. Monster. Excuse me, I'm clearly a human being. I tapped Murmur on the back as if scolding him for overreacting, then approached Sayoko with a calm expression, as if asking, were you looking for me? Judging by what I'd heard from Raven's radio, it seemed like the situation was mostly under control now. Sayoko was probably combing the Sky Garden looking for unprotected candidates. If that was the case, I just had to act like I'd been here all along and blend in naturally. Of course, the fact that some fixers might have seen me earlier still nagged at me a little. But what choice did I have? There was no escape route anyway. I could only push through now. Come with me, I'll guide you to a safe location! Exclamation mark. The fairies too, it would be best if they came along since the Sky Garden is like this now, they'll need a new environment. TCH. Guess we don't have much of a choice. Fine. I decided to follow Sayoko, who offered an awkward smile. Surprisingly, Murmur and the rest of the fairy group also seemed to follow behind her. Even one like Murmur, who didn't usually trust humans, must have decided that in a situation like this, where the Sky Garden could no longer function as a safe haven, relying on fixers was unavoidable. Following behind Sayoko, we eventually reached a place where a crowd of people had gathered. And there, Biting her nails nervously, Alice came rushing toward me at full speed. Yuri, you're safe. Wobble. Alice's full body tackle hit with such force I nearly staggered over. I found myself trapped in a painfully tight embrace by her warm body. We hadn't run into each other at all in the Sky Garden. She must have been seriously worried that I'd been hurt, or even killed. Honestly, I had been more worried about her running into some absurdly powerful enemy and getting hurt. But seeing that she was unharmed was a huge relief. That outfit. Meanwhile, David was glancing this way with a puzzled expression. But with Alice clinging to me like an oversized puppy, I had no mental space to worry about that. Nothing particularly eventful happened after that. The now quiet Sky Garden was filled with fixers collecting the wounded, and the exam seemed to be quietly suspended, with no additional rounds announced. From the perspective of the examinees who'd fought tooth and nail, it must have felt extremely unfair. But what could be done? Most of the proctors had suffered various injuries during the battle against the Liberation Army. Still, it was announced that all examinees would receive proper compensation. And after some discussion, those deemed qualified would be invited to undergo a separate verification process. Hey, so now we just get to go home. Yes, just in case, the association will assist with transportation to your residences, so there's no need to worry. It all ended kind of anticlimactically, didn't it? But considering the circumstances, I guess it can't be helped. At least we might get another chance through the verification exam. Let's look forward to that. Flick, flick. Looking around, I confirmed that no fixers seemed to be actively searching for me, and I felt relieved. I'd been scared out of my mind that one of the single-number fixers might have seen my face. But it seemed they were all too overwhelmed to pay attention to a small fry like me. Besides, the only ones who saw me using telekinesis were a few examinees and Raven. There simply wasn't enough firepower for the spotlight to land on me. Phew, white human. Goodbye. Don't forget me. Ha. Let's meet again sometime, if we get the chance. Exclamation mark. That's amazing. When did you become friends with the fairies, Yuri? No idea. Later, aboard the plane returning to Night House, I waved to Murmur, Shalong, and the other fairy friends. Shalong especially looked like she was crying, reluctant to say goodbye. But fairies were a specially protected species under association supervision. Parting was inevitable. Finally, I'm going home. Seriously, what a brutal few days it's been. Now, how was I supposed to face Raven from here on out? My heart pounded so hard, it physically hurt. And so, the fixer exam, chaotic and filled with mishaps and stories, finally came to an end. A few hours later, at one of Nighthouse's large hospitals, where the Fixer Association had transferred the wounded after stabilizing the situation. Inside a private room prepared for top-tier VIPs, a woman spoke in a serious tone. The attack on the association during the Fixer exam, the Sky Garden raid. It's all but certain the Interspecies Liberation Army was behind it. The Sky Garden raid, an assault by the Interspecies Liberation Army on the association during the Fixer exam. After several hours of relentless and unforgiving combat, the ones who ultimately came out ahead were the Fixers. The Sky Garden, painstakingly created by the association, couldn't withstand the impact and eventually collapsed. Casualties were sustained among both examinees and Fixers in what should have been an outright disaster. And yet, why didn't it feel like one? There were two major reasons. First, they managed to counter the large-scale magic cast by the necromancer Mort, whose spells had clear usage limits. Second, they successfully subdued Alvis and Edmund, two of the 7 calamities from the Liberation Army. The calamities, each one of them is a powerful military asset and also a commander. Losing 2 out of the 7 is equivalent to losing 30% of their combat force. And more importantly, eliminating the Sword Demon, Edmund, was a massive win. That guy was a monster who could call himself a one-man army. It takes multiple single-number fixers to even face him properly. The fact they managed to take down Edmund, whose abilities were acknowledged even in the other world, was huge. He was strong enough to earn a spot among the calamities without needing a subordinate unit under him. To lose such a valuable asset so meaninglessly must have been a bitter blow to the Liberation Army. Especially considering they failed to accomplish their assumed goal, killing Tempest. That made their failure all the more devastating. Hoo foolish bastards. They must have underestimated me because I'm old. They'll regret picking a fight with me for the rest of their pathetic lives. Ha! Tempest Nim, now's not exactly the time to be laughing like that. The Sky Garden miraculously stopped mid-fall, minimizing casualties, but still. From the association's perspective, despite being hit first, they ended up gaining more than expected. Ironically, though, it wasn't a situation where they could laugh too comfortably. Because in the process of fending off an entirely unforeseen invasion by the Liberation Army, they had suffered an irreplaceable loss. Was it the fall of the Sky Garden? No, the Sky Garden itself hadn't held that much inherent value. There had been no fatalities during its collapse, either. The real blow was that the airship Leviathan, which had been docked at the time, was severely damaged. So much so that it would take several months of maintenance before it could fly again. Was it the loss of life among the examinees? Tragic, of course, for those affected. But ultimately, that wasn't it either. The Liberation Army's assault had been a natural disaster in every sense, completely unpredictable. And considering how sudden the ambush was, the examinees' swift reactions had kept casualties surprisingly low. Calling the result a miracle wouldn't have been an exaggeration. So what, then, was the true loss the Fixer Association had suffered? It was simple. Tempest had taken a grievous injury during the fight. You let them stab your precious dragon heart. Tempest Nim, a Tempest who can't use magic is just a cranky old man, you know. That's harsh. Don't you have even a shred of respect for me? And the bastard was stronger than expected. I can still use magic. I'm just low on mana. Same difference. Now if you try to use a spell, you'll be wheezing like you're on your deathbed. What are we supposed to do with you, Mayor? The dragon heart, an organ that emitted endless mana just by existing. Tempest's trademark power, the very symbol of who he was, could no longer be found. A portion of it had been sliced away in the battle at the Sky Garden. There was no need to ask who had done it. It was obviously Edmund. The title Sword Demon had clearly not been an exaggeration. His strength and skill had been enough to land a hit on Tempest even in his dragon form. Of course, that single successful strike had been paid back in kind by Tempest. But don't copy. Read here. Even that one blow had been enough to destabilize the dragon heart's perfectly balanced power. Well, it's fine. I figured it was about time for me to step back anyway. Think of it as this old man leaving behind a final gift for the younger generation. They'll manage just fine on their own. That's a heavy burden. It is. But what can you do? It was bound to happen eventually. It just came a little sooner than expected. Lying comfortably on the hospital bed, Tempest gazed silently up at the ceiling. He had grown old. It wasn't as if he could keep fighting like he did in his prime. If anything, getting rid of the Sword Demon, one of the most troublesome of the calamities, was a net positive. Of course, Tempest stepping down would deal a huge blow to morale. But there was no undoing what had already happened. A war is coming soon. This time there'll be no easy way out. The fragile peace that had been carelessly maintained was truly over now. On one side or the other, someone would reach a line that couldn't be crossed. All he could hope for was that the young ones wouldn't break under the pressure. And so, the dragon who protected civilization, Tempest, decided to retire. What ripple that decision would send through the world. With the fall of a great pillar that had long defended humanity, the world was now poised for violent upheaval. The Sky Garden raid, an attack by the Interspecies Liberation Army against the Fixers and Examinees in the middle of the Fixer exam. It was, in many ways, a full-blown prelude to the war that was to come. A serious incident by any measure. And yet, surprisingly, information about it was kept tightly under wraps, treated almost as if it had never happened at all. Why would such a major incident, one that left quite a number of victims, be concealed instead of made public? There were several reasons that could be listed. First, the very existence of the Sky Garden, built to protect the fairies, was top secret. Second, the fact that a facility isolated high in the sky had been successfully attacked could spark panic among civilians. And third, if word got out, it would inevitably lead to the revelation that Tempest had suffered a major injury. Now, 2 days after the incident had occurred, the upper ranks had ultimately decided that covering it up would be the better course. In particular, they were unwilling to disclose the existence of the uncontrollable artifact, the Queen's blasphemous tiara. To admit that no place on Earth was safe from the Interspecies Liberation Army. To the powerless civilian masses, it would be nothing short of pure terror. So this is the famous Sky Garden, huh? It's a total wreck. Considering it fell from hundreds of meters in the air, I'm more surprised it's still in one piece at all. A floating island this big was in the sky. I still can't believe it. And so, for various reasons, the Sky Garden remained completely unknown to anyone outside the fixers. Now, a group who had just arrived by ship stood upon its soil, each voicing their impressions aloud. They were Fixer Victor, recently recovered from his injuries at the St. Maria Hotel, and his assistants. Under official commission from the association, they had been tasked with investigating the Sky Garden site. Most of those present during the Sky Garden incident had been immediately transferred to hospitals. To examine the remnants still at the site, outside personnel had to be brought in. Victor, his golden spiked hair gleaming as vibrantly as ever, strode confidently toward the visibly exhausted site manager. "Oh, Victor, you're here to conduct the investigation." "Ah, yes, of course. You can go right in. Just be careful, some areas are still structurally unstable." "MMH. Thanks for the hard work." Victor's signature golden spikes stood out as always. The manager only needed one glance at his face and hair to recognize him immediately. Victor was the type of person who could be trusted without hesitation. And so, without a single obstacle, he stepped boldly into the Sky Garden and let out a dry chuckle as he looked around. This doesn't look like it's just from the crash, does it? No. The scale of destruction covering almost every visible surface, it's definitely the work of Tempest Nim. The center of the Sky Garden, where the site manager had established control, was a veritable hellscape. The ground looked as if it had been scooped out like butter. Trees and rocks were broken and scattered as if some giant had carelessly smashed through them. Debris sliced as cleanly as if by laser and scorched earth still blackened from flame. Victor crouched down, scooped some of the soil into his hand, and tried to deduce what had occurred here. Looks like Tempest Nim finally released his true form. Then came unfiltered wind and lightning magic. Normally, that would have ended things in seconds. But the enemy was the Sword Demon. That guy's swordsmanship is said to be sharp enough to cut through storms and lightning itself. So yeah, it wouldn't have gone down easy. Right, and with signs of necromancy left behind here, they were probably disrupted mid-battle by interference or tricky support. It definitely wasn't an easy fight. Victor recorded every detail of the scene through photo and video. The Sky Garden, now floating precariously above the sea, would soon be dismantled and moved to land. Which meant every tiny piece of evidence had to be documented. Information about the 7 calamities was a crucial clue to strategizing against the Interspecies Liberation Army. Even seemingly minor traces could turn out to be key. Of course, if it were only this level of work, there'd be no need to deploy someone as valuable as Victor. A more specialized, obsessive investigator could do the job better and more thoroughly. So why had someone in the upper ranks of the double-number fixers come all the way out here as a field investigator? Naturally, there was a compelling reason. Heek. Die, you wench. Become my puppet. Hick. Not a chance. Gurk. A modified human suddenly burst from the ground, and was instantly knocked out cold by Victor's punch, foaming at the mouth. It had been an ambush aimed at Victor's assistant, who had let their guard down for a moment. But Victor hadn't been distracted. He'd already picked up on the irregular breathing nearby. This was why someone like Victor had to be sent in person. It was because remnants of the Liberation Army were still lurking in the Sky Garden. Modified humans might not pose much of a threat to fixers, but to civilians, they were living nightmares capable of killing in an instant. That was precisely why, at present, only fixers of a certain rank and above were permitted to roam the Sky Garden. Good. That's one more captured. Rookie, contact the association so they can take this one N.O. versus E.L.I.G.H.T. in. Yes, right away. And you, assistant, your scream was surprisingly cute. Shut up. Ha ha ha. It tickled. Thump, thump. Victor chuckled as his assistant flailed their fists against him in embarrassment, his expression relaxed. But in his mind, he was thinking sharply. So there are still modified humans here. It's been 2 days already, and things are still dragging. Even with a single number fixer dispatched, they can't spare time to hunt down those hidden deep underground. What a pain. I thought this would be a simple job. Survivors at this point meant they had considerable ability. Some buried themselves underground to kill their presence completely. Others hid inside withered trees. The difficulty of dealing with these modified humans was on another level entirely. And worst of all, alchemical creations couldn't be tracked by mana. To a fixer trained to counter magic, that made hunting down remnants especially troublesome. Still, there was one fortunate development. Now that Alvis the alchemist's body had been confirmed dead, the production of modified humans had likely ceased. If they could just finish off the remaining ones, there'd be no need to keep worrying about them. That alone was enough to reignite his motivation. Once the unconscious, tightly bound modified human had been dragged away by the rookie, Victor left the area ravaged by Tempest and continued exploring other parts of the Sky Garden. Until suddenly, his brows furrowed. This is odd. What's strange, sir? Look at this. There are clear signs of a battle here and yet, there's barely any trace of mana. You're right. Dozens of undead look like they were crushed by a giant press, but no detectable magic. Magic of this scale, even by lower rank double number fixer, shouldn't vanish after just a day. The area they found strange was an open space around a large tree, where Yuri had fought the fused modified human, Triggers. Skeletons were crushed everywhere, and the fused chimera's torso had a gaping hole blown through it. But for some reason, Victor's equipment could only pick up the faintest traces of mana. It was as if this hadn't been done by magic at all, an inexplicably irrational result. Normally, one might blame equipment failure or the Sky Garden's collapse. But Victor happened to know of a power that could achieve this without magic. Psychic power. If it came from an invader-originated psychic, then this kind of result, complete destruction with no lingering traces, was absolutely possible. Psychic ability. Come to think of it, there's been talk lately of strange phenomena that can't be explained by magic. Could there really have been a psychic involved in this? Lowering his stance again, Victor rubbed his chin, deep in thought. If someone had done this, there had to be a witness. But none of the people encountered by the fixers who arrived first had stood out that way. Well, there was one suspicious case, a black-haired girl that a single number fixer had supposedly seen. But Raven had taken her into custody and delivered her safely to the association. And with Tempest later confirming she wasn't a threat, there was no reason to dig further. Still, the lack of concrete clues left Victor with a lingering feeling that the truth was just out of reach. Watching his assistant diligently documenting the area, he spoke up. Check if there were any outsiders involved in this incident besides the fixers and examinees. You mean aside from the calamities who attacked? Yeah, my guess is if there weren't any outsiders, then one of the examinees must be the one. As his assistant stared back with a confused expression, Victor stood upright and said with grave seriousness. A psychic. His intuition, sharp enough to leap over the gap left by missing evidence, was enough to send a chill down the neck of a certain snowy white girl somewhere far away. Of course, Yuri herself had no time to worry about that right now. Because at that very moment, her mouth was dry, and she was trapped in a very tense situation. Yuri, let's talk. Facing Raven, whose voice carried no trace of humor, she shrank back like a cornered mouse, shoulders drawn tight. To her, it truly felt like she'd been pushed to the edge of a cliff. A sudden chill crept across my skin. I wasn't sick or anything, but it felt like I had the shivers. Then again, it made sense if I thought about it. It was only January, barely a month past the turn of the year. The snow had stopped, but winter still held tight over Nighthouse with its cold winds. In weather like this, even cracking a door open would make your whole body tremble. If you weren't careful about closing doors properly, something like this could easily happen. Are you cold? I made sure to turn the heat up a bit warmer on purpose. But the chill I felt wasn't from any external cause. It came from the cold sweat that ran down my body, evaporating from nerves and tension. It was like that strange sensation when you drink bitter green tea and then bite into a cookie, the sweetness hits harder. Because the room was warm, the chill stood out more starkly. A deeply contradictory sensation. I always figured this day would come eventually. I quickly shook my head in response, signaling firmly that I wasn't cold. Then, fiddling with the fox mask in my lap for no reason, I cautiously looked up. There was Raven, looking tired in several ways. His suit, which he always wore, was more wrinkled than usual, proof that he'd been working hard. Maybe he was wondering if the heater was malfunctioning. After checking the room temperature again, he looked at me with a serious expression and said, "Then Yuri, let's talk." Gulp. I swallowed instinctively. What exactly did Raven want to ask, now that he knew I was a psychic? I hadn't even gotten my thoughts in order yet. If I'd known this was coming, I would have run off to Alice's house. Thinking that, I recalled how peaceful things had felt just a few hours ago. It was a pathetically timid sort of mental escape. About half a day after the incident ended, as the darkness lifted and dawn broke, some of the injured examinees, those who wished to, began the process of returning home. After all, the examinees had been little more than victims, dragged into the chaos. Once they signed a confidentiality agreement, there was no reason to keep them detained. And so, grouped by region, they were flown back home via association airships. Naturally, I ended up heading back to Nighthouse alongside Alice, David, and the others. "You've all done well. A small amount of compensation will be sent to your home later. Please be sure to uphold the confidentiality agreement." "Ah, yes. Unless someone's got a death wish, I doubt anyone's going to go blabbing." I nodded silently in agreement as I stood in the airport, cradling my luggage. This wasn't just some neighborhood store we were dealing with, it was the global powerhouse that was the Fixer Association. Unless someone was actively defecting to the Liberation Army, there was no escaping their reach. No one in their right mind would start talking about the Sky Garden. Maybe that's why the Fixer escorting us chuckled quietly behind their hand, then turned to head back to the ship, saying, "Well then, we'll take our leave. I hope you all get good results from the exam." With that, the Fixer disappeared behind the smoothly closing hatch of the airship and vanished down the runway in the blink of an eye. They had a smile on their face, but their whole demeanor felt oddly strained. No doubt they had a mountain of work piled up and were racing to get through it. The scale of what had happened was just too massive. Even if they wanted to rest, they probably couldn't. Feeling a bit of sympathy, I silently cheered them on as I took Alice's hand and exited the airport. And there it was, Nighthouse, now familiar enough to feel like home, welcoming me back once again. Looks the same as always. Maybe it's a bit calmer since it's Monday morning still. Compared to the Sky Garden, it feels downright noisy. Nighthouse hadn't changed. It was still as bustling as ever. Every citizen in sight had a distinct appearance, clearly other species. Cars, hover bikes, and paths flowed like fluid through the city, following its structured chaos. But even in a world like this, Monday's gloomy presence hadn't disappeared. There was a definite lethargy in the air, like the spirit had been sucked out of the city. A disease not even magic or advanced science could cure. Monday syndrome really was the ultimate man-made illness. Is he busy? Mr. Jin isn't answering Yuri, looks like he's not home yet. Want to come over to my place for a bit? I froze. Lost in random thoughts, I suddenly stopped at the sound of that name. Raven wasn't an examinee, he was a working fixer. He was probably still tied up with cleanup over at the Sky Garden. Everything that had happened had left my head in a mess. After thinking for a moment, I gently shook my head at Alice's suggestion, turning her down. Right now, I needed some time alone. And besides, there was a good chance the office was in complete disarray from being left unattended. If there was trash piled up, I needed to take care of it while no one was watching. Maybe reading my thoughts, Alice gave a bittersweet smile, nodding as she patted my head. All right, then let's at least have lunch together. I'll walk you back to the office afterward. That okay with you, David? Sure, no problem. I'm fine with that too. Oh right, Elizabeth, you're with us too. The four of us, now including Elizabeth, another face from the exam, ended up grabbing an early lunch at a recommended Japanese restaurant. With our flight taking a bit of extra time, we'd arrived just in time for opening. In a way, that was a lucky break. Well then, see you tomorrow. Get some good rest! ! After the meal, I waved my arms wide in goodbye as they saw me off. Then, with a soft click, I stepped through the door into the chilly troubleshooter office. It had only been 4 days since I left for the exam, but the place was already in chaos. Messiness was inevitable after that kind of absence. Raven's not exactly the type to clean up properly. Trash, laundry, and there's some dust on the floor too. All right. Before I change, let's take care of this first. I grabbed the cleaning tools before changing into something comfortable. If I changed into pajamas first, they'd just get dirty while cleaning. My plan was to knock out the chores and then take my time relaxing with a bath. Of course, since no one was around, I'd be using telekinesis. But yeah, that was the vibe. Finish the work first, then enjoy the downtime. I pulled out some garbage bags from storage and started lifting large pieces of trash with my telekinesis. With a flick of my fingers, I had the vacuum and mop running simultaneously. Even the hardest to reach corners were spotless in No vs. ELIGHT official version time. The grime vanished, and the office returned to its usual clean, crisp look. Yep, cleaning really did feel satisfying. And using telekinesis meant I didn't even get tired. The convenience of psychic power really was unbeatable. Nothing left to do now. I don't know when Raven's coming back, and it's too early to start dinner. Guess I'll wash up and take a nap in the closet. I tossed the torn-up clothes I'd been wearing into the trash without hesitation, then picked out a fresh outfit and soaked in the bath at leisure. There hadn't been any chance to wash up right after the incident. So getting all the grime off now felt so good it was almost electric. Then, wrapped in soft cat print pajamas, I shuffled over to Raven's closet, feeling warm and drowsy. It was small and dark, but the blanket was cozy, and the scent was sweet, my own little den. Like plugging in a phone, I connected the tesseract to the fracture and started recharging. I took off the mask, curled up in the bedding, and shut my eyes tight. Now that I'm clean, I'm sleepy. Telekinesis really drains your mental energy. I'm not fully recovered yet. At this rate, I'd need to nap until evening. I let out a slow, deep breath and melted into the softness. And my consciousness, like sinking beneath the surface of water, dissolved quickly without form. I even started drooling a little. It was that sweet and deep of a sleep. By the time I came to my senses, I was already in the middle of a long, dull dream. A dream of a girl trapped in a tiny room, like a hamster cage, in a world soaked in gray. She sat curled up on the bed, as if her thoughts had come to a halt. Was she imagining herself to be some kind of pill bug? She always buried her face between her knees. There was nothing entertaining in that place. The only things that existed were a gnawing hunger that seemed to eat away at the soul, and the same monotonous meals that barely relieved it. Anyone else living like this would surely cry out in agony. But the girl remained expressionless, as if nothing moved her. This life, repeated since the moment she was born, had simply become her ordinary routine. You can't cry if you don't know fear. You can't laugh if you don't know joy. The girl was, in every way, like a doll. And I was watching this scene from above, like a ghost. What a disturbing dream. But weirdly enough, it doesn't feel unfamiliar. Why is that? Drifting in the dream without a form, tossed aside like some discarded thing, I thought. But in the end, I realized I didn't have enough clues to find an answer to my question. Which meant the solution was simple. If I lacked something, I just had to find it. I moved my formless self and decided to explore the dream. This place is a research facility. Once I left the small room where the black-haired girl was imprisoned, I found, to my surprise, that the place was full of people. Some were like the girl, drained of energy, trapped silently in their rooms. And there were many others dressed in white, watching them as if observing test subjects. I moved my bodiless self closer to the people in white. And before long, their conversation reached my ears, shockingly vivid, far too clear for a mere dream. What's the result? The first to speak was an old man, his face deeply lined with wrinkles. A spotless white lab coat with not a wrinkle in sight, thin-rimmed glasses. A textbook look so stereotypical that out of 100 people, all 100 would guess he was a researcher. He was staring fixedly at the testing chamber beyond the glass, as if what lay beyond was so important that he couldn't even afford to glance away. As you can see, not only did we fail to meet the goal, but none of the subjects even adapted to the minimum threshold required to control the power. Most displayed symptoms of seizures and delirium, leading to brain death. We believe severe psychic contamination is likely the cause. So this attempt was a failure too. Maybe we need different methods for each individual. The old man stroked his beard as if troubled by the middle-aged researcher's response. Yet even as he murmured to himself, his expression remained completely flat, emotionless. Like a doll attempting to mimic a human, just uncanny enough to make the viewer uncomfortable. Still, even with his unchanging face, maybe he was truly concerned after all. After falling silent, lost in thought for a moment, the old man finally spoke, his voice faint and weary. It's about time we abandon this lab. As a final trial, let's use the child of God. Director, the child of God, sir. The younger man's voice trembled with shock, while the elder's face didn't so much as twitch. His gaze was fixed on a girl, huddled in the corner without any sign of life or response. It was clear that the old man was referring to that black-haired girl. But what exactly did child of God mean? That hadn't been mentioned in the original source material. This is strange. Why am I dreaming about this? Suddenly, #NO versus E-Light # a question surfaced. Why was I having this dream? Well, it's just a dream. Dreams are supposed to be like this. I tried to convince myself with that simple logic. But then I realized something that left me stunned. Wait, this place isn't this where I first woke up? Crack. A sound like fracturing echoed through the void, and my consciousness surged upward as if breaching the surface of deep water. It was like being yanked from the edge of sleep with a splash of ice water. Snapping out of the hazy awareness of a lucid dream, I forced myself to focus on what I was seeing. My instincts screamed that this wasn't something I could afford to overlook. I feel like I almost know something important. But the clearer my mind became, the farther I drifted from the dream. The world around me scattered like a mirage, and just as I felt myself return from formless ghost to my heavy, physical body, I realized I was lying inside the familiar confines of Raven's closet. ! What kind of absurd dream was that? No, wait, was it really just a dream? My back was soaked in sweat, sticky and unpleasant, and my heart pounded wildly in my chest. Maybe I couldn't move properly because of the shock of waking up. So I lay there, eyes closed, trying to steady my ragged breathing. And then, just as I started to sit up, barely regaining my focus, I met eyes with a pair of black pupils gazing down at me. I wasn't planning to wake you, but I heard you groaning in there, and acted on impulse. The man looking down at me from outside the closet, of course, was Raven. He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, clearly aware of the poor timing. I hadn't even had time to mentally prepare. There I was, maskless and flustered, staring back at him in a panic. Thump thump. My heart, which I'd just barely calmed down, started racing uncontrollably again. It felt like that moment when you realize the due date for the assignment you've been putting off is suddenly now. Outside, the sun had long since set, the sky now drenched in deep darkness and neon light. A glance at the clock showed it was already 11 p.m. I'd only meant to take a quick nap, but I'd ended up sleeping far longer than expected. Maybe I really was that exhausted after the Sky Garden. That would explain why I felt oddly refreshed. Apparently, Raven had only returned to the office a few minutes earlier. Despite being a single-number fixer himself, he'd personally gathered the rest of the elite support fixers. Thanks to that effort, he'd been exempt from the prolonged cleanup duty that was sure to follow the Sky Garden raid. It was good news, no doubt about it. I'd thought I wouldn't even get to see his face for a while. If the troubleshooter office could return to normal operations soon, that was something to be glad about. Why don't you have any appetite? You usually can scarf down a whole pizza on your own. Are you cold? I made sure the heat was extra warm today. ! But now, my deepest, darkest secret had been discovered by the one person I least wanted to find out. Even though I was sitting on a soft sofa, it felt like I was perched on a bed of nails. The mental stress I was under must have been enormous. I couldn't even bring myself to touch the pizza, which I normally devoured without thinking. But what was with this guy? Why wasn't he bringing it up? Wouldn't it be easier to just get the scolding over with? If he's going to yell at me, I'd rather it be sooner than later. Wait. Could it be he's planning to pretend he doesn't know? Now that I thought about it, Raven was acting more or less the same as usual. Except for that unreadable expression and the way he kept glancing at me. Maybe he intended to pretend he didn't remember anything from the Sky Garden incident. If so, I had absolutely no reason to object. It's not like I had any desire to announce to the world that I was a psychic. If I just stayed cautious and kept hiding my identity, I could avoid being a burden to anyone. Of course, if someone like Raven, Alice, or Greg ended up in danger, I wouldn't be able to stay quiet. But unless things got that bad, I was probably one of the most low-key people out there. Really? Judging by how you keep checking my mood, I guess you know how serious this is. Fine. No more testing the waters. That's easier for you, too, right? So he wasn't going to let it slide after all. Raven looked at me with a cold, expressionless face that crushed any faint hope I had. Unlike his usual loose and lazy attitude, there wasn't a single opening in his demeanor. So sharp it almost brought tears to my eyes. Then let me get straight to the point. Yuri, you already know, don't you, that you're a psychic? Thud. My heart dropped like a rock. He hit the core issue right from the start. I wanted to get up and run right then and there. But trying to lie at this point would only destroy what little trust I had left. There's no way Raven would fall for a half-baked excuse. That would be the worst option imaginable. So I swallowed hard, tongue dry, my shoulders trembling as I slowly nodded. And no, it wasn't that I didn't understand what that question truly meant. Knowing you're a psychic versus not knowing, that was a world of difference. Psychics are those who wield the power of the invaders, the dimensional invaders themselves. And to the Fixer Association, they are the greatest threat, enemies. I knew better than anyone just how heavy the word psychic was in this world. It wasn't yet the right time in the story for a proper psychic faction to emerge. But even so, the association had, over the past decade, encountered countless incomplete results from its attempts to artificially create psychics. They concluded that psychics were on neither humanity's nor the other species' side. Their ultimate goal was to hand Earth over to the invaders, turn it into another of their worlds. A dimensional conquest meant the end of everything. There was a reason humans and other species had united in an uneasy truce after the invaders first appeared. I see. So you were fully aware that your powers didn't originate from magic. The ghost in the Western Labyrinth, that was you, wasn't it? Exclamation mark. Flinch. My shoulders jerked involuntarily at Raven's sudden question. Even if he'd met Alice, I didn't expect him to know about the ghost. But clearly, my reaction was as good as a confession. With a nod that suggested he expected as much, Raven pulled out a pitch-black pistol from inside his suit and pointed it at me. Mocking Shadow. It was a Mocking Shadow, an artifact that replicated previously fed items. Raven always brought it out when he considered someone an enemy. I'd thought of the possibility somewhere in the back of my mind, but I never imagined it would actually happen. Staring at the restrained killing intent he directed at me, I could only sit there in shock. Psychics are considered a top-level threat even if they haven't hurt anyone. Do you know why? Finger on the trigger, Raven spoke in a cold, flat voice. The pressure made it impossible for me to move my head. But it seemed he didn't even need an answer. Tapping his temple with his free hand, he continued. Every psychic ever observed has shown signs of extreme mental contamination. An incomprehensible hatred, enough to die just to kill someone else. And since no method has ever successfully suppressed their power, the association eventually gave up on trying to capture them alive. It was something I already knew from the source material. And it was, unfortunately, mostly accurate. It was true that most psychics were utterly insane. Like flames that never stopped burning until they were reduced to ashes. Their ideology itself was practically a doomsday cult. To Fixers, psychics were enemies to be killed on sight, completely unreachable by reason or diplomacy. It was sad, but I could understand why Raven would point a gun at me. But understanding it in my head and accepting it in my heart were two different things. His cold, lifeless gaze made me feel like I was dreaming. What do I do? Am I supposed to fight him? Fight Raven? My heart pounded uncontrollably as I clenched my fists on my lap. Of course I didn't want to die. And especially not being shot to death, that was a horrifying thought. So logically, I should either run before he could do anything, or fight back. Run. To where? But neither of those choices appealed to me. Greg, Alice, Raven, Sabrina, people who now felt more important to me than even myself. I couldn't just run away and abandon them. The affection I felt for them was too strong. And fighting Raven just to avoid dying. Even if I won or lost, it wouldn't mean anything. So, in the face of Raven's expression that showed no trace of joking, I chose nothing. I could only sit there and silently look at him. And as I sat there, cornered in this nightmare, Raven pulled a strange, transparent cartridge filled with liquid from his coat and said something shocking. "But you're in luck. The associations recently developed this. ? It's a special serum that removes psychic powers. It'll hurt like hell, might feel like dying, but after that, you'll just be an ordinary human. ! It can get rid of my powers." I blinked in disbelief at the words coming from Raven's mouth. If it really worked, if I could live without the fear of being a psychic ever again, maybe that wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. Don't dodge. That's my last warning. Without hesitation, Raven fed the bullet into the shadow. Then he pulled the trigger. The hammer clicked back, and the thunderous crack of the gunshot rang through the room. I had been lucky enough to never be shot in my entire life. In my previous one, I lived in a country where hearing gunshots was rare, and in this world, as long as I didn't let my guard down, I had No versus EIT read more on our source, the power to deflect bullets with ease. So my understanding of being shot, it hurts, was based entirely on theory. It was laughable to claim I understood something I had never experienced, but when you have no reference, all you can do is imagine. A bullet shreds your skin and muscles, leaving lasting damage. Of course it's going to hurt. That's why, even now that I had a special power, I still feared bullets. That fear was exactly why I'd gone to such lengths to avoid getting shot. But right in this moment, that fear had dulled. I was too busy trying to process what Raven had just said. It's a special serum that erases psychic powers. It'll hurt like hell, but you'll become an ordinary human. A serum that erases psychic powers. It felt completely unreal. I had never once considered that idea since arriving in this world. If something like that existed, it would have shown up in the original story. No, maybe this was part of the butterfly effect I'd caused without realizing. Let's say it was real. Then what? I'd be back to being just an average person with no power. I didn't have magic. I wasn't superhuman. I'd be helpless. If I got shot, I'd lose everything, and all I could do was pray someone would protect me when the next disaster came. Guess I was a little too attached to having powers. But if I ran now, my connection to Raven would end. Just like when I first woke up in the Western Labyrinth, I'd have to live without relying on anyone. Keep the power and give up everyone I care about. Or lose it and keep the people I want to protect. If I had to choose between the two, I stared up at Raven, putting force behind my gaze. It was my answer. I wouldn't run. I wasn't turning away from reality. This was my choice, made with full awareness. I stared at him silently, lips tightly shut. Did he understand my resolve? He stared back with a serious, unreadable face. His finger pulled the trigger. ! Bang. The deafening blast hit my ears and a dull ache burst across my shoulder. I had been bracing myself, biting my lip, and still, my forehead scrunched up from the pain. But ridiculously enough, it only made me tear up a little. It was just dull. If I grit my teeth, I could even hold back the groan. It was that bearable. This hurts less than I imagined. Instinctively, I touched my right shoulder where the pain throbbed. Something sticky clung to my fingers. Wait, this isn't blood. What had stained my arm wasn't red, it was a black, sticky liquid. Was this the serum? But I didn't feel like I'd been shot. No holes, no serious wound. Just a bruise. Maybe this was how the serum worked. I looked up at Raven, still a bit shaky. He slowly lowered the black gun and walked toward me. So you're okay giving up your powers? That's your answer. Well, then, that should be enough for those old geezers. He returned the gun to his coat and pulled out a handkerchief. Kneeling to meet my eyes, he gently wiped the black liquid off my shoulder. He looked nothing like the man who'd been threatening me just moments ago. The calm aura around him felt more like the Raven I knew. Confused, I tilted my head. He grasped my arm and sighed, closing his eyes. You really believed me. Now I feel a little bad. That thing about the serum, it was a lie. Question mark exclamation mark. A lie. I really believed it. I stared at him, feeling wronged. But in hindsight, it made sense. I knew from the original story that nothing like that ever existed. So why would he lie? He kept wiping my arm, face hard to read. You talked to the old man during the exam, didn't you? Tempest. And then he figured out you were a psychic. Exclamation mark. How did he? I sat upright, eyes wide. He let out a snort. How did I know? I heard it from him, of course, you idiot. You think that tight-lipped geezer blabs to just anyone. So Raven had met Tempest in person. They knew each other from the war, so it wasn't weird if he dropped by the hospital. But what did that have to do with the lie? I gave him a look, begging for more answers. He finally stood up, putting away the now blackened handkerchief. You told him you didn't want the association's protection, right? So he handed your case over to me. A psychic without signs of mental contamination. If word got out, it'd be a nightmare. So that talk I'd had with Tempest on the airship had decided my fate behind the scenes. He'd figured out Raven was the fixer closest to me, and just assigned me to him. The fact that my future was being decided without my input was a little unsettling. Still, I didn't have a good reason to refuse. Then Raven said something that hit harder. But there was one condition for me taking you in. I had to be sure that you were really on humanity's side. Exclamation mark. Yeah, everything just now was a test. Whether you'd accept losing your power, or whether you'd abandon everything for it. I couldn't take you in unless I knew that. He spoke with absolute sincerity. If I had rejected that fake serum, he would have treated me as an enemy. One decision could have changed everything. I let out a shaky breath, relieved I'd made the right choice. Good thing I didn't eat that pizza. I was so tense, I would have puked. Did this mean I'd earned Raven's trust? My shoulder still ached like I'd been hit with a paintball, but I couldn't stop myself from smiling. If it meant being trusted by the people I cared about, I could endure this pain 100 times. Maybe I was high on adrenaline from the relief. Wait here a second. Question mark. Raven left me slumped in the chair and walked into the office. Less than a minute later, he returned, carrying a stack of stuff. He pushed the now cold pizza box aside and dropped it all on the table. What the heck was all this? Just as I tried to sit up, Raven picked up one of the items and said something that stunned me. This is your temporary ID. Issued by the association. Exclamation mark. An ID. I jumped to my feet and grabbed the card. It looked just like the rectangular IDs Raven and Alice had used before. No photo yet, but the name printed on it was oddly familiar. Uriah Crowley. I knew the first name, obviously. But the last name, that was Raven's. I looked at him, speechless. He scratched his neck, avoiding my gaze. Well, saying you're my adopted sister makes things easier in public. I was about to feel happy, but suddenly I got a bit emotional. Raven's little sister. That was a pretty heavy title. But no one else knew about it yet. There was no need to overreact. Don't cry. You're making me feel worse about hurting you. I hesitated, then slowly walked over to him. I looked up at him and quietly hugged him around the waist. He had taken me in as his sister. That was his kindness. My arm still hurt, but this trust he was giving me, it just made me grateful. It had been nearly half a year since I'd fallen into this world, and for the first time, I felt like it had finally accepted me. Work is work, and personal life is personal life. The two must be strictly separated, never allowed to influence one another. If the self immersed in work becomes mixed with the self in private life, one would no longer be able to tell which to prioritize. You're not an amateur. If you're a professional, act like one. Got it, kid? Before becoming a soldier enhanced through augmentation procedures, Raven had spent his youth under a strict mentor who drilled that principle into him. To Raven, it wasn't just a professional code, it was the very posture of a responsible adult. In other words, no matter how close or cherished someone was to him personally, once he took on a job, those feelings had to be set aside. He was the type who, when involved in work, became more serious than anyone. I feel like human garbage right now. But at this moment, Raven realized, perhaps for the first time, that the principle he had carved into himself was starting to falter. even if he had serious reasons for testing Uria's sincerity. Seeing the scene in front of him, he just couldn't keep his face straight anymore. Exclamation mark. Wiggle, wiggle. The girl, clutching her ID card like it was a priceless treasure, was bouncing slightly on her butt. She couldn't seem to sit still, her shoulders swaying with spontaneous excitement. Even if he pulled on her ear, she would probably just laugh it off with a smile. The delicate, doll-like, snowy girl in front of him was, of course, Uria. Was having a registered identity that joyful. Wearing her cat pajamas, she swayed left and right like a carefree child. She tried to keep her face serious, but the honey-sweet look she gave the ID made her happiness obvious. Oni-chan, as long as I have you. As Raven watched, a memory from his distant past suddenly surfaced. A time when war had razed his village, and only he and his little sister had survived. Those sorrowful eyes that had looked up at him with a smile, like a duckling following its mother. Does your arm still hurt? Question mark. TCH. Let me see it. I'll put on a patch. Raven knelt on one knee to meet Uria's gaze and gently peeled back the sleeve of her pajama top. The sight of the bruised, swollen arm brought an involuntary frown to his face. Even if this was a situation where emotions shouldn't get involved. What would Alice or David say if they saw this? He applied a cool gel patch with a chilling effect and suppressed a sigh trying to escape. You gonna wash up before bed? This patch should last until morning. I'll change it when you wake up, so don't mess with it. Got it! Exclamation mark. And you should take off the pajamas. Better throw them in the wash. Uria smiled sheepishly, the patch tickling her a little, and gave a big, energetic nod. Since she usually wore a mask that covered her face. Perhaps that was why. Seeing the newly appointed little sister's unguarded expressions only deepened Raven's conflicted feelings. Uria took off, No versus E light, her cat pajamas, which were stained in ways that wouldn't come out just by wiping. And with a much lighter outfit, tossed them into the washing machine. Fortunately, there were no other clothes in the washer. If she just ran it with this one item, nothing else would get mixed up. Uria pressed the quick wash button and returned to her seat. Raven gently guided her into the chair and, with a grave expression, began to speak. All right, let's plan to take your ID photo this weekend, and now, let's talk a bit more seriously. Question mark. You're smart, so I'm sure you understand this well. As you know, this isn't just a gesture of kindness. The association isn't so generous as to just let a powerful esper like you walk free. Well, for now, only a select few, like Old Man Tempest, know what really happened this time. So I want you to answer my questions honestly. This is for your sake. His tone was far gentler than when he had tested her earlier. Now that they were past that tense moment, there was no need to push her psychologically. Still, Uria, understanding Raven's intentions, clammed up and rolled her eyes around in hesitation. Even someone who didn't know the full story would be able to tell she was completely unsure of what to say. Of all things, I know a ton of stuff I shouldn't, thanks to the original story. What if he thinks I'm suspicious? What if he starts doubting me? She clutched her ID tightly to her chest, worried her precious status might be in jeopardy again. Does refusing to answer even one thing lower his trust in me? Of course things couldn't go smoothly all the way through. Still nervous, Uria nodded slightly, hoping things wouldn't spiral out of control. Was it because I scared her earlier? Maybe she has some traumatic memories. From Raven's perspective, though, her reaction was understandable. He'd already tried to dig into her past a few times, and had observed her for months. He knew better than anyone that Uria wasn't the kind of girl to hide things and act suspicious. To Raven, Uria was a victim of some terrible experimentation. And judging by her lack of common knowledge, she couldn't have been out in the world for very long. So even if she did know things, how much could she possibly know? That's why he figured it was just nerves over revealing her past. That made sense. I'll only ask you questions I think you can answer. Just respond like you always do, nod or shake your head. Got it! Exclamation mark. First question. You knew your power was an esper ability, right? Did someone tell you that? Some kind of collaborator? He's going straight for the hard ones. It was a tough question to answer outright. The correct answer was no. Yuria had figured it out herself thanks to her knowledge of the original story. But to explain that, she'd have to bring up the concept of original story knowledge. And it didn't seem likely that Raven would accept that without major suspicion. She couldn't lie, though. Raven could see right through her even when she wore a mask. He'd sniff out a fake answer in a heartbeat. No one told you. You really didn't have a collaborator. Yuria hesitated for a long time, then shook her head firmly. Raven's brow furrowed in doubt. To him, the idea that she'd managed to realize what her powers were and keep them hidden without help, it didn't make much sense. Knowing how the world treated espers, and managing to fly under the radar. Even for someone mature beyond their appearance, that was pushing it. Still, Yuria looked genuinely troubled. There was no way that was a lie. That meant there had to be a reason. A valid one. After some thought, Raven crossed his arms and shifted to another question. Alright, then let's change gears a bit. You might not want to remember, but Yuria, do you remember where the lab was? The place where they experimented on you. Even just a rough idea is fine. ! Yuria's heart thumped wildly in her chest. The lab, that had to mean the pristine white space where she had first woken up. And then a memory she had briefly forgotten suddenly came back to her. The dream. The one with the old man watching the black-haired girl. That was the place. The place where she had woken up. She could already guess what Raven was thinking. He probably believed she had gained all her knowledge from that lab, assuming she remembered it. Which meant her answer here was simple. Since she remembered the exact location, she could reply with confidence. She gave a firm, decisive nod. Raven, caught off guard, rose from his seat in surprise. You remember. Wait, don't tell me it's near Nighthaven. ! Not just near, it's literally inside Nighthaven. Yuria grimaced a little, unsure how to break that particular piece of news. After a moment of indecision, she stood up, walked over, and asked Maya to bring up a map of Nighthaven. Loyal as ever, the AI immediately projected the map. Yuria tapped and dragged her way to a quiet ecological park on the outskirts of the city, then pointed directly at it. The lab I escaped from, it's here. That's what her confident gesture seemed to say. Raven's eyebrows twitched violently. An Esper lab, hidden inside Nighthaven. It was like finding out there was a nuclear warhead buried under your favorite walking trail. This is bad. Sorry, but I'll have to put the rest of the questions on hold. I need to check this place. Right now. Yuria, I'm counting on you to guide me. Without delay, Raven handed her a coat and mask so she could go outside. It was already close to midnight, a completely unplanned midnight field trip. What could be felt was a chill so sharp it seemed like my skin might freeze solid. After all, the longer the night stretches on, the colder it gets. So then, just past midnight, how freezing would it be? Especially in Nighthaven, a city infamous for its fierce winds due to its proximity to the sea. The wind brushing past after sunset was painful enough to make you want to scream. I really wish this damned winter would just be over already. With that thought in mind, I kept my gaze down and shuffled forward. Both my hands, frozen stiff, were tucked deep into my pockets. Hey, don't walk around with your hands in your pockets. That's dangerous. What if you fall? What, you planning to use psychic powers if it looks like you'll fall? Just saying. You shouldn't use that power unless it's absolutely necessary. Even secretly, only in real emergencies. Got it. But seriously, what am I supposed to do in this cold? I looked quietly, accusingly, at the one who dragged me out here in the first place. Of course, I was wearing a fox mask right now. It was a shame Raven wouldn't be able to see the sharp glare I was giving him. TCH, should have at least given you gloves. Yuri, give me one of your hands. ? My body temperature's higher than normal. It won't feel too cold. Was he bluffing? When I pulled my hand from my pocket and touched his, warmth immediately spread through me. It wasn't scorching hot, but it felt kind of like a well-used heat pack. On a brutally cold, windy day like this, his body temperature was shockingly warm. As expected of a reinforced human with a metabolism many times that of a normal person. Maybe from now on, I should just stick close to Raven whenever it gets cold. So, we're at the park you mentioned, but is there really a lab underneath this place? How far had we walked through Nighthaven's nighttime streets, still holding hands? Even with full thermal gear and socks, my toes were starting to go numb. Eventually, Raven and I arrived at a quiet park near the outskirts of the city that I had marked on the map. It wasn't just unpopular, it was practically abandoned, with only the bare minimum of maintenance. Maybe it was the late hour, but the lone standing street lamp gave off an eerie vibe. Even if this park had no visitors, the idea that a hidden lab was here of all places. I carefully looked up at Raven, trying to read his expression to see if he doubted me. Exclamation mark. Ah, I'm not doubting you or anything. Experiments involving psychic powers are usually incredibly thorough and meticulous. They leave no trace at all. Honestly, the fact that it's this unnoticeable makes it even more convincing. Raven's unexpected response, that it was actually more believable for the lab to be hidden inside the city, caught me off guard. Well, thinking about it, he had a point. Fixers have borderline pathological reactions to anything involving invaders. So much so that even specialists couldn't find this place. No wonder he found it credible. Then that means I've pulled off another brilliant move, huh? You should be very grateful to me. Feeling proud, I stuck out my chest and made a confident gesture. But maybe the intent didn't quite come across. Raven's gaze at me was hard to read. So, from here, where do we go? Do you remember where the entrance is? It was only a few months ago, I still remember. Without speaking, I tugged lightly on his hand and led him deeper into the park. Given the time of night, the only thing we could rely on was the beam from Raven's flashlight. We carefully made our way through a NO versus EIT, read more on our source, dried up winter forest straight out of a horror movie. And yet, despite this bitter cold, green grass and leaves were still alive here. Marveling at that strange detail, I suddenly realized something. Wait, that ventilation shaft. Can Raven even fit through it? I froze. Maybe it was because I suddenly stopped mid-step, but Raven glanced at me and asked what was wrong. But I couldn't speak right now, and it was hard to explain this kind of thing with gestures. It was a shaft, but how was I supposed to communicate that it might be too small for him? Is something wrong? Exclamation mark. So I shook my head, as if to say it was nothing serious. Then, to prove I wasn't making it up, I decided to just show him the vent first. We walked cautiously across the grass for a bit longer. Eventually, when we arrived at a place faintly etched in my memory, I bounced in place and looked at Raven with a bright, "It's here" expression. This is it. Doesn't look like much. Raven let go of my hand and quickly scanned the area, as if observing his surroundings. His eyes were sharp and hawk-like, just like a predator searching for prey from high above. But since there was nothing outwardly suspicious, he soon stood still and closed his eyes, as if concentrating on sound. And within just a few seconds, his eyes snapped open. He moved forward and crouched down with a look of realization. I can hear a faint breeze leaking from this spot. There's definitely something beneath the soil. Question mark. Whoa, seriously, he heard that. No wonder he's the kind of guy who can shoot bullets out of the air with another bullet. Impressed by Raven's skills, I checked again to make sure no one was around. Then quietly extended my telekinesis into the ground and lifted the cover off the ventilation shaft. Dry soil and withered grass, hardened by the cold, crumbled and fell to the floor. And then, as if waiting, a suspicious-looking vent system was revealed. Hey, I saved us the trouble of digging. You're so grateful you wanna pat me on the head now, right? With that confident pose, my hands on my hips, Raven looked at the moving cover in disbelief, then turned to me with a stern expression. Yuri, I told you not to use your powers unless it's dangerous. What if there's a spycam around here? Stop pouting. I can see it even through the mask. Exclamation mark. Like a psychic. How did he know? I jumped in shock, lips puffed out with annoyance under the mask. For a second, I honestly wondered if Raven had eyes like Vespera. But still, shouldn't you be thanking me right now? I helped save us time, and all I got was scolded with that scary face. Feeling unfairly wronged, I decided right then I wasn't helping next time. I just stood there quietly, watching Raven shine his flashlight all over the vent structure. This passage is way too narrow to be an entrance, Yuri. This is where you came out from, right? I guess a small child could barely squeeze through. So this tunnel does lead underground. Still I can't go through this way. We'll have to find another entrance. Raven continued talking without even waiting for my reaction. But the conclusion he reached was honestly a bit problematic. Another entrance. I don't know anything about that. So if we can't find a suitable one, are we just going to wander around this freezing park all night? That's not ideal, and it's not like it'll be easy to find. But even in this freezing cold and pitch darkness, Raven seemed full of resolve. It looked like he had no intention of giving up on finding a way into the lab. If I said I was tired and wanted to go home, he'd probably search by himself. But leaving Raven to do all the work while I stayed warm and cozy felt wrong. Uncomfortable with the idea, I took a moment to think things through. It's freezing. Let's just wrap this up fast and go home. What the? Arumble. The ground around us shook like a minor earthquake. It felt like bombs were going off in sequence underground. But that wasn't so strange. After all, I was forcibly widening the tunnel using my telekinesis. The depth was considerable, but luckily the vent wasn't especially sturdy. So in just moments, I made it wide enough for Raven to fit through as well. He was momentarily startled but seemed to realize right away this was my doing. Raven shone his flashlight down into the vent and muttered in disbelief. You twisted the ventilation shaft open by force. Unbelievable. You can even do that. I just wanna go home faster. What's wrong with that? I looked off to the side, pretending not to notice, cautiously checking Raven's mood. After all, I'd just been scolded for using my powers without permission. If he got mad again, I didn't know what I'd do. But after knocking on the wall to check its condition, Raven let out a deep sigh. He walked over to where I stood nervously and wordlessly draped his heavy coat over my shoulders. Maybe I've been on edge without realizing it. What are you so tense for? I'm not gonna eat you. Relax, and this will help a lot. Sorry for snapping at you earlier. And thanks! I was shocked twice, once from the weight of Raven's heavy coat, and again from his unexpectedly kind words. I didn't think Raven would say something like that first. Guess he really does have bad memories tied to psychic powers. He'd gotten jumpy without realizing. No wonder he seemed scarier than usual tonight. Still, if he apologized, I should accept it. Feeling the warmth radiating from the coat, I slowly nodded in understanding. As a mature adult, it was important to show tolerance. Then, let's go. Down below. And so, Raven and I headed toward the lab through the now wide enough tunnel. Of course, the inside of the ventilation system was never meant for people, so it was pretty cramped. But I used my telekinesis whenever things got tricky, so we managed to enter the lab without issue. And once I stepped down from the vent onto the floor, what lay before me left me speechless. Because the interior was completely different from what I remembered. Covered in thick, musty dust from squeezing through the narrow ventilation shaft, Raven and I were greeted by pitch-black darkness the moment we finally reached the lab. Strange. I remember it being bright, almost painfully so, when I first opened my eyes here. Tilting my head in confusion, I huddled close to Raven, pulling his coat tighter around me against the freezing air that felt like a walk-in freezer. Just in case something like an invisible ambush came flying at us suddenly. Not because the pitch-black surroundings were scary or anything. Really, we came down pretty far. I'm amazed such a large space exists down here. I can't believe it was never discovered. Raven, as usual, didn't seem remotely fazed by this eerie environment. He simply swept the flashlight he carried from side to side with his usual calm demeanor. Thanks to the flashlight's impressive range, clean white walls and floors, not a single stain in sight, slowly came into view. The silence was so complete, not even the faintest sound of bugs scuttling. I swallowed hard without thinking. How could it be this quiet? All I could do was pray we hadn't come all this way for nothing in this miserable weather. Wait, wasn't it already like this before? I think I wandered around for over an hour back then too. But thinking back, yeah, this was normal. Even when I first woke up here, I didn't hear a single sound or meet another soul. If anything's changed, maybe it's just that the power got cut. Murmuring to myself, I tried to steady my thoughts and focus. Maybe it was while I was steeling myself again, checking the surroundings carefully. Crouched and brushing the floor with his fingertips, Raven looked at me seriously and spoke. For now, let's start moving. Yuri, don't stray too far from me. And just in case, be ready to use your telekinesis at any time. Wait. First he says not to use it, now he wants me to. I looked at him like he was ridiculous for changing his stance. Apparently, he could read even that through the mask. Because without even making excuses, Raven averted his gaze down the hall and spoke quietly. What I said earlier was a general warning. You need to be careful by default. But if there's no one watching, then of course you should use it to protect yourself. You planning to just stand there and get hit? If you get it, then let's go. We'll catch colds if we stay in a place like this too long. Wrapping up the conversation entirely on his own, Raven strode ahead like he expected me to follow. The sight of his back moving briskly ahead with the flashlight in hand was just plain annoying. I mean, I get what he means. If I use my powers carelessly outside, I might get caught, so I need to be cautious. But in a situation like this, it's more important to survive than hide them. Even so, I couldn't help but feel like he was being totally inconsistent. Why scold me earlier if this was how it was gonna go? I was actually scared back then, seriously. Tomorrow morning I'm putting salt in his hot chocolate instead of sugar. Vowing vengeance in the pettiest way possible, I stuck close to Raven's back and kept in step. Revenge aside, now wasn't the time to get distracted, we had to stay sharp. So how long had we been walking with me glued to his back like a gum wrapper? After twisting and turning, up and down staircases, tapping on walls over and over again, Raven finally stopped. What the hell is this layout? Why does it feel like we're going in circles? His face twisted with visible frustration. Probably because we'd been walking for over 30 minutes and still hadn't made it out of the hallway. With not a single light on in the place, we had to rely entirely on the flashlight. Following the passage felt like wandering through a maze with no end in sight. And the occasional doors we passed were all tightly shut, just like the one I'd been trapped in. The only thing we could do was keep walking endlessly down the corridor. At this rate, we weren't going to make any progress. Raven seemed to think the same and handed the flashlight to me with a sigh. Phew, Yuri, hold this and shine it over there for a bit. Taking the flashlight without complaint, I pointed it at the door he indicated. It was a clean white door with a bar handle, spotless, without a single smudge. Clearly locked, the handle didn't budge even when Raven tried forcing it. Letting out a quiet breath, he stared at it sharply, and kicked it hard. Bang! Even though I knew a loud noise was coming, the impact made me flinch instinctively. It was a brutal, stress-relieving roundhouse kick if I'd ever seen one. Wow, anyone nearby definitely would have heard that. Still, I didn't feel like criticizing him. We didn't know anything about this place, we had to try something. And if someone was nearby, Raven would have sensed it already. I just watched casually as he broke down the door. After kicking it several more times, Raven finally shattered it. Then, with a composed face, he took the flashlight back and cautiously examined the room. "This is!" exclamation mark. Peeking my head in through the busted doorway, my eyes widened on reflex. The room was structured almost identically to the one I'd first woken up in. And lying on the bed, as if asleep, was someone. Could it be there's another survivor besides me? Frozen in shock at the completely unexpected sight, I watched as Raven approached to check on her carefully, only to furrow his brow. A corpse? No, that's not it. There's no sign of decay. I tilted my head at Raven's puzzled expression. What could he be seeing that made him react like that? I stepped cautiously into the room to see for myself. And the moment I realized the motionless figure on the bed was a girl, I too understood the source of that -no versus E-light -eerie dissonance Raven had sensed. No breathing at all, a corpse or a doll modeled after a human. But this intense sense of wrongness. Staring at the girl quietly, I finally understood what was bothering me. The two possibilities I'd reflexively considered were both wrong. First off, she wasn't a corpse. She wasn't breathing, her heart wasn't beating, no blood was circulating. But there was none of the stench, discoloration, or decomposition you'd expect from a corpse. So, a doll then? No, she was definitely flesh and bone. A living organism, unmistakably human. Just one that didn't bleed or rot. Then what was she? Raven, sweeping the flashlight over her carefully, muttered in disbelief. It's like someone stopped time itself. Still, this might give the association a lead. Yuri, let's check the rest of the rooms. I want to see if this is an isolated case. I nodded at his words, still too stunned to speak. It wasn't just to buy myself time to process everything. Something about that girl stirred a warning bell deep in my chest. She had short brown hair and didn't resemble me at all. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I couldn't just leave her like that. So Raven and I continued down the hall, checking the rooms one by one. And soon, breaking open the locked doors became my job, since telekinesis was far quicker and quieter than Raven kicking them down. Phew, another one. Okay, I've marked the location. Let's move on. By the time we opened the 10th room, what we found left my mind tangled in thought. In addition to the first girl, there were 3 more, each lying as if time had stopped. I crossed my arms as I looked down quietly at one of the motionless girls, her face peaceful in sleep. Not every room has someone in it. Then what's the difference between the ones that do and the ones that don't? And why are they all little girls? Yeah, no clue. This wasn't in the original story. I have no way of knowing. Lacking information, I simply folded the unsolvable question away in my mind. All I knew for sure was this. I might have been one of these girls. Maybe I was one step closer to uncovering the truth about myself. Whatever it was, my expression had gone rigid as I instinctively searched my fading memories. Yuri, could you open this one too? Exclamation mark. Snapped out of my thoughts, I stepped up to the door Raven pointed at and extended my hand. Telekinesis took a lot of focus, so it helped to clear my mind. Maybe it was because I was much stronger now than when I'd first woken up here. But forcing open internal locks wasn't that hard anymore. Still, the moment I extended my power toward the door, I felt something different. The interior mechanism, invisible to the eye, was far more intricate than the others had been. From the outside, it looked the same, so why? Tilting my head, I decided to just force it open and see. Kriak. The unusually complex mechanism gave way easily, the lock disengaging without resistance. Raven stepped forward without hesitation, grabbed the handle, and yanked the door open. This is! Exclamation mark. What lay beyond wasn't another narrow, white room, it was a corridor leading elsewhere. It was definitely connected to something. Meeting Raven's gaze, I could tell we both knew it. How long had we walked down the hidden corridor, seamlessly tucked into the hallway? Raven and I soon arrived at a space distinctly different from what we'd seen so far. If the previous areas were sterile white, like some obsessive-compulsive's dream, this place instead insisted on gloomy black, almost depressingly so. Encasing the white sector with black walls, it featured glass panels like magic mirrors, letting you see into every corner. I didn't have any technical knowledge, but a specific image popped into my head right away. I was wondering why it felt familiar. This is basically a prison. Exclamation mark. Yes. That's exactly what I was thinking. There were no visible bars, but it completely gave off the impression of 2 separated zones, like a confinement facility. I nodded in agreement, glancing around with firm certainty in my eyes. Come to think of it, this setup wasn't all that strange. This was the place I saw in that dream, and the place I woke up in and escaped from. Most likely this facility had been used to create psychic-powered individuals through experimentation. That would explain the intentionally confusing white sector, meant to make escape near impossible. In fact, if I hadn't shoved myself into that ventilation shaft and come up with the idea of using telekinesis to force my way out, I probably wouldn't have escaped at all. Thinking back, I really was lucky. With the NOVELIGHT output I had back then, there's no way I could have gone around breaking doors open like now. If I hadn't gotten out in time, I might have just starved to death inside, quietly and pointlessly. A small shiver ran through me as I thought back on how close it had been. Sticking close behind Raven, I kept scanning our surroundings without pause. As nerve-wracking as it all was, I'd never actually been to a place like this before. The kind of secret lab you'd only see in movies or games, everything about it was strange and fascinating. Well, maybe they cleaned up all the traces already. All that's left are scraps and junk. Kind of disappointing, really. It looked like they'd cleared out anything even remotely interesting long ago. Still, a brand new place, especially one like this, was intriguing just by existing. Honestly, I didn't even mind looking around a little longer. Maybe Raven picked up on that from my expression or my gaze. Without turning around, he spoke casually while shining the flashlight ahead. "You doing okay? We'll head out soon, so just hang in there a bit longer." His vague words left me confused about what exactly he meant. If he's worried about something, can't he just say it more clearly? I quietly watched Raven's back, trying to decipher his meaning. And then I realized, his coat still sat heavily on my shoulders. Did he think I was cold or something? Well, it is a little chilly. Now that I noticed, the coat that had been warm earlier had cooled off without me realizing. We were deep underground. No cold wind, but the ambient temperature was definitely low. Maybe Raven was worried I'd catch a cold. How does someone this perceptive notice things even I didn't realize about myself? I gave a small internal sigh of admiration, then tugged lightly on the hem of the coat to signal I was okay. Let's just finish this up quickly and go home. That was the gist of it. Hopefully, the message got across. Right, looks like that's the end over there, let's go. After walking for what felt like forever, we finally reached a section with an unusually high ceiling. If the previous areas were functional work zones, then this felt more like a central control room, full of screens. While Raven swept his flashlight in wide arcs across the space, I turned my head and suddenly froze, eyes going wide with recognition. Wait, this place. This is where the old man and the young man were talking in that dream. That was it, the one scene I clearly remembered from that colorless, hazy dream. And I'd only had the dream a few hours ago. There was no mistaking it. So it wasn't a dream, it was an actual memory from the past. While I was still dazed, stuck between dream and reality, Raven stepped into the room and scowled grimly. Just as I thought, it's completely gutted. Looks like it was abandoned ages ago. Exclamation mark. Abandoned a long time ago. Still trying to process that, I quickened my pace to catch up and stood beside him. And right away, I understood what he meant. The flashlight revealed an absurdly empty interior. Where the computers should have been, there was nothing, like a mouth missing all its teeth. No documents, no photos, not even a single scrap of meaningful paper. It was so spotless, you'd think it had been cleared out for renovations. Only the severed bundles of cables hanging limply in the air proved anything had ever been here. If even the main control room is this empty, then the rest of the facility is probably the same. Maybe we were too late to find any real information. Actually, odds are, it was already like this even back when I woke up here. They wiped out everything meaningful, abandoned the lab, and left the electricity running. Then sometime after I escaped, the power finally went out too. So what had we gained today? At best, we'd secured a few girls who might be test subjects. And if they weren't useful as evidence, they'd probably been left behind for that exact reason. The odds of this all being a waste of time were climbing fast. No wonder, even the all-powerful Fixer Association, active across the globe, was being toyed with. Even if Raven had insisted on coming here, it was hard not to feel crushed by the result. Should we look around more carefully? No, if they're that meticulous, they wouldn't have left anything behind. I guess we'll have to turn this over to the experts next. Don't look so down. Thanks to you, we found this place at all. Chin up, you little rascal. Yeah, but I am disappointed. And quit messing up my hair, it's ticklish. I squirmed around, trying to escape from Raven's hand as he casually tousled my head. But escaping his skilled fingers without telekinesis was almost impossible. After a long struggle, I finally broke free and swung a few weak punches at him for revenge. Of course, my pathetic fists were more like a gentle massage. He just tapped his shoulder like he wanted me to hit there too. Should I just use telekinesis and fold him like a sandwich? As I glared sharply at him, Raven finally shrugged with a grin, saying it was just a joke. All right, sorry, let's check just a little more, then head back. That sound good? Fine, just a little more, I'll help too. A bit drained, I nodded weakly. I really was starting to want to go home and rest. Half-heartedly motivated, I spread my telekinesis through the floor. Visibly, there were no clues. But I figured I might as well check beneath the floors and walls, just in case. This feeling there's something there. But as I absent-mindedly spread my power, I felt something strange in one section of the floor. It felt hollow underneath, clearly a hidden space. So there was something concealed here after all. In a daze, I hurried over and poked Raven's back. He was currently tearing a desk from the floor using only his arms. Still gripping the warped hunk of metal, he turned toward me, curious. No way he'd expect me to have found something in that short time. Grinning behind my mask, I waved both hands urgently. This wasn't the time for casual chit-chat. "What? Did you find something?" Exclamation mark. "Whoa, nice work. Show me." I led Raven to the far corner of the large room. A place where heavy objects had been stored, an area people wouldn't usually touch. I bounced in place like here, then thrust out my palm and yanked the hidden object up from beneath the floor. "This is a box?" Crushing the unusually thin metal panel, what emerged was a black box. It was square, elegant, the kind you could imagine holding jewelry without looking out of place. Raven picked it up easily with one hand, then glanced at me like asking permission. When I gave an enthusiastic nod, he used brute strength to snap the lock open. And inside was a jagged shard, like it had broken off a larger stone. Too rough and ugly to be a gemstone. Raven, who had been deadly serious until now, looked down at it with confusion. But I knew instantly, the moment I sensed the chaotic aura erupting from inside the box. This is an invader shard. It was the same as the one that had burst out of a rift once before. And just as I realized it, I was caught in the wave of power erupting from the shard. Like being sucked into a violent current, my consciousness plunged into some deep, faraway place. And what emerged next was the profile of someone I didn't recognize. To be honest, it was an overwhelmingly disorienting feeling. Just moments ago, I was still with Raven inside that dark laboratory. But when I came to, I was being held in the arms of a stranger. I lifted my gaze, and saw the side profile of a woman running forward, panting for breath. It was so abrupt and jarring, it felt like someone had sliced the middle of my memory with scissors. And yet, despite the chaos, maybe because my mind was oddly clear and focused, I was able to calm my emotions quickly and vaguely grasp what was happening. Is this someone else's memory? Because of the invader shard. There was only one reason I could reach that conclusion. The moment the box opened, a wave of power had poured out. My consciousness blurred, then this. Tracing it back, it could only be that shard of invader stored inside the box. Which meant I couldn't just sit here blinking like an idiot. If I suddenly collapsed, Raven would probably freak out. I needed to come to my senses as quickly as possible, and escape this strange memory. Yeah, but I have no idea how. My body won't move. I can't even use telekinesis. Despite how crystal clear my mind felt, my body didn't budge an inch. It was like being trapped in a transparent box with my limbs bound tight, agonizingly suffocating. After struggling for a while, I eventually just gave up and let go. I didn't know how it happened, but if nothing worked, I had no choice but to wait. Hopefully, time would resolve it on its own. Half in resignation, I shifted my eyes slightly, still cradled in the woman's arms. But where is this? It doesn't look like the lab. The scenery whipping by clearly wasn't the laboratory. Instead of a dark, oppressive interior, I saw a cold forest, bathed in pale moonlight. So that's why I could see her face even without a flashlight. I suddenly realized this truly wasn't reality, and looked up at the woman sprinting wildly. She was beautiful. Maybe even comparable to the me in the mirror that Greg had once admired in awe. Her bangs, damp with sweat and plastered to her forehead, would tug at anyone's heartstrings. Who a baby, it's okay, mama's never going to abandon you. After running for some time, she suddenly stroked my cheek as if I were the most precious thing in the world. Her gaze, full of aching tenderness, was one reserved for someone bound by blood. I see. So right now, I'm this beautiful woman's child. Only then did I realize my current body felt like that of a baby, with limbs that barely moved. Maybe it wasn't just the memory. Maybe I really was in a child's body right now. Just as I nodded faintly at the thought, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Cakeyock. Goo. Crack. A horrible sound like flesh tearing rang out, and the woman screamed and pitched forward violently. But she must have been trying to protect me. Even as she fell, she kept me tightly in her arms. Because of that, I wasn't seriously hurt, despite being in her grasp when she hit the ground. Yeah, something's definitely wrong here. Ears alert, I listened to the danger unraveling around me. A rush of footsteps crushed the grass and earth as they closed in rapidly. Well, what do we do if you run off with God's child? Do you know how hard it was to get our hands on that treasure? Planning to kill us all. A low, chilling male voice rang through the air, each word stabbing into the ears. I moved my eyes toward the sound, still held in the woman's arms, trembling from pain. And there stood someone strangely familiar, a character from the original story. I couldn't recall his exact name, but he was the head of the experiments that created psychic powers. I remembered clearly how he met a gruesome end at the hands of a psychic who broke free of control. Still, without the wrinkles and white hair, this must be a younger version of him. Once again, I was reminded, this memory came from a distant past. While I kept my focus sharpened on the tension in the air, the woman, bleeding from her shoulder, rose with difficulty and shouted with desperate fury. Ha ha, God's child, what nonsense, this child is just a normal, human being. What rubbish, that thing's not human. It merely looks like one, a completely different being. You saw it yourself, didn't you? The potential that baby holds. Shut up. What do you know about this child? The project lead looked down at her with the gaze one might cast on a fool. Not as one person to another, but with a loathing that denied her even basic humanity. Even though it wasn't aimed at me, that look made my skin crawl and my whole body flinch. And then, in the middle of it all, another concerning phrase. God's child. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Someone explain it already. As if in answer to that silent plea, the woman scanned desperately for a way to escape the soldiers who had surrounded her. And the man stepped toward her, face contorted with disgust. TCH. A monkey pretending to be a mother to God's child, revolting. Like a chimp claiming a human baby is its own. Shut your damn mouth. You clearly don't grasp its value, so I'll say it again. That thing in your arms, it's a new type of human, completely different from modern mankind. If you don't like God's child, we can call it neo-humanity. I kind of like the sound of neo-humanity better. Chuckling as if pleased with his own term, the man tapped his forehead. The soldiers surrounding the woman exchanged uneasy glances at his sudden change in mood. But then, as if nothing had happened, his expression returned to its cold, blank slate, heightening the tension. He gave off that twisted vibe like one of those dangerous lunatics you should never provoke. And now, you're trying to ruin the very being humanity needs to obtain perfect psychic power, with your pathetic little, parent, act. You rotten bitch, do you even know how much stress you've caused me? I should have killed you ages ago. Goo-ah. And then he stomped toward the woman, completely immobilized, and kicked her with all his strength. Even though he was talking about how precious the child was, he showed no hesitation in lashing out. The entire act reeked of madness, completely beyond reason or restraint. The woman, already losing too much blood, ended up crumpled and unconscious on the floor. And the man, this so-called project lead, picked me up from her arms. But he didn't handle me like a baby. More like a sack of junk, careless and impersonal, like lifting a heavy object. The way I dangled from one of his arms made me feel involuntarily alarmed. Put God's child back where it belongs. If there's even a scratch on it, you're dead. Got it. What should we do with the researcher? Get rid of her. You know how we operate. Pat. He casually patted the shoulder of Novelight, the faceless soldier in front of him. And instinctively, I understood exactly what he meant. Those involved in psychic experiments erased everything to avoid being exposed. They meant to dispose of the woman without leaving a trace. How terrifying. Even the soldier, receiving the order, looked visibly tense. But with no room to protest, he nodded and divided the troops. Soon after, I was gently carried away by one of the soldiers. And with that final parting gaze, the world around me began to blur and fade. Was that all there was to the memory held within the invader shard? I was left confused, unsure what to make of it, until a single conclusion dawned on me. Wait, that God's child they were talking about, could that be me? Now that I thought about it, everything fit too perfectly. A perfect psychic. That could only mean someone like me, immune to mental contamination. And if God's child never appeared in the original story, just like I hadn't, then it all lined up too well to be coincidence. If I really was fundamentally different from humanity, that would explain the strange things I'd experienced, the tesseract, the voices of Echo. To think I had a past like that. Honestly, I'd never imagined anything like it. There's still so much I don't understand, though. There were still plenty of things that bothered me. Like how I first woke up in that secret lab under Nighthaven. And how the era in that memory was so far removed from the present. There were too many unsolved threads left hanging. But with this many clues pointing in one direction, I had no choice but to accept it, at least for now. Not that knowing the truth would change much anyway. I let out a wry, hollow laugh inside. And the moment I broke free of the memory, my body swayed and staggered. Yuri, are you okay? When I blinked, Raven's worried face was right in front of mine. So I had blacked out briefly while caught in the shard's strange vision. My mask had even come off. Had I collapsed suddenly? Sorry for worrying you, Raven. But I'm not hurt or anything. Wanting to put his fears at ease, I gave a small smile and naturally opened my mouth. Raven, why you spoke? ? Wait, did I just talk? The unfamiliar sound of my own voice stunned me, and I blinked in shock. Apparently the shard hadn't just given me memories. After a night full of chaos, morning arrived just like any other. Maybe because I'd already taken a good long nap inside the closet. Even though I'd moved around a lot, I woke up feeling completely refreshed. It felt like I'd been out cold for hours, but in reality, it had only been 3. Maybe that's just how a child from a new nation sleeps. One stretch and I felt great. If I forced myself, I could sleep a bit more, but there's no need for that. Sliding out from the warm blanket, I casually twitched my fingers and tidied up the bedding without hesitation. In the past, people who made their beds right after waking up seemed super impressive to me. But really, if you have telekinesis, it's nothing. The blankets fold themselves. Easy peasy. Once I'd neatly taken care of that without lifting a finger, I tiptoed out into the hallway, careful not to wake my roommate, who was surely still sleeping. Then I slipped silently into the washroom and turned on the lukewarm water, splashing my face. Thanks to my psychic control over the water, not a single drop splashed outside. No wet clothes, no damp floor or walls. Long live telekinesis. While I was patting my face dry with a towel, I suddenly made eye contact with myself in the mirror. White hair, dripping wet and stuck to my cheeks. What a gorgeous girl. Even with my mouth closed, there was something fragile in my expression. I still couldn't quite believe that was my own face. Well, staring like this didn't stir any particular emotion. So at the very least, my brain had accepted that it was me. I guess it's lucky I didn't turn into a narcissist. Staring at the mirror for a while, I slowly parted my lips and pushed a little strength into my throat. Yuria. A voice as pretty as glass beads rolling on porcelain echoed softly in the washroom. And then came the sensation. Goosebumps on my shoulders, my toes curling involuntarily. Saying my own name, why was it so embarrassingly awkward? I quickly glanced around, worried someone might have heard. Only after confirming, again, that I was alone, did I finally let out a sigh of relief. Then I pressed a finger to my lips, flustered, and thought. So this is what my voice sounds like. It's so weird. I wonder how it sounds to other people. Maybe it was because I hadn't spoken for months. My throat tickled and the sound felt strangely unfamiliar. And then I remembered Raven's shocked expression when I first spoke yesterday. I mean, I was startled too. Imagine how surprised he must have been. Silently apologizing to Raven in my head, I looked at my reflection again. Parted my lips, and this time put more force into my throat. Just saying my name wasn't enough. I should try saying what I wanted to eat. Ice cream, chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, chalk, va, straub. Ow. Maybe I pushed too hard with my voice. Without meaning to, I chomped down on my own tongue. Crunch. The metallic taste flooded my mouth, and the pain had me stomping my feet in place. Tears sprang to my eyes as I covered my mouth and collapsed to the floor. Thank God no one saw that. Groaning on the floor, I could only think that pitiful little thought. What are you doing, this early in the morning? Exclamation mark. But then, the washroom door creaked open, and I heard someone's voice, flat and unimpressed. A voice I could now pick out even in a crowded plaza. No way, it was way too early. He should be asleep. I creaked my head around like a broken puppet, and there stood Raven, wearing an expression of complete disbelief. The moment I registered it, I instantly sprang up like nothing had happened. The more embarrassing something is, the more you have to act like it's nothing. Because that's the only way to avoid a full-on cringe memory. Acting casual, I dabbed at my cheek with the towel and tried to walk out of the washroom. Tisk, you bit your tongue, didn't you? Hey, let me see. Just open up. If there's a cut on your tongue, you need to treat it right away. If it gets infected, you won't even be able to eat properly. Can you handle that, miss? I love food. He had a point. I wasn't some beast person who healed instantly. You cut me, I stay cut. If I got an infection, I'd be sobbing and praying for it to heal faster. But using the Tesseract on something like this felt like a waste for a minor injury. So, after a moment of hesitation, I slowly approached Raven. Swallowed hard to dry my mouth, and carefully opened it. Whoa, that's a clean rip. Still, should heal fast with some ointment. Wait here. Raven looked seriously down at my hesitant, outstretched tongue. The wound must have looked bad enough. He soon returned with ointment and cotton swabs. Then, without hesitation, he dabbed the swab full of ointment onto my tongue. Maybe because the injury was fresh, it didn't really hurt. What did hurt was Raven's look, like he was silently asking, why the hell did you bite your tongue doing God knows what? After breakfast, I applied more ointment to my tongue, then changed into my maid uniform. And for the first time in a while, I headed off to work at Greg's general store. We'd been off for a few days because of the fixer exam. At this point, I almost missed working. So I flung open the store's front door, flaunting my arrival as loudly as possible. Waved enthusiastically at Greg, who looked up from the back, and N.O. versus E.L.I.G.H.T. called out. Greg, Uriah, did you just... Oh my. Greg and Karen both looked completely stunned, probably because I spoke. Their reactions reminded me exactly of Raven's from yesterday. Grinning ear to ear, I shut the door behind me, ran up to Greg, and called his name again. Greg, why yeah you can talk now! Exclamation mark. FWIP. My snow-white hair bounced up and down as I nodded with great force. Greg had been my benefactor. It made me so happy to be able to call his name. Maybe that feeling got through to him. He chuckled, gently ruffled my hair with a hand the size of a pot lid. His hands were rough and hard, but somehow, the gesture made my heart feel warm. Foo-foo, Miss Uriah, your voice is so pretty! Exclamation mark. Caw. That's right, I'm Karen. Will you say my name too? Couldn't manage it. I'll say it next time, promise. After a few failed tries, I quietly took off my mask and gave her an apologetic look. I really want to say it, but it's not something I can control. Please believe I'm not ignoring you. I looked up at Karen, now a good friend of mine, silently asking for understanding. Hee, it's okay. You don't have to apologize, but thank you anyway. Exclamation mark. I see, so you can only say certain words for now. That must be tough. It can't be easy. Well, it's not that bad. I put my mask back on, rubbed my neck awkwardly, and gave a soft laugh with a nod. After all, it was still a million times better than not being able to speak at all. From there, the day flowed as usual. Customers came in, I assisted Greg, trades were made. The only difference was how frequent everything was. And the reason was obvious. The general store had gotten way busier than before. Well, part of it was probably Karen being a silver-haired, narrow-eyed beauty. But I was definitely helping attract attention too. Embarrassing as it was, As I helped customer after customer without a break, time flew by. Before I knew it, evening arrived, and with it, closing time. We had more customers than usual today. Good work, both of you. Thanks for your hard work, sir. I need to stay behind to sort the new inventory. Karen, can I ask you to walk Yuria home? Of course. Miss Yuria, shall we get something tasty on the way back? Exclamation mark. Yes. Dinner date with Karen, let's go. Arms stretched high, I beamed in response to her kind offer. Karen had a pretty refined palate, after all. Meals with her were always delicious. Maybe artists have sensitive tongues too. Once we made plans to head out, I ran to Greg, who was still sitting at his desk. Spreading my hands in a wide gesture like a farewell, I summoned all my strength and shouted. Greg, bye. Oh, yeah, bye. See you tomorrow. He. That was adorable. Well then, we'll be going now. Perfect. I'd finally said goodbye, so satisfying. I took Karen's smiling hand and left the store. No need to look back, we'd be coming back tomorrow anyway. We walked down Nighthaven's night streets, chatting about what to eat. This place was a cultural melting pot. The more options, the harder the choice. Eventually, we decided on a newly opened Chinese place nearby. But to our surprise, the Fixer Squad, including Raven, was already there, eating. They must have noticed us too, because Alice, stuffing food into her mouth, sprang up and dashed toward me. Yuria! ! Woomph. My vision went dark as I was smothered in warmth, caught off guard by her full-body hug. Even if she did this all the time, Alice was always intense. Come on, we literally saw each other yesterday. Why is she reacting like it's been a week? While awkwardly smiling in her embrace, I wiggled around a bit. I had greeted Greg earlier, so now it was Alice's turn. Mouthing her name a few times for practice, I drew in a deep breath and looked up at her. Alice. Did you just? Alice. You. Yuria just said my name. Thud. And then, what followed was so far beyond what I expected. Alice's eyes flew wide, and she collapsed in blissful shock, right onto the floor. Since I was still in her arms, I ended up falling with her. But maybe because she absorbed the impact, I wasn't hurt at all. Seriously, why do you like this so much? Still lying in her arms, I quietly stared up at the ceiling. I sometimes forget, but yeah, Alice is definitely kind of weird. Giggling behind my mask, I waited patiently for her to come back to her senses. At this point, it really felt like life was back to normal. Most people tended to think of spring, a season when most flowers began to bloom, as warm. That was because it was the time when grass, dormant all winter, began to grow again, and new life was conceived. But contrary to that common assumption, spring was actually rather cold. First of all, it took quite a while for the ground, chilled to the core all winter long, to warm up again. And once spring arrived, people naturally started dressing much more lightly than they did in winter. Put on something thin and light because the weather seemed warm, only for the cold wind to come slicing through the gaps in your clothes. No matter how strong your body was, you'd be setting yourself up perfectly for catching a cold. In fact, the temperature could be warm for a moment, then suddenly plummet below freezing. There was a reason people said spring was just an extension of winter. Well, another reason might be that it's hard to really feel spring anymore, what with climate change making summers and winters longer. Still, one saving grace in this world was that there were at least some viable solutions. Thanks to advances in science, carbon capture technology had progressed enough to be considered practical. And on top of that, there were even magical spells that could instantly grow trees or purify pollution. At the very least, I probably didn't have to worry about the world ending from global warming during my lifetime. Guess I don't need to feel sorry for polar bears anymore. Live strong, little bear cubs. No, maybe I'd let my mind wander a little too far. Snapping out of my daze, I gave my head a big shake to clear out the useless thoughts. And continued cleaning my room in preparation for the guest who'd be arriving soon. There was a reason I'd randomly started gazing out the window and thinking about spring just now. Because, if you looked at the timing, it was safe to say spring really was just around the corner. Date-wise, it was already mid-March. 2 whole months had passed since the commotion of the fixer exam had ended. Time really had flown by in the blink of an eye. And the surprising part didn't end there. Over these past 2 months compared to the chaos of the year-end and New Year's, it had been absurdly quiet. So peaceful, in fact, that my memories of risking my life in fierce battles against enemies had started to blur. Well, it'd be a lie to say absolutely nothing happened. Maybe because the troubleshooter office was plagued by bad luck or something. But even during this peaceful period, all sorts of little disturbances kept cropping up. Like betting the office in a high-stakes match against the world's strongest gambler. Getting tangled in a cyber plague inside a VR world. Or suddenly starring in a romance plot with the most popular idol on the planet. It was chaotic to a degree befitting the protagonists of a shonen manga. Still, all those previous incidents had involved major players, groups like the Interspecies Liberation Army or the Invaders. Compared to that, these 2 months had been almost shockingly peaceful. Looking back, I'm really glad I returned to the general store. If I'd still been at the office, I'd have gotten tangled up in all of that. The way it is now, I can step in only when it matters most, just right. For the record, there was a reason I knew about all the incidents I'd just mentioned. Every single one of them had happened while I was walking nearby. And I'd gotten unintentionally caught up in the middle of things. And ended up helping out just a bit using my telekinesis. Like secretly switching the positions of the cards when Raven's hand was worse than the gambler's. Or pressing the exit button for the crew when they got stuck inside VR and couldn't log out. At a glance, it might have seemed like I was just showing up at the last minute to slap a spoon on someone else's feast. But even Raven admitted I'd been helpful. If he didn't think so, he wouldn't be sneaking me delicious snacks and food until my stomach burst. He. Even if he pretended not to care, he must be thankful. Honestly, I kind of wished he'd be more obvious about it and spoil me a little more. The only real letdown is that we didn't get any solid results from that secret lab I found last time. I really thought I'd find some clue about the Child of God. The secret zone beneath Nighthaven, code-named the Delta Lab, which I'd been led to through Raven and the Association. They'd brought in all sorts of experts and fixers, scoured the place day and night without rest. They rescued the frozen girls inside, who seemed frozen in time, and examined them thoroughly. But in the end, all they could conclude was, there was nothing they could understand. As I tidied up a seat for my guest, I let out a sigh at the sheer hollowness of that conclusion. Of course, no way those meticulous bastards would have abandoned it for no reason. Other than the fact that modern science and magic can't explain a single thing in there, we got nothing. We're back at square one. I guess I should be thankful we at least managed to find a hidden invader fragment in there. But even that left no clue as to who hid it there, or why. From my perspective, filled with curiosity, it was pure frustration. Still, surely there would come a day when everything would make sense. Trying to calm my unease, I suddenly turned my head toward the presence I felt outside. Yuria, unease here! ! The instantly recognizable voice made me spring to my feet and fling the door open wide. And there she was, Alice, beaming brightly with a delicious snack and drink in her hands. The snack was one of my favorites, a glazed donut slathered with sugar. The drink was a thick milkshake, the kind that made you crave fries just to dip into it. The moment Alice carefully set both items on the desk with a cheerful grin, I rushed over and flung my arms around her in a big hug. Normally, she'd be the one to initiate things like that, so I didn't usually bother doing it first, but today was different. I'd asked her to come all the way to the office even on a weekend. I figured I should at least show a little bit of sincerity. Did you miss me that much? Alice. Yep, it's your Unnie. Of course, she was still the kind of person who'd gladly throw herself into a burning building if I asked. I really was grateful to her in so many ways. So I never felt like I was just using her. And if I crossed a line and ruined our relationship, I'd be the only one losing out. Where else would I find someone this kind and beautiful? Haha, Yuria's so cute today too. Or maybe not. I quietly looked up at Alice's face, which had slackened so much she was practically drooling, and then looked away in silence. Even if she was like this in front of me, she was still a good person. I didn't want to think anything bad. Protect Alice. All right, Let's do our best again today. Pronunciation practice. But first snacks. Yeah, I was totally on board with that. Smiling happily, I stared down at the donut radiating its delicious aroma from the desk. Maybe it was because Alice had such a refined palate. The sugar-glazed donut tasted downright divine. After scarfing down the donut and milkshake, I sat side by side with Alice at the desk. Today's plan was degree NO versus ELIGHT, degree pronunciation practice. I'd been doing it regularly ever since I regained the ability to speak 2 months ago. Even though I knew how I was supposed to say things, the words just wouldn't come out right. So I'd been practicing slowly and carefully with Alice's help. Okay, let's try again. Say, apple, Shia, apple, SS is, apple, got, APHUUP. To think I couldn't even say apple, how tragic. Straining my throat to force the sound out, I ended up breathless and collapsed weakly onto the desk. Alice turned her head and started trembling like she was trying not to laugh. If she was going to do that, I kinda wished she'd just go ahead and laugh. This kind of reaction only made it hurt more. I want to do well, but it's just not working. Feeling sorry for taking up so much of her time, I glanced up at Alice. And there she was, smiling brightly with a slightly flushed face. She didn't seem frustrated at all, her gentle heart radiated warmth. So I sat up, grabbed her sleeve, and did my best to say what I'd been wanting to tell her over the past 2 months. Alice Myang, KHK, it's okay. No one in the world understands how hard you're trying better than I do. Clutching her chest like she was on the verge of tears, Alice hugged me tightly. The raw emotion in the air could rival a dramatic scene from a tear-jerking film. Well, she had been by my side the whole time I was learning how to speak. She was probably the one who understood my progress best. It's great that I can speak now, but why is it that, outside of a few words, nothing else ever comes out? Stepping away from her embrace and regaining my composure, I stared down at the notebook where a few specific words had been circled. Raven, Greg, Alice, David, and Sabrina. Other than those 5 names, no other word would come out of my mouth. It was like whenever I tried, I felt an invisible hand karate chopping my throat. Even when I forced my whole body to convulse like I was coughing up blood, the result was always the same. Just like a moment ago, when I couldn't say something as simple as apple. It probably wouldn't have mattered what word I tried, it'd be the same either way. Maybe I couldn't get any further with ordinary training. As I sat there, staring at the notebook in frustration, Alice, fully back to normal, gripped my shoulders and spoke in an impassioned voice. But it's not like this practice is completely useless, right? Hello is Nyang, like is JJA, sorry is Myang. If we keep working on it like this, I'm sure you'll be able to talk properly someday. I wasn't really sure if that was a good thing or not. Feeling my face heat up, I placed a hand over my squishy cheek and let out a quiet sigh. I knew it wasn't something I could help, but it still felt like I was acting cutesy on purpose. Yeah, this was definitely something I should never do in front of strangers. Resolving that silently in my heart, I dove back into pronunciation practice. Maybe, just maybe, if I kept going like this, someday I'd be able to talk properly. No need to rush, just take it slow, one step at a time. Imagining myself delivering a fluent speech, I kept practicing until my throat went sore. I hoped that someday, I'd be able to express the thoughts in my heart to everyone. Maybe that small, humble wish was what kept me going. It was a lazy midday on a weekday, just like any other. Even though customer traffic had increased somewhat compared to before, maybe because the store was in such a remote location. Greg's general store remained quiet to the point where it was rare to even see someone passing by the window. Thinking about it, that made perfect sense. This wasn't some kind of fantasy world where special materials or contraband flowed endlessly. A general store in a world filled with mechanical contraptions and mind-bending magic. Not to mention the store was precariously located near the fringes of the underworld, and there wasn't even any advertising to bring in customers. No matter how beautiful the clerk was, the structure of the place simply didn't allow for high demand. Still, recently, business had been decent thanks to promoting Karen, a top-class artisan, as a sales draw. Every now and then, I found myself wondering if Greg hadn't chosen the wrong business altogether. Well, it's not like he's trying to become some mega tycoon. If it's just about having no financial worries in old age, this much is enough. Perhaps it was because the store had built a reputation for evaluating the value of artifacts with surprising accuracy and offering far more reasonable deals than anywhere else. Despite all the disadvantages, the general store was being run pretty well. Besides, the kinds of people who were willing to go out of their way to visit a place this remote were usually the ones willing to pay more to get something genuine. So they tended to have deep pockets too. From the perspective of an employee, it was much better NOVELIGHT to work like this, calmly and unhurried, than to be constantly run off your feet. Greg really was the best. I swung my legs, which didn't quite reach the floor, and thought to myself in contentment. Earlier, Raven had sent a message saying he'd probably be busy until late, so I should go ahead and eat first. The real question now was what I should have for dinner once I got off work. A serious dilemma, truly. Today marks 1 month since former Mayor Tempest stepped down from his position. The abrupt announcement left citizens and officials alike reeling, unable to hide their shock. Just when I'd finally narrowed the options down to either curry or tacos, a voice from the television, which had been playing like background noise, caught my attention and made me turn my head. It was a news story about how it had already been a month since Tempest resigned from his post as mayor of Nighthaven. To me, it still felt like an overwhelmingly surreal fact. In the original story, Tempest had secured a 3rd term in office without issue, thanks to overwhelming public support. I couldn't help but feel alarmed at how much the future had already diverged from that. Well, the fight against the Interspecies Liberation Army in the Sky Garden wasn't in the original at all, so I had a hunch something major was going to change, but still. I didn't expect the aftermath to be Tempest stepping down. Officially, it had been announced that he was resigning due to a worsening chronic illness and would be entering long-term care. But what I'd learned through Echo told a different story: severe injuries with lingering aftereffects. Even if it was in exchange for 2 of the 7 calamities from the Liberation Army, the price was just too high. Of course, the Liberation Army had also lost valuable personnel and poured in all sorts of high-tier magic and curses. So it wasn't exactly a win for them either. Still, on this side, Tempest was practically a spiritual anchor. Especially for the citizens of Nighthaven, the news had been nothing short of devastating. I really can't rely on the original plot knowledge anymore. So I guess figuring out what to do about the Liberation Army comes first. I stared at the news coverage on Tempest with a growing sense of discomfort, then finally used telekinesis to flick the remote and switch the channel. The new channel showed a cooking program, with meat sizzling brightly over flame. Maybe because I'd only had a light lunch, my mouth immediately began watering as I watched the screen. Just as I was enjoying the sight of meat being flambéed in a flashy fire show, Greg emerged from the back of the store looking mildly annoyed and called out to me. "Yuria, are you here? I've got a little errand for you." The twins sent us a batch of replacement parts, but there were some defective ones mixed in. I'm sure it was just an honest mistake. They're not the kind of guys to do that on purpose, but they're not picking up when I call. Could you go get it swapped for a working one? Okay. The twins were a pair of brothers who ran a parts shop way out east in Nighthaven. Since our general store also handled artifact repairs, we usually got parts made of artifact-specialized materials from the twins. But for those two, famous for their meticulousness, to have sent defective parts, it was rare enough that I couldn't help but react with mild surprise. Well, if it was just a matter of swapping out a defective item, it shouldn't be a big deal. I took the bad part from Greg and raised my hand high in the air as if to say, "I'm off." Greg said there was no rush and I could take my time, but even so, it felt wrong to leave my post for too long when I was just an employee. So I planned to head straight there, get the job done quickly, and return without any detours. The weather's pretty nice. It's still a bit chilly, but with my maid uniform on, I won't need a coat. Stepping out of the store, I looked up at the clear, cloudless sky. Maybe because I'd suffered through a particularly rough winter, but I felt zero regret about the cold finally letting up. Without stopping my steps, I slowly lowered my gaze from the sky. The streets of Nighthaven came into view, filled with people of all shapes and kinds. Well, It was hard to find common physical traits among non-humans, so that made sense. In fact, it was actually relieving that no one was paying special attention to me, even though I was wearing a fox mask with a maid uniform. Hugging the envelope of defective parts to my chest, I continued onward. Until I suddenly noticed a crowd of people gathered around something and tilted my head. Some kind of event. I was curious. What could possibly be happening that had drawn such a crowd? But now wasn't the time to be getting distracted. I needed to go exchange the parts. Still clutching the envelope to my chest, I peeked over at the commotion again, this time with a bit more intent. Surely checking what it was just for a moment would be fine. Greg had said I didn't need to rush. I cautiously approached the crowd and perked up my ears to figure out what was going on. Then, through the speakers, a strange man's voice began to broadcast loud and clear. Right now, Nighthaven is facing an unprecedented crisis. With Lord Tempest's resignation, increasing conflict with the Interspecies Liberation Army, and a string of unexplained rampage incidents, the average citizen is left fearing for their lives, unable to sleep at night. I still can't believe Lord Tempest stepped down. Is another one of those goddamn wars about to start again? Damn it, I still have nightmares from my military days. Oh dear, what's going to happen to Nighthaven now? Murmur. Their voices were anxious, grim. It wasn't just Tempest's resignation that had them on edge. With the Liberation Army ramping up their activity again, tension was rising across the world. And news of Tempest's failing health only added fuel to the fire. Still, was it really necessary to be having this discussion right in the middle of the street? Just as I frowned in doubt, the man's voice resumed. With Lord Tempest, protector of not just Nighthaven, but all humanity, stepping down, someone must rise to take his place. I, Chiron, descendant of giants, vow to do just that. I swear that no one will dare to lay a hand on the citizens while I stand watch. I had a feeling, and I was right, it was a campaign speech. Definitely not worth listening to. Losing interest immediately, I turned on my heel and hurried away from the crowd. Since I was legally a minor, none of this concerned me anyway. Though of course, that only applied because I was human. For beastkin, who matured faster than humans, the legal age threshold was lower. On the other hand, plant-type non-humans, who could take decades to fully grow, had a much higher standard. Still, I didn't know if it was really fair that species with such wildly different lifespans and growth rates all had the same one-person one-vote system. But then again, this was Earth, a human world. To non-humans, this was someone else's planet. They had no choice but to accept some compromises. That aside, campaign season, As the loud voice faded behind me to the point it was barely audible, I kept walking toward my destination and sank into quiet thought. A mayoral election, The odds of nothing going wrong seem slim. An election to choose the next mayor of Nighthaven in the wake of Tempest's resignation. No matter how I looked at it, something was definitely going to happen. I couldn't help but sigh. If I couldn't stop it, then please, at the very least, don't let anyone I know get hurt. All I could do was offer up that small, powerless prayer. When I arrived at the twins' parts shop, it was in the middle of full-blown construction. The sound of tools clanging and banging rang out, and large sections of the ceiling and floor had been ripped open, an impressive sight. Had something gone wrong with the shop? Still holding the envelope to my chest, I hopped a little and peeked inside, curious. That was when a rough-looking man watching the site near the entrance noticed me and called out. Well, aren't you the girl from the general store? What brings you here? Need some extra parts or something? He was a man with an intimidating appearance, his face pierced all over with metal studs. But his tone, while gruff, was surprisingly polite and friendly. His name was Verd. He was the younger of the twin brothers known as the Twins, and an expert in artifact parts. Mr. Verd still looks terrifying today. You could totally believe he's an underworld enforcer or something. Not just the piercings. His blonde hair had visibly different colored roots like it had been bleached, and his entire body was covered in tattoos. In my previous life, his face alone would have scared me off immediately. But now, I knew he wasn't actually scary on the inside, and I had the power to protect myself. So I didn't think much of it and confidently pulled the defective part out of the envelope. Verd strode over and took the part from me, then grimaced hard. Phew. Sorry about that. Can't believe we let a defective part slip through. I should have swapped it out right away, but the local connection's been all messed up lately. Exclamation mark. Appreciate you coming all the way. I'll get you a proper one right now. Tell Mr. Greg I'm sorry. I'll knock the price down on the next order. Scratching his head apologetically, Verd seemed genuinely regretful. He must have missed Greg's messages while busy with all this renovation. Seeing how sincere he was, I lightly shook my head to say it was fine. If it were really urgent, Greg would have come himself. And since Verd owned up to the mistake and apologized right away, there was nothing worth blaming him for. Even full-fledged adults mess up sometimes. It happens. Still, I'm glad the older brother's not around. That guy makes it way too obvious how much he likes me, it's kind of exhausting. The younger brother might look scary, but at least he's normal. I was honestly relieved that Verd's older brother wasn't here. Feeling that small sense of relief inside, I took the replacement part and promptly left the shop. They were clearly busy with construction right now, and I had no reason to loiter nearby. Not like we were close or anything. On the way back, retracing the route I came from with a lighter step, I heard a sound not too far away. Order. Immediately. Whoa. No gunfire, but it was still a ruckus that clearly didn't sound normal. Unable to suppress my curiosity, I changed course to check it out. After turning a few corners toward the source of the noise, I found a crowd of non-humans packed into the street. Were they campaigning here too, like before? Tilting my head, I perked up my ears to listen in. The Fixer Association must explain the truth about Tempest, immediately. Citizens have the right to know. Don't mock us with half-baked lies. Yoo-woo. So that's what this was, a protest. Huh, that was unexpected. Not something you'd see often in Nighthaven. I watched the protesters silently. Then, a chicken-type beastkin appeared at the center of the group and raised his voice to explain the situation. Listening quietly, I got a good sense of what they were demanding. Tempest wasn't just some mayor. He was a magical figure of absolute authority with global influence, even beyond the Fixer world. Stepping down from office due to health issues was too suspicious. So they believed he had been seriously injured in some recent incident. And that the Fixer Association was hiding the truth to protect its own image. Lots of rambling, but that was the gist of it. Having understood the general idea, I nodded quietly in thought. There's a good chance whoever organized this protest actually knows what happened. With this level of accuracy, could it be a leak from inside? No, if that were the case, their claims would have been a lot bolder. Which means most likely, the source is the Interspecies Liberation Army. The Fixer Association was certain that Tempest had basically retired from active duty. Most of the power that kept his body functioning came from his dragon heart. And that core was now damaged. So naturally, he was out of commission. But since that detail would cause a global panic if made public, they'd glossed over it by saying he just needed about half a year of rest. Which means, if the Liberation Army is the source of the protesters, information they wouldn't know the full extent of his injuries. That's why N_O_ versus _E_L_I_G_H_T, their claims are vague and weak like this. In that case, this wasn't something the association even needed to respond to. They'd probably send someone over to wrap it up soon enough. Just as I thought that, a small dot in the sky began to grow larger and larger. A missile? No, the dot was in the shape of a black-clad person, soaring through the sky at terrifying speed. The Fixer Association must explain the say. Wait, that thing in the sky. Wait, get down. KWAANG. The black shadow crashed down from the sky, landing in the middle of the street with explosive force. The pressure was so intense it shut the protesters up in an instant. Grabbing my wildly whipping hair, I looked toward the cracked pavement where the impact had landed. There, standing boldly, was a woman with jet black hair. Long hair down to her waist. 2 horns on either side of her head. A thick, heavy tail extended visibly from her backside. With golden eyes and an icy, razor-sharp aura, the beauty spoke in a chilling tone. Tisk. Illegally occupying the street for a protest. You've got 5 minutes. Disperse immediately. Anyone left after that's getting thrown in a cell. Who are you? Are you threatening ordinary citizens with force? Don't you understand this protest is a noble act for all non-humans? Maybe it was the woman's cold and commanding tone. But the chicken-combed beastkin twisted his face in outrage and shouted back. But the woman didn't so much as blink. She walked up to him with calm, murderous intent, like she could kill him with no effort. You want my name? Fine. I'm Shiroko. Do you have any idea how many people are being inconvenienced by your useless little protest right now? You're not changing the world. You're just being loud, annoying, and a public menace. What? So shut your damn mouth and get lost. I'm in no mood today. RRRRMMMBL. The air itself felt like it was collapsing into the eye of a storm. An overwhelming pressure radiated outward like a low-pressure system centered on Shiroko. Even from a distance, I could immediately tell, she was a top-tier mage. Members of the protest nearby started glancing around nervously, eyes darting left and right. GGHH, shut up. Don't get in our way. But the chicken beastkin, his desperation plain, must have lacked basic survival instincts. He lashed out and reached toward Shiroko aggressively. Even if he looked like a chicken, he was still a beastkin. His muscular hand and blade-like claws were more than enough to seriously hurt someone, but... Fool. Goo. Gah. With a flick of her palm, a ferocious whirlwind slammed into him. The man screamed as he was sucked upward and spun violently in a vortex of wind. And when it finally stopped, he collapsed to the ground in a heap, eyes rolled back. A perfectly precise wind spell, so sharp it only injured its intended target. Shiroko quietly looked down at him, sighed, and addressed the rest of the protesters bluntly. You'd better disperse now. Unauthorized protests that can lead to armed conflict are a criminal offense in Nighthaven. Leave now, and I'll let it slide. Stay, and that's another story. You and that person over there. He's the ringleader. He'll be put on trial. Don't like it, don't care, and no complaints. Maybe it was because her show of force had been that overwhelming. But the rest of the illegal protesters, who'd been huddled around Chicken Comb Guy, hesitated for a moment, then quickly scattered. The street, once roaring with noise, fell silent like nothing had ever happened. Shiroko cast her gaze over the crowd of onlookers who had gathered to watch the spectacle. Her eyes seemed to say, "This is what happens if you try something like that." Eventually, her eyes met mine, still quietly observing from the side. She narrowed her gaze slightly, as if puzzled, but soon lost interest and turned away. Lifting the unconscious man with one hand like it was nothing, she walked off without a second glance, to appear out of nowhere and end the whole thing in a flash. She really was a walking storm. Well, that was quite the show. Anyway, I should get going. Seriously, Nighthaven never has a quiet day. I looked around at the now peaceful street, turned around, and started heading back. But maybe because I'd taken a slightly different route to see the commotion. Suddenly, an irresistible savory smell hit my nose like a direct attack. This was definitely something delicious. Wiping the drool from the corner of my mouth with the back of my hand, I followed the scent step by step like I was being pulled by a magnet. I finally arrived at a bakery with its doors flung wide open. And of course, my stomach had chosen this moment to start grumbling. I was just about to step inside when a thought occurred to me. Should I really be getting sidetracked right now? Shouldn't I deliver the part to Greg first? But that hesitation crumbled the instant I saw the golden glow of freshly baked bread. Seriously, how was I supposed to resist that? You know what, I'll just buy some for Greg and Karen too while I'm at it. Straightening my back, I walked confidently into the bakery. Welcome in, Shug! That mask, wait a second, could it be? And there, I ran into a face I hadn't seen in a long time. None other than the bakery guy who helped me back when I was still the ghost of the back alleys. I never expected to run into the bakery guy again. Since we'd lost contact for so long, it completely caught me off guard. The last time I saw him was during the Night of Blood incident. And he'd been pretty badly injured then. Seeing him now, face intact and cheerful, I felt genuinely happy. And to think he'd opened a brand new bakery right here in the streets of Nighthaven. He was one of the few people who'd shown me kindness back in the Western Maze. So I couldn't help but feel his success as if it were my own. The bakery guy seemed just as pleased to see me again. After glancing around quickly, he lowered his voice and spoke cautiously. "Miss, you're the ghost, aren't you? Ha ha ha. To think I'd run into my savior again. Looks like today's my lucky day. To think he considered meeting me a stroke of luck." Feeling awkward from the direct expression of gratitude, I rubbed my neck. I didn't get thanked this straightforwardly all that often. Then a spoonful of suspicion suddenly stirred in my head. Now that I thought about it, he'd recognized me as the ghost right away. But I wasn't even wearing the oversized tablecloth-like cloak now, so how had he figured it out? Ah, right, that was my first day working at the general store. He must have seen my mask. I wasn't even trying to hide it back then. It made sense. At the time, I'd been too furious at Drakel for destroying the streets. And too busy pulverizing undead to bother hiding my identity. The bakery guy had seen me up close, after all. And I'd used telekinesis right in front of him, too. I was way too careless back then. If he hadn't been the tight-lipped type, I might have been in serious trouble. While I was nodding to myself, relieved that things had turned out okay, the cheerful, burly "don't copy, read here" bakery guy bustled out from the back, holding something. "Here, this is a freshly baked chocolate donut. On the house. Please, try it!" Free bread. The bakery guy really was a good person. I carefully accepted the donut, the sweet aroma already wafting into my face, and bowed deeply in thanks. His expression clearly said, "Go on, have a bite," so I lifted the donut to my lips, shifting my mask slightly. And the instant that fantastical flavor hit my tongue, I shot upright like I'd been electrified. It's amazing. The freshly baked chocolate donut, the bakery guy's specialty, was absolutely heavenly. The moment I bit into it, the warmth inside confirmed it had just come out of the oven. The chocolate glaze was moist, no, practically sticky, and melted across my tongue like silk. The donut dough was tender, springy, and crumbled softly inside my mouth. Each bite was full of pillowy warmth. The chocolate and butter flavors competed to make their presence known, and both won. This wasn't just delicious, it was downright moving. Having devoured the donut without leaving a crumb, I couldn't contain myself. I wiggled in place and gave him a big thumbs up to show how delicious it had been. "Was it that good, miss? I'm glad I could bring you some joy!" Ah, that means yes, doesn't it? Ha ha ha. Man, he really knew how to read the room. The bakery guy was incredible. Still dancing with my thumbs up, I readjusted my mask and looked around the shop. This time, I figured I'd buy some bread to bring back to the store. He gave me one for free, so I should definitely purchase something nice in return. Greg probably prefers something mild in flavor. Karen would definitely go for dessert, right? As I wandered the shop, deep in thought, I picked up a tray and tongs. In the end, I chose a baguette and a strawberry cream roll cake. The baguette was for Greg. The roll cake was for Karen. And me, I'd already locked in the chocolate donut the bakery guy gave me. With bread this soft, springy, and sweet, how could I stop at just one? "Will that be all? Then I'll ring you up!" Paying by card. Right away, I've got you. I was no longer the broke ghost who couldn't even pay for a bun. I was now a proper citizen of Nighthaven with an official ID and bank account. Just buying some bread like this was well within the means of my general store salary. Actually, I'd been working long enough that I could probably buy every item in this bakery. Not that I could eat them all, and I wouldn't want to rob future customers of their bread either. All set. Thank you, Miss. Russell. I hugged the warm bag of bread close to my chest, still warm from the oven. It was so comforting, almost like holding a baby, that I felt absurdly happy just carrying it. Maybe the bakery guy noticed how I was feeling. He smiled, just like he had the day I saved him, and gave me a polite bow. "Haha, hope to see you again soon. I'll come back." I mumbled it under my breath, almost like talking to myself. Then trotted out of the shop. I'd have to memorize this location so I could return anytime. The decision carved itself deep into my heart. But just as I was about to step through the door, I had to stop suddenly. Someone else was trying to enter from the opposite direction. And we bumped into each other. Aha, someone was there. I didn't sense a thing. That alone was strange. With how much my telekinesis had improved recently, my senses were usually razor sharp. Even without focusing, a faint field of telekinetic energy constantly radiated around me. Kind of like radar, I could pick up the presence of moving things nearby without thinking. And yet, I ran into someone. That meant something was definitely off. As if my finely tuned telekinetic antenna had developed a blind spot. Weird, really weird. I'm so sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going. But the other person didn't seem to notice how off it was for me. She lowered her head deeply and spoke in a calm, feminine voice. Then, thump, her hat dropped to the ground. As she slowly raised her head, I suddenly found myself face to face with a very intense expression. Scary. Why is she glaring like that? Did I do something wrong? She had a terrifying scowl, like she was ready to chew through any obstacle in her way. Even though she said sorry, her eyes were narrowed like she was furious. I instinctively hugged the bag of bread to my chest and took a small step back. But she looked kind of familiar. Where had I seen her before? I squinted inside my mask, trying to jog my memory. The woman, now clearly flustered, covered her face with one hand and quickly put her hat back on. Then, with a flurry of motion, she darted into the bakery like she was fleeing from me. Watching her back, I finally realized who she was. That was Shiroko. She changed clothes and came here. Yep, the woman's identity was none other than Shiroko. The one who had taken down the protesters earlier. She should have been off dealing with the protest leader. So what was she doing here now? Timing-wise, it wasn't impossible that she'd already wrapped things up, but still. Why go through the trouble of hiding her horns and tail? Well, she must have her reasons. I watched her silently pick out bread with her hat pulled low. Then turned away, deciding not to pry. More important than any mystery right now was making sure the bread I bought didn't go cold. Time slipped by more than I thought. If I take too long, Greg might start to worry. With the bread and parts hugged tightly in my arms, I hurried back to the general store. Greg and Karen greeted me with warm smiles, as if they'd been waiting. You're back at last. Is that bread? Oh my. Then I'll prepare some tea. Let's take a break and enjoy it together. Chia. I handed Greg the envelope with the replacement part first. Then I set the bread bag on the table and began unpacking the contents one by one. My chocolate donut, Greg's baguette, Karen's strawberry cream roll cake. Taking off my mask for a bit, I pulled out one of the 5 donuts and popped it into my mouth. As expected of a master baker. Just like earlier, the chocolate donut hit me with the same intense joy. Its sweetness spreading through my head and making me smile. It must be good enough to melt you into the couch. She's so cute when she's like this. Oh, and this roll cake's for me. Thank you, Yuri. Good thing there were no customers at the moment. The 3 of us sat around the table, sharing the bread I'd brought back. Enjoying a peaceful break together. The bakery guy's reputation was well earned. I made up my mind to stop by again whenever I had the chance. It was a truly peaceful weekday afternoon. A few days later, it was a rare weekend lunch where I didn't have to work. Still, I was walking around in my usual maid uniform. Why? Because I'd continued helping out with the store cleanup I hadn't finished last night. Greg had told me not to worry about it, that he could do it alone. But honestly, the job wasn't even that hard in the first place. Skipping out on cleanup just didn't sit right with my conscience. So I'd voluntarily suited up and come in early to help. Of course, Greg already knew I had telekinesis. So using it at full power, we got everything cleaned up in no time. I could lift dozens of objects at once now. When it came to cleaning and organizing, my abilities were unmatched. Had I known, I would have asked for your help from the start. Hee. Thanks. Should I walk you home? Exclamation mark. You don't have to see me off, I can go by myself. Waving goodbye with a casual see you Monday, I left Greg behind. And now here I was, strolling down the street like I was out on a walk. Since I'm already out, maybe I should visit that bakery again. It was just about lunchtime. Wouldn't it be nice to get some bread for Raven too? Thinking that, I took the long way around toward the bakery. And there, standing in front of it again, I bumped into that black-haired woman in the hat. Shiroko. Huh, you're that girl from before. Are we bumping into each other a lot lately? While I tilted my head at the strange feeling of deja vu. Shiroko, wearing that same faint scowl, walked toward me and asked. Do you like bread? ? I mean, I do kind of like bread, but why would you ask that? It was a truly bizarre question. It was early spring weather, just chilly enough to need a light coat. The crisp wind made me instinctively hunch my shoulders, brushing past my ears and messing up my hair. Thanks to the fox mask I always relied on, I didn't have to worry about my face getting cold, which, I guess, was a small mercy. With both hands wrapped around a warm, toasty piece of bread, I was staring off into the distance. How did things end up like this? It was supposed to be just another ordinary weekend lunch. So why was I sitting here, spacing out with thoughts like this floating through my head? As it happened, there was one clear reason. Right now, I was sitting side by side on a bench overlooking the lake with a strange woman. The awkward silence made even conversation feel impossible. I sneaked a glance to the side and studied the woman sitting next to me. Needless to say, it was Soroko, the same one I ran into in front of the bakery. She'd pulled her hat down low and tried to hide her horns and tail, but that sharp gaze and beautiful face still gave away who she really was. Maybe it was because the horns and tail were hidden, or maybe because she wasn't that well known yet. At least among the people walking through the park, it didn't seem like anyone had noticed. Sitting together to eat bread, out of nowhere, we're not even close, are we? To be honest, it was a baffling suggestion. We'd only ever bumped into each other at the entrance, literally. And suddenly she was asking to eat bread together. She said it was just too lonely eating alone. But from my end, I couldn't help but mentally pile up question marks over my head. Well, now that I think about it, maybe something's off with me too for not saying no. But hey, if someone offers to buy you bread for free, what's the harm in eating together? Especially if it's someone like Soroko. Among the original characters, she was one of the more trustworthy ones. It's not like I just trailed along because she promised me something tasty, okay? I'm serious. I nodded to myself like I was trying to convince myself and mumbled under my breath. Then, I took a big bite out of the chocolate donut I was holding with both hands. Yeah, maybe because it was free. For some reason, it tasted even better. I was almost certain I'd end up addicted to this flavor for a while. Nom nom. The weather's nice. Alright. Yeah, it's nice. Doesn't really feel freezing anymore, at least. I nodded, enjoying the cool breeze, and took another bite of the donut. Maybe because I'd already started chewing on my bread. Soroko, who had been hesitating, finally brought her own bread to her mouth. I wondered if she liked bread. Her profile looked genuinely happy. It really did seem like she hadn't wanted to eat alone. Unlike me, I don't really mind eating by myself. So I found it oddly surprising. That aside, so this is her real personality. She must really work hard to act differently in public. I briefly recalled Soroko's commanding presence when she'd taken down the protesters. An overwhelming force that crushed opposition with a cold aura like she was forged from steel. That was the kind of presence most respected in Nighthaven. Even with some level of socialization, other species didn't think the same way humans did. To be recognized among them, raw power was the most intuitive form of legitimacy. So in Nighthaven, a leader who overpowered others with sheer strength was far more effective than a gentle, well-liked one. So shut up and get lost. I'm in the worst fucking mood right now. And Soroko, as I'd seen before, was clearly that type. A cold, N-O, versus E-L-I-G-H. Charismatic leader who seemed like her blood would freeze before it ever spilled. But in reality, here she was, fidgeting in front of a kid like me. You couldn't help but admire the effort it must have taken to hide that part of herself from the world. If it were me, I'd have given up ages ago. Her persistence was seriously impressive. Thinking that, I sipped the milk the bakery guy had thrown in as a freebie. Just then, Soroko, having finished all her bread, turned to me while gazing out at the calm lake. Frank's bread is really good, huh? Ever since the store first opened 2 months ago, I come here whenever I crave bread. But lately, it seems like there aren't many customers. I got worried. I really want to keep supporting the place. So if you ever think of bread again, please stop by. Not like I'm trying to pressure you or anything. So it wasn't just a casual suggestion to eat together after all. Turns out, it was a heartwarming effort to keep her favorite store afloat. Also, the bakery guy's name is Frank. First I've heard of it. Curious, I popped the last bit of my chocolate donut into my mouth. Come to think of it, what's your name? I'm Shiro. Shiro. Yuria. Yuria-chan. That's such a pretty name. She's got taste. I really like my name too. Fixing my mask, I smiled like a doofus and wiggled my butt for no reason. It felt even better than getting complimented myself, that she liked the name Greg gave me. Since I was in such a good mood, I figured I'd give her this. I reached into the paper bag I was hugging and pulled out the chocolate donut I'd been saving. Exclamation mark. This can I really have it? Yeah. Soroko took the chocolate donut from me with a grateful little laugh and brought it to her mouth. Then, as if it was incredibly delicious, her eyes went wide and she covered her mouth with one hand. I knew exactly how she felt. I couldn't help but smile. Chocolate donuts really are the best. I was just as shocked the first time I tried one. It's so good. I'll definitely buy this for myself next time. Yeah, good. Haha, you're adorable. We looked at each other and let out small laughs. It felt like we'd become friends, like the chocolate donut had brought us closer somehow. I wasn't sure how long we sat there chatting like that, but just as the sun reached its highest point in the sky, Soroko checked her device, then dusted off her knees and stood up like it was time to go. Well then, I'll get going. Hope we can meet again sometime. Yeah, Nian. PFF'd okay. Bye. Her smile was so warm as she looked at me. It was hard to imagine this was the same person who always seemed to be scowling in discomfort. Well, if I gave her even a little bit of positivity, I guess that's enough. I gave her a deep nod and waved as she walked away. I had a feeling this connection was going to last a while. A few days later, at Greg's request, I stepped out of the general store for a bit, and ran into a familiar woman on the street. Still as faint and low profile as ever, yet oddly full of gaps, a stunning beauty. Of course, it was Soroko. She was holding two heavy-looking paper bags. They gave off a faint, toasty, nutty smell, so they must have been full of bread. She really likes bread, Total bread girl. Just like I recognized her in an instant. She seemed to have noticed me too, approaching from the other side. Shrinking slightly into herself as she walked, she looked up and smiled warmly when she saw me. Oh, Yuria-chan. We keep bumping into each other in places like this. Nian. Yeah, hi there. Hi. I lifted my hand slightly in a greeting gesture. She returned it, but she looked oddly drained, like something was weighing on her. She had such a dark look on her face it was almost like a shadow had settled there. Maybe buying all that bread was her way of trying to cheer herself up. I didn't know the reason, but hey, we shared bread once, right? Maybe I could be a little comfort to her, too. The only problem was, I didn't know how to express that thought. So for now, I tugged on my collar and tilted my head as if to ask what was wrong. Are you worried about me? Yeah. Was it that obvious? Nod. I nodded emphatically, meaning you look super troubled, even from a distance. Maybe she was surprised I picked up on it right away. Soroko touched her face as if checking it, then sighed and shook her head. Then, as if saying this wasn't the right place to talk, in the middle of a busy street, she guided me toward the lakeside park where we'd eaten bread before. Well, she handed me a golden, warm piece of bread on the way, so I didn't have any reason to say no. Sorry, Greg, gonna make a quick detour. I offered a silent apology in my heart. Back again today at the lakeside park. We sat side by side on a bench, quietly demolishing our favorite breads one by one. I had a chocolate eclair stuffed full of custard cream, and Soroko was eating a strawberry and fresh cream sandwich. From the look of it, Soroko's preferred bread type was the sweet and creamy variety. which really didn't match the kind of face that looked like it wouldn't bleed even if you stabbed it. No, even the way she stacked up a mountain of bread to eat didn't fit her image at all. What's wrong? Why so much BWEN? Ah, you mean why there's so much bread? Ah ha ha. I guess it might not really suit me, but this is how I relieve stress, by eating a lot of bread. Luckily, I don't gain weight easily, so. Scratch, scratch. Looking a little embarrassed, Soroko touched her neck and answered awkwardly. Well, relieving stress through eating is pretty common. Nothing to be ashamed of. I reached into the towering pile of bread and picked out one with chocolate, munching away. Yeah, I still liked chocolate best. Dense and sweet with just a bit of bitterness, absolutely perfect. We'd been focused on our bread for who knows how long. Even freshly baked, moist bread eventually dries your throat out. Maybe that's why Soroko, gulping milk from a bottle, suddenly looked out at the lake and spoke. Thank you. For last time too. And today. I'm the older one, but I keep relying on you like this. I know I shouldn't keep doing it. You're saying it's fine. Fufu. Yuria-chan, you're so kind. I actually felt kind of bad, like I was just mooching off her for free bread. I shook my head firmly as if to say, don't worry about it, to comfort her. Maybe she was feeling conflicted in a lot of ways. Soroko rubbed her face unnecessarily and then, staring out at the distant lake, opened her mouth again. This might be a little out of the blue. But Yuria-chan, if there's something you really don't want to do, but you have to, what would you do? Question mark. If it's because you have no choice, because it's to carry on the will of someone you deeply respect. What exactly does she mean by that? With a donut still in my mouth, I glanced to the side. There she was, deep in thought, not even holding a piece of bread anymore. It didn't seem like she really expected an answer, more like she was just letting her thoughts spill out. Something you don't want to do, but have to. It was a vague question, so I pondered over it. Something I don't want to do, but have to, that's pretty normal, isn't it? In my past life, I had to work to survive, even if I didn't want to. And even now, as Yuria, I still get dragged into incidents even though I don't want anyone to know I'm a psychic. But once you've decided you have to do something, isn't that already choosing a priority? Even if you complain about not wanting to do it, deep down, you've made up your mind. So I sorted out my thoughts and tried to express them to Soroko. If you've already decided it's something you have to do, then you just go through with it. I see. But as you can tell, I'm timid. And a coward! Exclamation mark. That's surprising. You think so? What kind of timid person stares down professional protesters with sheer presence? I shook my head, both incredulous and disapproving. Maybe my reaction gave her some comfort. She gave a weary smile and nodded, as if thankful. I didn't know what she was dealing with, but I hoped I could at least give her some strength. While I was thinking about how I could give her even a little more support. Suddenly, a man's shout rang out from not far away. Hey, what are you gonna do about this? This was my favorite outfit, and now it's ruined. Eek. I'm sorry. Whip. I turned my head toward the voice and saw a rough-looking man confronting a woman and her child. Judging by the wet stains on his pants, maybe the kid had an accident. But the way he loomed over the bowing woman, threatening her, it was an ugly scene. It's not like she ignored him and walked away. There's no reason to circled asterisk operator NO versus ELIOTA GHT circled asterisk operator, read the full story, go this far. I frowned at the escalating tension, and then, one of the man's friends, sneering, added fuel to the fire. Boss, looks like they're treating us like we're nothing. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? Yeah, no way we can just let this go. No, please don't. Someone, help, wah, mommy, squeeze. The man grabbed the mother's wrist and tried to drag her somewhere. There was no way I could ignore that kind of behavior. What the hell do you think you're doing in a park, in broad daylight? With a kid watching. I leapt from the bench, dashed forward, and slammed the top of my head into the man's back. A textbook example of a perfect headbutt. The kind that knocks a guy silent in one hit. Goo, ack, boss, what the hell? The man crumpled to his knees and fell flat. Guess he wasn't the sturdy type. Curled up and whimpering, he looked downright pathetic. But since his buddy was still glaring daggers at me, I naturally moved in and positioned myself between the man and the mother and child. KH. Who the hell is this brat? This little shit. Of course their attention shifted to me. They'd been trying to squeeze her for dry cleaning money, but now that someone interrupted, they were livid. TCH, with trash like this, I don't even need telekinesis. Just as I thought that, ready to use the self-defense moves Alice had been teaching me. A terrifying pressure swept through the park, enough to make my shoulders flinch. It was like opening a sealed box full of dry ice. It exploded out all at once. An overwhelming, primal aura, like the apex of all living things. Even the thugs froze, spinning around toward the source. And there she stood, a black-haired beauty, brushing back her bangs. Horns sprouting from both sides of her head, a fat lizard tail swaying behind her. Of course, it was Sirocco, who just moments ago had her hat pulled low. Did it really need to go that far? If she apologized, it should have ended with compensation for the cleaning. Acting like you caught some kind of weakness, TCH. Pathetic. The hell are you? You wanna get your eyes clawed out? Step. Sirocco approached with eyes sharp enough to kill someone on sight. Was this really the same timid bread lover from earlier? The sheer charisma radiating off her as she closed in made my knees weak just watching. Curious who I am? Fine, I'll tell you. I'm Sirocco, Chief of Public Safety, Nighthaven Police. And I could throw scum like you in a cell with one finger. That answer your question? What a cop. Boss. She's for real. That's the demon chick everyone talks about. What Sirocco pulled from her coat was unmistakably an authentic police badge. Not a beat cop or sergeant either, Chief of Public Safety. One hell of a rank. The thugs clearly knew how dangerous cops were in Nighthaven. Realizing she wasn't bluffing, they started backing away fast. If they hadn't done anything yet, maybe they could have argued. But since they were using the cleaning excuse to get rough, there was no escaping the guilt. We didn't mean anything by it. Boss, let's get out of here. Whoosh. The two thugs bolted like their asses were on fire, leaving only the trembling mother and daughter and a few stunned bystanders. The woman bowed deeply to both of us, over and over, before hurrying away. The onlookers scattered, disappointed the show ended so quickly. Soon, it was just me, the headbutt striker, and Sirocco, now unmasked. She looked deeply awkward, tugging her hair to hide her face despite her usually cool demeanor. No need to stand around awkwardly. Let's head back to the bench. Like I was saying just that, I gently tugged at the hem of her coat. Why yeah, let's go back. Back at the bench, Sirocco sat down and struggled to hide her horns and tail again. Like a mirage, the heavy, imposing presence dissipated without a trace. So that's why I usually can't sense her around. I nodded, finally understanding why. Still, this vibe's even more awkward than before. She probably wanted to just be a normal Shiro and eat bread together. But now that she'd revealed herself as Chief of Public Safety, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Which meant it was my job to lighten the mood. I scooted closer and offered her my extra chocolate donut. Eat this. Let's smooth things over. That was the gist. Thank you. Yeah, luckily, it seemed to work. Operation Chocolate Donut. Successful. The mood softened again, and we sat together peacefully. Then Sirocco, still hiding her face, spoke hesitantly. Yuria-chan, why did you jump in earlier? ? I mean, you don't seem to have any magical power or special strength. What if you'd gotten hurt? Honestly, I was really worried. She's worried about me. Well, there's no way she'd know I'm a psychic. She probably thought I was just some reckless, powerless brat. But if I hadn't jumped in then, that mom and her kid would have had the worst day of their lives. And even if something did happen, I've got just enough strength to protect myself. Still, how do I explain that? I looked at Sirocco and slowly, clumsily opened my mouth. Maya ha, ing. Why yeah, is that, are you talking about what I said before? About having to do something even if you don't want to? Yeah, I see, because it's something you have to do. Why is it so hard to talk? So frustrating. And how the heck did she even understand me? Can she read minds or something? I stared at Sirocco in awe, as she seemed to fall into deep thought. I wondered if I'd managed to get my point across. But thankfully, it seemed I had. She gave a small, relieved smile and said, "Thank you. I think my thoughts are a little clearer now. Fufu here, this is a thank you." Exclamation mark. She pulled out the bread bag from the bench and handed me a pile of pastries. So many that I could barely hold them with both hands. Was this her way of saying she didn't need to eat for stress relief anymore? I tilted my head, wondering if that meant she'd come to a positive conclusion. The next day, I was working at the general store like usual when my eyes drifted to the TV screen in the corner. And there she was. Sirocco, the one I'd just shared bread with yesterday, appeared on the screen. Without her hat, horns and tail in full view, brimming with charisma. On what looked like a press conference stage, she spoke with a solemn expression. "Therefore, I, Sirocco, Chief of Public Safety of the Nighthaven Police, will be running as a candidate in the upcoming mayoral election. I will lead this great city, built by my father, Tempest, more firmly than anyone else." She's running for mayor. I quietly applauded the campaign announcement of Sirocco, the half-dragon daughter of Tempest. Maybe that was the thing she didn't want to do, but had to. Maybe I'd just changed the course of history in a really big way. That vague thought passed through my mind for just a moment. Another Friday evening. Always burning hot, all year round. Maybe it was a universal law that the thought of no work tomorrow lifted everyone's mood. Even in Nighthaven, you could see the heat of Friday night hanging thick in the air. The kind of excited atmosphere that made it feel like a waste to just stay inside. But me, I was lazily rolling around in the closet like it was the most natural thing in the world. It's not like Raven, the guy the first lived with, was the type to go out on nights like this. And neither Alice nor Sabrina had come by to see me today. Besides, this was Nighthaven, a city where danger could come out of nowhere at any time. Handling rift energy from inside the closet had its own kind of importance. The only real downside is that I can't give infinite energy to the Tesseract. I can't believe the Tesseract actually has a storage limit. The Tesseract, an object imbued with a special invader power. It was easily the more exceptional of the two objects I had. It could pull out alternate timeline potential and amplify my strength several times over. If anything deserved energy investment, it was this one. But right now, the Tesseract wasn't connected to the rift. Because I'd discovered it couldn't hold any more energy, and that meant it was time to move on to the next thing. I wonder what kind of ability this one has. The object I carefully lifted in both hands was crescent-shaped. It had been inside the Archmage's orb from the St. Maria Hotel. Considering the Tesseract and Echo were already off the charts in their respective fields, I couldn't help but be excited about this crescent-shaped object too. Of course, there was no way to tell what power it held just by looking at it. All I could do was keep pouring energy into it until it woke up. Well, guess I've just got to wait and let time do its thing now. Should I mess around in Echo for a bit? I've been really into this game lately. I curled up like a pill bug and pulled out Echo on the soft blankets. For the record, the game I was playing was an online mahjong game, still going strong even in this world. It was a multiplayer game, but you could just tap to discard tiles like it was single player. Perfect for someone like me who couldn't talk to people. Also, for the record, I was using an account Raven let me borrow. I bugged him for it, tagging along like a lost puppy, and he gave in real fast. Not that I'm good or anything, but time flies when I'm playing. Hum hum hum, as I lay on my stomach, kicking my legs while tapping away at the game. Clack. Suddenly, the closet door slid open, and a familiar face peeked in. Obviously, it was Raven, the one and only landlord. "Yuria, stop rolling around and come out. Someone's here for you." "Huh, someone's looking for me, at this hour, without even messaging." Still in a light outfit, shorts and a t-shirt, I tilted my head and grabbed my mask from beside me, slipping it on as I hopped down to the floor. If someone just dropped in unannounced, it had to be either Alice or Sabrina, couldn't be anyone else. As I padded out of the closet and toward the office, just as I'd suspected, there stood Alice, waving with a smile, wearing nothing but a thin kimono and no coat. Wow, Alice is sexy today too. Maybe it was the changing season. Spring had melted away the winter chill. Even in that stiff Japanese-style kimono, she looked ridiculously attractive. I could only imagine what kind of overwhelming presence her chest would unleash when summer came. "Ah, Yuria, Oni-chan's here. Alice, Nian, hi. Hee. Sorry for dropping in without a heads up. I was passing by and suddenly thought of you. Flop. Dragging my slippers across the floor, I plopped down beside her like it was the most natural thing in the world. And without missing a beat, Alice slid her hand under my butt and lifted me right onto her lap. It's not winter anymore, I'm definitely going to sweat like this. But even as I thought that, the soft, pillowy comfort of her body made me close my eyes. If nothing else, this sensation alone made a person feel stupidly happy. I had no complaints. Yuria, Oni-chan brought some bread too. You've been into these lately, right? Chocolate donuts. Yeah, I'll feed you. Taking off my mask for a moment and setting it on the table, I opened my mouth like a baby bird. Alice brought a perfectly sized piece of donut straight to my lips. This chewiness and sweetness, definitely the bakery guy's flavor. Guess Alice had been dropping by that place I recommended. Keep going, Alice. That place needs loyal customers or we're screwed if it shuts down. Now I totally got where Soroko was coming from when she handed me that extra bread. As I nestled comfortably in her lap, treated like royalty. Raven, who'd sat down nearby, shook his head with a sigh. You two sure get along. Anyone would think you're real sisters. PFF'd, we're closer than sisters. I can't stand touching my real one. That's a bit harsh. You should be nicer to Lily. She's helped you out a lot. I know, but it's kinda awkward to act all close now. Still, I don't treat Yuria badly, so that's gotta count for something, right? If I'd treated Yuria like I treat Lily, I'd have folded her in half by now. Alice grinned brightly, and she wasn't joking one bit. Come to think of it, even though they were sisters, Alice and Lily couldn't be more different. If Alice was the diligent, rule-abiding, model student, Lily was like a Yankee type, impulsive and rule-breaking. What the heck was the Sakuragi household like for them to turn out this different? I munched on my chocolate donut, quietly thinking of the two completely unalike beauties. Oh, right, I came here to ask you something. Yuria, are you free tomorrow? Exclamation mark. No plans, huh, hee. Then how about going flower viewing with me? There's a spring flower festival happening nearby. We can look at the flowers and eat tasty stuff. A spring flower festival, huh? I thought about it, snuggled in Alice's lap. I didn't have anything planned for tomorrow anyway. And festivals meant delicious food. After a short moment of thought, I nodded big, like it didn't matter either way. I didn't really love or hate flowers, but if it meant hanging out, I was in. Maybe Raven felt left out. He sat across from us and asked Alice with a slightly sulky expression. Hey, what's with the secret two-person date? Ask me too. Jin-shi, you're invited. Or better yet, let's invite everyone who's free. David-san, Greg-san. If it's tomorrow, there's a good chance a bunch of people can't make it. Then we'll go with whoever can. I'll message everyone right now. True to her words, Alice immediately pulled out her terminal and started firing off messages left and right. Turning sudden inspiration into action, she really was the embodiment of momentum. Still, maybe because she asked the night before, and it was already evening. Most people replied that they already had plans. David's group had a family outing. Greg said he had to leave the city for the whole weekend. In the end, we got a surprising combination of girls with nothing going on. Me, Alice, Raven, Karen, and Lily. Karen, isn't she that girl from the store Yuria works at? The one who always walks around with her eyes closed. Yeah, she said yes right away when I messaged her. Hee, this could be a great chance to get closer. In the original story, they barely had any connection, so Karen joining the group really showed, don't copy, read here, how far we've drifted from the source material. Also Lily's coming too, huh. Hopefully nothing weird happens. I let the last bite of donut melt in my mouth and quietly prayed that this weekend would stay peaceful. Time passed uneventfully, and the next day, Saturday morning, arrived. No rain, a light breeze, absolutely perfect festival weather. The air was so refreshing I couldn't help but wear a big smile from early in the morning. There wasn't a trace of winter left, no matter where you looked. Spring, flowers, life, it was the kind of day that made you think of nothing else. Creatures of every race strolled down the sunlit streets in pairs, basking in the warmth. Children wandered around holding cotton candy in one hand, the other clasped by a grown-up. Couples linked arms and fended off the spring chill with shared body heat. Even in Nighthaven, it seemed, springtime's greenery could soak into people for one blissful day. Down the open streets, a modified cleaning truck rumbled along, loaded with clunky attachments. Hi-aha, who cares about spring and flowers? Out of the way, I'm not insured if you get run over. Lock down sectors 7, 8, and 13. The target is rampaging across the center line. As always, Nighthaven refused to play by common sense. Didn't matter if there was a flower festival, some people were still gonna go wild. But if those maniacs had one misfortune today, it was that today, thanks to the festival, there were lots of outsiders in the city. Boss, there's some guy standing in the road. What? I can't slow down now. Just run him over. Oh okay. Got it. The souped-up cleaning truck screeched along the asphalt at full speed. And slammed into the poor outsider who had just started crossing the street. Crunch. The front bumper twisted grotesquely, and the truck crumpled in place like it was folding in half. The impact was so massive the driver coughed up blood and collapsed. But the man who got hit, he simply kept walking forward, calmly brushing dust off his fist. TCH. Is this how this city treats outsiders? Disgraceful. Far too dangerous for my frail daughter to live in. The one muttering was an elderly man, hair streaked with patches of white. His hair was a heavy red, like it had been soaked in blood, and mixed with streaks of snow white. Two horns poking from his forehead made it clear he wasn't human. A small giant, newly arrived in Nighthaven, began striding forward. Spring is often called the season when flowers bloom, because the seeds that had been dormant all winter begin to sprout as the temperature rises. From the flower's perspective, blooming in warm spring rather than the icy cold of winter is clearly more advantageous for survival. The ones that couldn't adapt probably disappeared long ago into the back alleyways of history. So unless we're talking about regions without winter at all, spring is, by climate, the season of flowers. The sight of every kind of flower filling the streets, this was something you could only see now. Wow, the streets are full of flowers. Jin Shi, look at that. Yeah, there really was nothing there just last night. They must have worked hard since dawn. Looks like they were too busy trying to line everything up. If you look closely, some of it's slightly off-center. Come on, you two, is that how you react to a view this gorgeous? From top to bottom, that was Alice, Raven, Lily, and Alice again. Maybe it was because Alice had always liked cute and pretty things. She was extremely enthusiastic about the sight of the streets decked out in all kinds of colorful flowers. But for Raven, who valued practicality over aesthetics, and Lily, who cared more about structural elegance, maybe the scene didn't quite tug at their hearts the same way. Alice's eyes twitched as she looked at the two of them giving such lukewarm responses to a rare and beautiful sight. Yeah, looks like it's my turn to step in. FFF wowers. FWO. Flowers. Ah, that's right, it's super pretty, huh. I knew only Yuria would get it. Maybe because I tugged at her sleeve like I really liked it. Alice perked right back up and hugged me tightly, like I was the cutest thing alive. Well, honestly, I felt pretty much the same way as Raven about the whole thing. But if this made her feel better, that was good enough for me. That aside, this festival's more serious than I expected. And there's way more people than I thought. Did they have some kind of event guide? Still in Alice's arms, I slowly moved my head to look around. What I saw was far more people than I'd anticipated. A massive festival like this, in such a politically shaky time with no acting mayor in Nighthaven. It was hard to believe something like this even got approved. Just as I started to wonder about the festival in more detail, Karen came walking up, waving something in her hand. Everyone, they were handing these out nearby, so I grabbed some. This is like a guidebook. That's right. Instead of just wandering around, we should read this first, don't you think? What she brought was none other than a guide booklet with info on the festival. Looks like they were passing these out near the entrance. Even in Alice's arms, I got one of the booklets from Karen. After flipping through a few pages, I quickly understood the mystery behind this festival. So this festival isn't hosted by Nighthaven itself, but by a partnership between the Tourism Foundation and private corporations. That explains why it's going ahead even if the city's kind of unstable internally. And officially, Tempest stepping down as mayor was just a matter of health. So Nighthaven probably didn't have a big enough reason to cancel a festival they'd been planning for ages. They were about to elect a new mayor soon anyway. In that case, maybe this festival was actually serving to lift public morale within the city. As I scanned the front of the booklet and drifted into thought, Alice, still cradling me and flipping through the pages herself, suddenly lit up. Whoa, this festival is way bigger than I imagined. There's a ton of participation booths. Just walking around here could take all day. Participation booths, like making flower crowns or something. Raven stepped in close to peer over our shoulders. Probably because we were one booklet short, he seemed eager to see what was inside too. But even with Raven close enough for his breath to touch her, Alice didn't seem the least bit bothered. She stayed fixated on the booklet's contents and shouted in a bright, excited voice like a kid. There's that, and also stuff like cooking food with flowers in it, or seeing custom flowers that don't exist anywhere else. There's even a company booth using a 3D printer to create flowers in any shape or color. Huh, she's right. Bio printers must have cost a lot. Being able to make flowers that aren't even grown with magic science really is amazing. Lily and Karen chimed in after Alice. Maybe because Lily's a mechanic and Karen's an artifact artisan, they're total opposites in that field. So even when looking at the same thing, their take on it was completely different. Okay, so where should we go first? Everything looks fun. You and Yuria pick. I don't really care either way. Anything's fine with me. I'll leave the choice to you two. I'm not really familiar with this kind of stuff. Guess this kind of setup. 3 adults, 1 minor, and 1 actual kid, made the adults want to leave it up to us. Though Alice was still technically a high schooler, so a minor. In their eyes, she probably looked like a green little fledgling. And I wasn't really dying to do anything in particular either. I looked up at Alice and gave her a signal that anything was fine by me. Then let's start from the east. There's more stuff over there that looks fun. Our first destination, the eastern section of the festival, filled with interactive booths. As expected of someone like Alice who loves being active, this place seemed perfect for her. We followed Alice as she took the lead, heading toward the east side. According to the guidebook, this area mostly had booths run by companies offering hands-on experiences. And sure enough, when we entered, the entire area was filled with incredible sights, just brimming with cutting-edge tech. Stuff like a VR system that let you feel the scent and texture of flowers. Or a device that reads your brainwaves and generates unique colors and scents based on them. Even hologram petals that gave off a tingling sensation when they brushed your skin. This was truly the ultimate site for festival experience. No wonder they charged an admission fee on the way in. I had so much fun. Coming here was the right call, huh? Yeah, at the very least, it was worth the price. After NO vs ELIGHT official version running around like maniacs checking out booth after booth, it was already around lunchtime. We left the East Zone and each picked something to eat from the food trucks, heading to the park. The place we were told to eat was an open-air table surrounded by flowers in full bloom. With the high sky and the breeze just cool enough, it had a strong picnic vibe. Coming out today was the right choice. Spending time with people I like is really the best. My lunch was a burrito bowl packed with Mexican-style meat and veggies. Scooping up a chunk of saucy meat with my fork, I smiled goofily. Looking back, saying yes to Alice's suggestion yesterday really was a good call. Sure, going out was nice, but what was even better was being out together. The weather was perfect, the vibe was amazing. I couldn't stop myself from kicking my legs beneath the bench out of pure joy. As I kept happily munching on salad and meat, Lily, who looked strangely unfamiliar today, rested her chin on her hand and muttered while staring off into the distance. Sometimes getting outside like this isn't so bad. It really clears your head. You need to get out more. At this rate, you're going to wither into a bean sprout. Oh my sweet little sister knows that mung bean sprouts are worth more when grown in darkness. That's not what I meant and you know it. Bicker. Sitting on either side of me, Alice and Lily started raising their voices at each other again. Total classic sibling moment, always ready to bite at the slightest provocation. I mean, if they're gonna do this, couldn't they have let me sit over there instead? This distance is exhausting. I was swaying like a reed caught in a storm. I'll just tune them out and chew. But as I chomped away on my meat, I suddenly froze. For one reason only, something massive had appeared in the space where nothing had been. It was so unnaturally overwhelming that I couldn't ignore it. It was the same kind of pressure as when Sirocco had revealed her horns and tail the other day, but several times stronger. Looks like you're all having quite the pleasant time. Hugh, what the? Rumble, rumble, rumble. My body trembled as if an earthquake had hit the area. But the drink on the table didn't so much as ripple, which meant the trembling was just me. I quickly turned toward the source of the presence, and saw a middle-aged man standing there. A face I almost recognized, but couldn't quite place. But judging from Alice and Lily's faces, both of which were practically frozen in shock, they definitely knew him. Who are you, exactly? An awkward silence, like time itself had stopped. The one to break it was Raven, sitting across from us. As expected of the most solid adult among us, the fork he'd just been using for his noodles looked oddly reliable. But to the middle-aged man, he was probably nothing but a brat. The man wrinkled his brow slightly and gave a casual reply. Who am I? Don't you know it's proper to introduce yourself to an elder first? Tisk, you're far too uncouth to be hanging around my daughters. Daughters? Oh, it clicked immediately. My eyes went wide, and I nodded. I had seen him somewhere before. He was a character from the original. So then, think about it. Who here could he possibly be referring to as his daughters? Simple process of elimination. Raven's male. Karen and I don't have anyone who would call themselves our parent. Which means, father, dad, head of the famous Japanese Sakuragi family, and the father of Alice and Lily. Sakuragi Renji, the man known as a legendary mercenary. Of course it was him. Hello friends, read this very carefully. Work on this novel is being moved to our backup site mynovels.net. You just need to register there with your nickname and password, the same as you use on Novelight. See you there. Just as we were enjoying the height of the festival, Sakuragi Renji suddenly made his presence known and barged in. Because of that, the atmosphere, which had been peaceful just moments ago, shattered in an instant. First off, Alice and Lily looked completely thrown off by their father's sudden appearance. Raven and Renji, the two men, fell into a heavy silence as they quietly studied one another. Karen, an outsider to the family, looked around nervously, as if unsure how to react. It was the kind of tense mood where it felt like something could break out at any moment. I kept my head down between them all, doing my best to stay unnoticed as I continued thinking. Sakuragi Renji, one of the iconic first-generation Otherworlders. Otherworlders were, strictly speaking, those who had crossed over from another world in order to survive. Because of that, many older Otherworlders, especially the so-called first generation, had already made names for themselves back in their original world. Take Tempest, who had been recognized as a Dragon King, or Vespera, known by the nickname Crimson. That sort of thing. Sakuragi Renji was also one of those figures, renowned from the other world for his abilities. His alias was Red Yaksha, a name that stuck thanks to the story of how he stood alone, drenched in blood, on a battlefield from the day he was born, with crimson hair like fire. And he didn't stop there. After crossing over to Earth, he kept defeating enemies left and right, forcing them to their knees. At least within Japan, he was about as well-known and revered as Nighthaven's Tempest. If he were still an active fixer, it wouldn't be a stretch to say he'd easily rank among the single-number fixers. I'm thinking about it like that really makes him feel like a burden. Is it even okay to let someone like this into the city? Single number, it was definitely a suffocating thought. Even if all 5 of us here jumped him at once, there wouldn't be much of a chance at winning. His unmatched physical prowess, monstrous strength, and wide area magic that rendered sheer numbers meaningless. To even come close to matching that gap, I'd probably have to borrow the power of the Tesseract. Of course, he wasn't in his prime anymore. If we aimed for his weak spots, it wasn't entirely hopeless. But just thinking about how much we'd have to sacrifice in the process already gave me a headache. Yeah, if a fight breaks out, I'll need to open with something big. While I was mentally laying out strategies, Raven, looking more serious than usual, seemed to have reached his own conclusion. He bowed slightly and opened his mouth to speak first. You must be Alice and Lily's father. My name is Jin Crowley, and I run the Crowley office. Your daughters have been a great help to us. Maybe he figured it wouldn't do any good to antagonize the father of an important employee like Alice. Lily was another matter, but Alice was still a valued subordinate, after all. I felt a kind of quiet respect for Raven, seeing him act so maturely. But Renji, clearly unimpressed, raised one eyebrow and replied in a flat voice. HMPH. So this is that office Alice's been working at. I'm Sakuragi Renji. So, what exactly is your relationship with my daughters? Don't tell me you've laid hands on either of them. Lily, maybe, but Alice is still underage, you know. That is absolutely not the case. Flick. Raven's eyelid twitched faintly, as if he couldn't believe what he just heard. How could anyone say something like that upon first meeting someone? That level of rudeness was honestly impressive. Even I, listening from the side, felt a strong urge to shoot up and shout, "You've got to be kidding me." I wouldn't be surprised if Raven's body temperature spiked a full degree from that line. Alice, too, was glaring daggers at her father for being so crass with Raven, who had always looked out for her. But clearly overwhelmed, she just moved her lips a few times before dropping her head in silent apology. Whether he knew the mood had crashed or not, maybe he was satisfied just hearing they weren't in that kind of relationship. Renji only looked at the shrinking Alice and continued bluntly. Good, then, I've got something to say to both of you, so this works out. I'll get straight to the point. Alice, it's time to quit and come home. I've arranged your engagement. What? Her voice came out hollow, like she couldn't even process what she'd just heard. Alice blinked blankly, utterly stunned. It was a bombshell, one no one saw coming. No one except me, maybe, who had vaguely expected something along these lines. I'll be stepping out for a moment. You should all take this time to prepare yourselves. With that arbitrary announcement, Sakuragi Renji left, and silence immediately fell in his wake. Well, what else could we expect? I've arranged your engagement, so come home, he said. Even Lily, of all people, had no words to offer in response to such a bulldozing declaration. But it was too personal to speak on carelessly. As Raven furrowed his brow and Karen awkwardly scratched her cheek, Lily was the first to sigh loudly into the open air. You actually going back home? If you don't want to, then just say you don't. Why do you always act like a criminal whenever you're in front of Dad? Whatever. I don't know why I'm even talking. Thud. Lily abruptly stood, her thoughts clearly tangled. She turned her back on the NO vs. E light table and stomped away with angry steps. No one stopped her as she disappeared into the distance. Maybe because there was something quietly sorrowful in the way her back looked as she left. Maybe she was angry at herself for not being able to change her sister's mind, helpless and frustrated all at once. Once Lily had left for good, Alice, who had been sitting with her head low and face darkened, slowly raised her gaze. I'm sorry, Mr. Jin. My father was terribly rude. No, it's fine. I've dealt with enough cranky old men that I'm used to it. I guess if a dad sees his daughter with some random guy, it's natural to feel upset. Not that it makes it right. Raven didn't seem all that offended by Renji's attitude. He really did seem used to this kind of thing, like he'd just gotten bitten by a mosquito or something. Considering the kind of nonsensical otherworlders he usually dealt with on requests. A bit of a sharp tongue probably wasn't even worth blinking at. Still, that didn't make the gloom clouding over Alice's heart disappear. She bit her lip like it was hard to speak and then finally opened her mouth with some difficulty. I'm sorry, but could I be alone for a bit? Sure, it's understandable. We'll go grab something to drink. Yuria, Karen, let's go. Okay, we'll be right back. I stood up from the table, following Raven and Karen. Honestly, I wanted nothing more than to stay by Alice's side, clinging to her like glue. But she was probably just as overwhelmed right now. Better to give her space to think. That was the conclusion I came to. Once we'd left the park and Alice was completely out of sight, Karen, glancing back several times, murmured anxiously. Do you think Ms. Alice is really going back to Japan? Well, that's up to her. It's not something anyone else can decide for her. If she prefers Japan, then she'll go, won't she? I suppose you're right. Even in a situation where Alice might actually leave Nighthaven, Raven stayed outwardly calm. Like whether she left or not didn't matter much to him. But I knew how much Raven cared about Alice, so I could tell right away, it was all an act. If she really did leave, he'd hole himself up in the office for a week and do nothing but drink. He acted like it didn't bother him at all, but I couldn't help shaking my head secretly at the front he was putting up. Oh, what's that? What's she doing over there? We all stopped in our tracks as we headed toward the nearby cafe. Karen covered her mouth in surprise, Raven looked exasperated, and I was just stunned. What we saw at the end of our gaze was Lily, pouting on a bench and chugging a drink with flower petals floating in it. Wait, that's not just a drink, that's alcohol, isn't it? Even from a distance, we could see the redness creeping across her face. Raven approached, clearly fed up, and called out to her. Lily, what are you doing there? Drinking in broad daylight, darling. Did you come looking for me? That's so sweet. I wasn't looking for you. You're literally sitting right by the path out of the park. I couldn't not see you. Ah. Even if that's not true, it'd be nice if you just said it was. Come on, you could at least lie a little. So stingy. Lily finished off the bottle and set it down beside her with a light thud. Even if it was alcohol, it didn't seem that strong. Aside from her red face, she looked more or less the same. She crossed her legs with an almost seductive air and patted the bench beside her. Darling, Yuria, Karen. Sit down for a bit. I've got something to say. We were just on our way to get drinks, though. You wanna know about Alice, right? I'll tell you, so come hang out with me. Fine. Even Raven, who would have usually brushed off someone else's business in a heartbeat, sighed quietly and sat next to her. I sat down as well, next to Karen, and only then did Lily lean onto Raven's shoulder, as if her body had gone slack, and slowly began to speak. Where should I start? Oh, right. These horns. Don't you wonder why Alice doesn't have any? Well, she pointed with her hand at the long horns stretching up from her forehead, just above her eyes. Undeniable proof that she wasn't human. Lily and Renji had them. But no matter how hard you looked, Alice didn't. Raven finally seemed to notice that and furrowed his brow slightly. Come to think of it, Alice couldn't use magic, and she didn't have any of the distinctive features that other worlders usually possessed. Other than her loud hair and slightly abnormal physical abilities, she was basically human. It was something you couldn't help but notice once it was pointed out. Lily, eyes tinged with something like sorrow, finally explained the reason. It's simple. Alice was born without horns. What they call a cursed oni. Cursed oni. Raven frowned, as if the term itself left a bad taste in his mouth. But Lily, expecting that reaction, just gave a powerless smile and continued softly. What followed was a short, but not so short, story about Alice's rather unfortunate past. Ended.